Although Xia Fei appeared to be very calm, his heart was actually beating like crazy. 200,000 units. And this was after being converted to spirit energy, meaning that this was of the purest kind. Before using the serpent-swallowing whale, Xia Fei could have never imagined that a mature divine beast could have that much energy. 200,000 was an astronomical figure. Only now did Xia Fei realize that energy, the most important source of power for a warrior, was actually this close to him. He simply needed to catch an exotic beast and devour it according to the secret method outlined in the serpent-swallowing whale. Say that again. How much? Xia Guanghai rubbed his ears and asked in shock. 200,000. Xia Fei smiled as he repeated that shocking number. Heavens! Actually 200,000. 200,000. 200,000. Xia Guanghai held up 2 fingers as he shouted crazily. Meanwhile, the cunning furball jumped onto Xia Fei's shoulder and began to nuzzle against him. Xia Fei's energy reserve was filled to the bursting, so furball would also benefit. The sly furball had realized this, so he immediately began to fawn on his master. As for little Goldie, it just made a silly smile. This fellow was not as smart as furball. Hurry up and tell me how you managed to eat that divine beast. There are so many exotic beasts outside. If we eat them all, we'll earn a fortune, said Xia Guanghai excitedly. Xia Fei shrugged. Sorry. From what I can understand, those of the soul system are unable to devour exotic beasts, for the soul system doesn't have the ability to convert energy. 2. Xia Guanghai deflated like a punctured balloon, dropping his head and sighing. It was only a difference of energy systems, but the difference was like that between heaven and earth. This was like a fusion of artificer and energy master, capable of both creation and the extremely difficult energy conversion. It was true that comparison could anger someone to death. No wonder spiritualists had such a high status in the Alpha universe. After a pause, Xia Fei continued. It's very strange. This method for devouring exotic beasts seems to have been designed for spiritualists, and the unrestricted soul spirit mark appears to suit this method of absorbing energy very much. This was probably the reason why Fuchen passed this codex to me. Xia Guanghai sat on the ground and sighed. Even you call it the unrestricted soul spirit mark. Of course, it's only natural for it to have the ability to absorb souls and turn them to spirit. Xia Fei was stunned. He had not realized the significance of the name, only thinking that it sounded nice. But now it appeared that this was the actual reason. What did it mean to be unrestricted then? Xia Fei ignored the fact that he was still in dark space and flipped through the serpent-swallowing whale codex once more. After personally experiencing the process of soul absorption, Xia Fei had gained a deeper understanding of this codex. There was no doubt that this codex was not something just any spiritualist could learn. Xia Fei's soul mark was very special. Just like a giant furnace, it absorbed everything he had learned before, fusing all together. Now, Xia Fei had also absorbed the soul of a top-class divine beast and digested it. Xia Fei could not help but think of a common saying. Different routes lead to the same destination. The meaning of that saying was that no matter what path anyone walked, the ultimate endpoint was the same for everyone. Xia Fei had learned far too much in his life, and these were slowly being integrated by his soul marks and converted into combat power, which was an embodiment of that saying. Pouting, Xia Guanghai sighed. I just don't understand how a single divine beast could have 200,000 units of energy. Isn't that a little too excessive? After some thought, Xia Fei replied, It's understandable. Divine beasts and holy beasts have very long lives, and there's no telling how many epochs the Black Star Toad has lived. Energy starts accumulating from day one, and we can't underestimate that accumulation. After all, it's a high-ranked divine beast. Take Furball as an example. This guy still isn't fully mature yet, but he's already eaten up around 10,000 units of my spirit energy. By the time he matures, he'll definitely have broken 20,000, and 10 years after maturity, he'll have broken well past 100,000. What about after 100 years, 1,000 years? Xia Guanghai nodded in agreement. We really can't tell. Does this guy really have that much of an appetite? If we go with your calculations, then the Black Star Toad having 200,000 units makes a lot of sense. This means that the exotic beasts outside are basically a treasure hoard. Let's hurry up and deal with that dragoon so that we can start the massacre in earnest. Feng Yu had gone crazy, his eyes bloodshot as he roved dark space in search of Xia Fei. Whoosh! Two streaks of light shot toward him, stopping 1,000 meters away from Fengyu. It was none other than Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai. "What did you do to my Black Star Toad?" Fengyu roared. Xia Fei snorted. "Your Black Star Toad is dead, and I ate it up." "Eh!" Fengyu's black hair exploded as he screamed. His divine beast had not just been killed, but was even eaten. Fengyu could not accept it. "Impossible. My Black Star Toad can't be dead. I saw him just moments ago. You must be hiding him." Fengyu howled. Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai exchanged a glance. Fengyu's mind was a mess from his rage, but Xia Fei was not in the business of sympathizing with his enemies. This man had betrayed the Annihilator universe and threatened the Law Realm, threatened Avril. Xia Fei could never accept this. As one of the prime conspirators, Fengyu had to die. Whoosh! Fengyu went insane, lunging at them. Behind him, the immemorial mystical armament Southern Star suddenly swelled in size, instantly becoming a giant boulder 1,000 meters tall. "Sonic Devil!" Fengyu roared, shattered syllables rushing out like a blizzard. To Xia Fei's eye technique, it was like thousands of red-eyed Fengius had appeared in every direction. Law of primal chaos. Origin of heaven. Without nirvana, Xia Fei relied on the white dragon's screech, the law of primal chaos's power covering it like a fog. As for the fiend chain, Xia Fei dragged it behind him. Sonic Devil appeared to be some kind of illusion combat technique. As the wind howled, more and more Fengius appeared, but with Xia Fei's origin of heaven, he could easily tell that all of them were fake. There was only one real Fengyu. "Die, die, die, die. All of you will die today," muttered Fengyu crazily. Countless Fengius trembled as they threw out sonic bombs. Without the Black Star Toad, these sonic bombs were no longer compressed, and so they moved very slowly. As such, they were incapable of keeping up with Xia Fei's speed. Rumble! Explosions rang out. Fengyu had truly gone crazy this time, just throwing out sonic bombs sans a regard for the actual situation. These sonic bombs were not just injuring him, but were also hurting Southern Star. After all, Southern Star was huge and easily got caught up in the explosions. The scene was absolute chaos. Xia Fei had many means of killing Fengyu, but Fengyu's bout of madness had rendered many of these methods unusable. Fengyu was like a madman flailing a knife around on the streets. Others would find it very hard to get close to him. After quite some time, Fengyu stopped and panted for breath, his body covered in wounds from the explosions. There was a white flash of light as the white dragon's screech pierced through Fengyu's head. There were hundreds of Fengius on the scene, but Xia Fei had struck the only real Fengyu. He had been in the area this entire time, watching as Fengyu raged. Seeing that Fengyu had gotten tired, Xia Fei immediately delivered the killing blow. He was so fast that not even Southern Star had a chance to respond. Having his head pierced through actually cleared Fengyu's mind. His eyes suddenly went wide open, rolling upward like a dead fish, and the energy pulses in his body became chaotic. "Oh no, he's really gone mad. He's going to self-detonate." After shouting this, Xia Fei swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, the thin fiend lock wrapped around Fengyu's body. Xia Fei pulled, instantly slicing him into several hundred pieces. Rumble! Alas, even a diced-up body could not stop Fengyu's self-detonation, and dark space was thrown into turmoil. Several minutes later, Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai fearfully returned to the site of the explosion. The self-detonation of an Annihilator expert was quite terrifying. Dark space originally had had a large number of shattered stones and debris, but it had all been wiped out by the explosion. That was close. If you hadn't used that weird black water of yours to protect us in the nick of time, we would have incurred heavy injuries, if not dead, Xia Guanghai said, shaking his head fearfully. Just like his abilities, Fengyu's self-detonation was another sonic explosion. Xia Fei was fast and also had the protection of Terrorgenesis. Only by desperately running away as quickly as possible had they been able to escape. Golden dust filled the area, as even immemorial mystical armament Southern Star had been blasted to bits. This was proof of how dire the situation had been. Xia Fei did not say anything. His face had a rather weird look, for his right leg was in deep pain, as if something was crawling up it. When subduing Terrorgenesis, a strange black water drop had crawled up his left leg, and this time it was his right leg. Could it be Southern Star? adding peacock blue on his right arm. 3 of Xia Fei's 4 limbs were now occupied by immemorial mystical armaments. Xia Fei was not worried that these mystical armaments would occupy his 4 limbs. Peacock Blue and Terragenesis had already shown that they were merely taking roots in those spots and were not doing any harm to him. On the contrary, the abilities of these immemorial mystical armaments were a huge boon to him. However, Xia Fei had only 2 legs and 2 arms, meaning that he could only hold 4 mystical armaments. South Stream, a dark attic in an unremarkable hotel. Fengyu's dead? What's going on here? Why did he have to leave on his own, and who killed him? The only woman among the Devil Shadow Dragoons, Di Hong, frowned as she asked this series of questions. Sha Jinluan shook his head and replied with much uncertainty, I'm not sure, but Fengyu really is dead. It happened a few minutes ago. What a troublemaker. At a key moment, we suffered a loss we shouldn't have. Fengyu really deserved death, the big-mouthed Tianku said viciously. Whoosh! Suddenly, a soft sound resounded through the room, as if someone had cautiously plucked on a zither. Everyone quickly turned to Yabu, who had already stood up. He waved his hand and said, It seems like the preparations are done. It's our turn now. The massive hole leading to the undercurrent universe. In a scene very similar to the one Xia Fei had witnessed before, the dark spiritualists had joined together with the evil Shadow Dragoons to lay down a 6 cycles array. They wanted to open up the second of the 6 cycles and draw out the beast flood here. However, this time, they were missing an annihilator expert, so Ninshatsi, Yabu, and the others were forced to share the load, and they were much slower at opening the array. The big-mouthed Tianku wiped the sweat from his face and cursed. That accursed Fengyu. We were supposed not to do anything reckless, but he ran off on his own and lost his life. If he were around, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Ninshatsi was stunned. No wonder the dragoons were missing a person. He had been killed. An expert who could kill a dragoon? Ninshatsi had questions, but he did not ask them. After all, he had the weakest cultivation among everyone present and had no right to speak. The bescarfed Dallas looked up at the stars and said sternly, I don't feel much about Fengyu's death, but are those old things up above really going to let us keep making trouble in Alpha? This stance is truly confusing. Are they certain that we won't succeed? The other dragoons nodded and looked at Yabu, the strongest of their number. It was very interesting. Even the Devil Shadow Dragoon felt like it was weird that the Annihilator universe had not sent anyone to the Alpha universe in order to pacify their rebellion. It was also odd that the other warriors of Alpha, who knew what was going on, did not intervene. No one dared to say whether this hand was good or not, but it was very weird. They had drawn out the beast flood and thrown the lower 5 stars into chaos, but Annihilator acted as if nothing was happening. What exactly were those guys, who symbolized the peak powers in all known universes, thinking? Yabu exhaled and said sternly, Just focus on your duties. There's no need to worry about anything else. Let's put our all into it and open up the second of the 6 cycles. All right, understood. Rumble. A giant Ferris wheel appeared in the eternal darkness of space, and then the howls of exotic beasts resounded through Alpha. The edge of the Red Pine Nebula. Xia Fei returned to the place where he had been making soul weapons to continue his work. After experimenting with Fengyu, Xia Fei was more confident in his ability to lay down soul arrays. Whoosh! Xia Guanghai, Furball, and Little Goldie excitedly came up to Xia Fei and threw a short bite burst snake to the ground. This python with an alligator-like head had already been beaten by Xia Guanghai to its dying breath, and with Furball and Little Goldie around, it did not dare to move. This should be enough. The short bite burst snake is a divine beast. Try and see if you can devour it. Xia Guanghai licked his lips and said. Over the last 2 days, Xia Fei had been focusing on making soul weapons, while Xia Guanghai, Furball, and Little Goldie had been hunting exotic beasts. After finding out that Xia Fei could use the serpent-swallowing whale manual to eat exotic beasts and strengthen himself, Xia Guanghai had taken it upon himself to catch and bring back many exotic beasts. Alas, for some reason, Xia Fei felt nothing toward these exotic beasts. This was not like with the Black Star Toad, where Xia Fei immediately sensed its soul upon its death and felt the desire to seize its soul for himself. Even more strangely was that, when they returned from dark space, they found that many of the exotic beasts that Fengyu had attracted were gone, and it was all the higher-ranked beasts that had gone missing. Xia Fei nodded. Hold on a moment. Let me finish this last batch of soul weapons. In addition, the Grand Ancestor and the others are on their way back. Once they return, we can leave this place. Xia Guanghai said reluctantly. We're leaving already? Why don't we stay a few more days to catch some more decent divine beasts? Maybe you're unable to devour these ones because they're not on the same rank as the Black Star Toad. Xia Fei replied. That truly might be the case, but I'm worried about the situation over at the Cosmic Gate. I received word that the Dark Spiritualists had opened the Undercurrent Gate, activating the second of the 6 cycles. It should be our turn next, so we need to get back and lay down a soul array first, preparing all the possible defenses we can muster. We can't let the beast flood reach the Law Realm. Xia Guanghai frowned. Fine, let's do as you say. It's still a pity that we have to leave all these exotic beasts behind. A few moments later, Xia Fei finished the last batch of soul weapons. After putting away that mountain of weapons, he grabbed that unfortunate divine beast. The rank of a short bite burst snake is measured by the number of teeth it has. With each additional rank, it loses a tooth and grows a silver fawn. This snake has 2 silver fangs, meaning that it's a rank 2 divine beast. Did it take some effort for you to capture it? Xia Fei opened up the mouth of the snake and asked. Xia Guanghai smiled. No trouble at all. Furball and Little Goldie surrounded it, while I came up and gave it 2 whacks with my axe. Perhaps because your pets know that they're catching divine beasts for your sake, they've worked very hard. The cunning Furball immediately used this chance to take credit, putting on an exhausted look as he gazed up at Xia Fei anxiously. As for Little Goldie, it smiled sillily. Understood. You'll be rewarded for your work. Xia Fei placed a hand on each of the 2's small heads as he spoke. The beast horde gathered by Fengyu seemed savage, but the real high rankers had seemingly vanished. Xia Guanghai had required some time to catch this rank 2 divine beast. Plush. Xia Fei immediately grabbed the snake and pulled, instantly tearing this 5-meter-long python in 2. Soul weapons could not be used to kill divine beasts. After all, soul weapons would injure the soul, and if the soul of the snake was shattered, Xia Fei would have nothing to absorb. Feel anything? Xia Guanghai asked nervously. Xia Fei did not answer, spreading his spirit energy through the cave in hopes of sensing the short bite burst snake's soul. Alas, after half a minute, Xia Fei did not sense anything. Xia Fei helplessly drew back his spirit energy, sat on the ground once more, and stared at the divine beast's corpse. Strange. Since there's no problem with the method, why can't I sense the divine beast's soul? Xia Fei frowned and muttered. Xia Guanghai said dejectedly. It couldn't be that it didn't have a high enough rank, could it? Can you only absorb the souls of max-rank divine beasts? That will make things much more difficult. Xia Fei felt like there was no other reason besides that. After all, he had done everything as per the manual's instructions. Since he still did not get any energy, he could only pin the blame on the rank of the exotic beast. Nonetheless, according to the serpent-swallowing whale, all exotic beasts had souls, and if one did as the manual said, they could get something. All that differed was how much one obtained. However, Xia Fei had already torn apart at least 100 beast kings, and now this rank 2 divine beast, yet there was no reaction. Just what could be the reason? Xia Fei wondered. Suddenly, a sharp screech came from the depths of space. Whoosh! The snuggling furball instantly jumped up and let out a fierce reply. From his excited expression, this was something far above the Black Star Toad. What is it? Such powerful energy pulses, exclaimed Xia Guanghai. It was clear that a powerful and strange energy signal was rapidly approaching the plane that Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai were on. Besides its powerful energy, it was absurdly fast. Rumble! Before Xia Fei could understand what was happening, a light charged into the planet and rushed past Xia Fei and Xia Guanghai. Such audacity, Xia Guanghai said, his eyes bulging. He had met many unruly exotic beasts. Were Xia Guanghai, Xia Fei, Furball, and Little Goldie not all domineering experts? Yet a single exotic beast had passed in the middle of them, treating them as if they were empty air. Furball was furious. This was a challenge. A brazen challenge. A whoa! Furball and Little Goldie growled in fury and chased after that white lightning bolt. Xia Guanghai also gave chase, swinging around his giant axe as he did. Rumble! The planet was cleaved in two. "Stop it," shouted Xia Guanghai. Furball and Little Goldie would normally not listen to Xia Guanghai. After all, they only had one master, which was Xia Fei, and he was the only whose orders they heeded. However, since all of them were currently so enraged, they ended up sharing a common foe. Xia Fei set off behind the other man, for he was thinking of a problem. Why had this exotic beast chosen to pass by them? It did not make sense. Furball, Xia Fei, Little Goldie, and Xia Guanghai were all vicious characters. The number of people that had died at their hands could make a mountain, let alone exotic beasts. Even divine beasts and holy beasts had to detour around them. When Xia Fei saw the body of the short-bite burst snake, he immediately knew the answer. That divine beast's head had been neatly torn off. That exotic beast had risked going between them for food. When he remembered how there were not any high-ranking exotic beasts around, Xia Fei instantly had a theory. Perhaps those high-ranking beasts had all been killed by this thing. To be able to clear out all the high-ranking exotic beasts and then rush past Xia Fei's group, this guy had to be a devilish existence. Whoosh! Xia Fei was much faster than Xia Guanghai, and he instantly caught up to the one at the front of their group. That white streak of light had already left them far behind, its speed simply jaw-dropping. "Go and get the warship. Leave this place to me," Xia Fei barked an order. Xia Guanghai nodded and shot off to activate the warship. The warship had a warp engine and could surpass the speed of light. Without it, Xia Guanghai would be quickly left behind. Huh. Xia Fei took Furball and Little Goldie and stuffed them into his chest pockets, after which he unfurled his fiend wings, utilizing his maximum speed. 30 million meters per second, a speed near light speed. Gradually, Xia Fei neared that extremely fast exotic beast. Xia Fei was shocked at this speed comparable to his. He could not even recall an exotic beast that could reach this level of speed. It must be understood that Xia Fei was traveling at 1/10 of the speed of light. He was already very close to light speed. Hee. The exotic beast let out a joyful cry. It appeared as though stealing food from Xia Fei and killing high-ranking exotic beasts were just a game to it. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, his fiend energy exploding. He accelerated as hard as he could. However, the moment Xia Fei accelerated, that white exotic beast also accelerated, always maintaining a set distance between it and Xia Fei. Oh whoa, Furball grew furious. It was clearly messing around with him and his master. Xia Fei suddenly had a terrifying idea. There was only one existence higher and more arrogant than divine beasts, the Yggdragon. Could this be a living Yggdragon? As Xia Fei was pondering on this question, his feet suddenly slipped, and he entered a very strange state. It was as though time had stopped. Xia Fei suddenly entered a very strange state. Seemingly having passed through a giant blob of jelly, his surroundings became eerily silent and slick, and his speed even dropped drastically. Whoosh! Xia Fei stopped in his tracks, for he discovered that he had entered a different space. Beneath his feet were white clouds like soft cotton candies, and they bounced under him. Farther off was a bridge made of white jade, white pavilions and fountains, and even an artificial lake with white liquid, which gave off the scent of milk, could be seen, too. What is this place? Xia Fei muttered in surprise. My home. Around 100 meters away from Xia Fei, a tall and slender figure appeared and smiled at him. This was a refined young master with a white face and rosy red lips. He wore simple clothes, and his head was almost completely bald, bearing only a small little braid. He held a white creature about the size of a rabbit in his hand, which turned around and naughtily smiled at Xia Fei. No doubt that this creature was the swift exotic beast Xia Fei had been chasing. It had a master, and by the looks of it, it was a white fox. You're not chasing my little baby because you wanted to eat him, were you? This young master smiled and asked. Xia Fei replied coolly, I don't know whether your little baby tastes good or not, but he ate a lot of high-ranking exotic beasts while outside, and he's very picky, only eating those of the divine beast rank. The young master frowned and pointed at the white fox. You? I really can't relax around you. You ran out to steal food again. What if you run into a bad person? That would be a disaster. The silver fox seemed to have realized that Xia Fei had told on him and bared his teeth at him, a savage glint in his eyes. His cute appearance instantly disappeared, replaced by a row of sharp teeth and eyes that were spitting flame and a murderous aura exploded from him. Whoa! Furball was a holy beast, and he reacted very quickly to this attitude. He poked his head and growled at the silver fox and his master, making the murderous intent in this dimension even more concentrated. Furball and the silver fox were both white, and they both put on cute pretenses, but once they got angry, they would reveal their innate savagery, and their murderous intents rammed against each other in an invisible clash. The young master saw Furball and nodded. "Oh, so it's Holy Beast Shatterstar. I didn't think that your personal exotic beast would have so much weight." As he spoke, little Goldie also poked out its head, a dumb look on its face. The demon chrysalis clearly did not know what was going on. The young master's eyes brightened, and he appeared even more delighted. This is a rare one. It's truly rare to see such a high degree of genetic mutation." With a flip of his hand, the white fox disappeared. The man made an inviting gesture and said, "Since you're here at my home, you can be a guest. Please, come inside." Xia Fei thought it over and decided to follow the man to the clearing in the center of the White Lake. There was a table and chairs made from white jade there, and next to those were a row of strange trees. They were all white and sparkling, and small white fruit hung from them. The young master picked a white fruit from a tree and placed it on the table. "Please eat." "Right, my name is Yang Ji." "You, Xia Fei," he replied casually. Xia Fei then grabbed a white fruit and inspected it. Yang Ji remarked unhappily, "Really? I mean you no harm. So why are you still so cautious? You don't eat the fruit I give you. You hide a weapon in your hand, and you've even had that plant weapon of yours burrow underground." Xia Fei put down the white fruit and smiled. "This space of yours inexplicably appeared in the middle of the sea of stars, and I still have no idea how I got in here or how I'm going to get out. Plus, your exotic beast ate my combat spoils and has shown hostility toward me. How can I not be on my guard in this situation? You're really complicated." Yang Ji shook his head. "I invited you to eat some fruit, so how could I hold any hostility to you?" Xia Fei was rendered speechless. Was this Yang Ji stupid or simple, treating inviting someone to eat fruit as the greatest kindness? What if the fruit was poisoned? After some thought, Yang Ji asked, "Are all the people of Alpha as complicated as you? Do you guys like killing exotic beasts?" Xia Fei replied, "Sapient life forms are complicated existences. As for exotic beasts, that depends on the kind of exotic beasts. I don't care about the lives of those savage ones outside, but if anyone touches my furball, I won't let them go." Furball? It's quite the affectionate name. A pity that he's a holy beast. Yang Ji sighed. What's wrong with him being a holy beast? Xia Fei asked in displeasure. It appeared that Yang Ji did not like Furball very much. While holy beasts are unique, they don't follow the rules. They're like wandering warriors, going around all by themselves and refusing to be controlled. Yang Ji replied very seriously. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and countered. Isn't it good not to be controlled? We're not born in this universe to be controlled by others. When it came toward refusing to be controlled by others, the Skywings were all restless fellows, and Xia Fei was famous for breaking the rules. Thus, he found nothing wrong with that. Such a simple argument had Yang Ji falling into deep thought. He rubbed his nose very hard. He was very sensitive to the scent of Xia Fei's tobacco, and muttered, I ran away from home, and while I was afraid, I also felt very excited. Could it be for a reason like this? Xia Fei frowned. Yang Ji had raised an extremely high-ranking exotic beast as a pet, proving that he had an extraordinary background. A young master like this had run away from home. Xia Fei could not help but be baffled. The universe was so vast, so why had he come to this Red Pine Nebula? This place was in the grips of the beast flood and was not a good place to be. If he wanted a taste of excitement, he should have gone to the core regions. Was Yang Ji appearing here some kind of inevitability? Xia Fei smiled and asked, What species is that baby of yours, for him to be capable of running so fast? Yang Ji boasted, Baby is a shadow fox. Unless you're a speedster, you'll never be able to catch him. Still, you absolutely can't hurt him. Baby only eats ordinary exotic beasts and won't attack sapient life forms, not unless you threaten him. Xia Fei pursed his lips. Ordinary exotic beasts? I saw with my 2 eyes your little fox biting off the head of a short-bite burst snake. That's a rank 2 divine beast. Yang Ji smiled. It's nothing but a short-bite burst snake. That's only an ordinary exotic beast. Baby just told me that you're planning to kill the snake and absorb its soul. Alas, that snake's rank was too low. Your energy system simply couldn't sense its soul. My baby couldn't stand to see you waste the good food, so he boldly rushed past you and took it for himself. Xia Fei was left speechless. Where did Yang Ji come from that he regarded divine beasts as ordinary creatures? As for communicating with his personal exotic beast, that was quite normal. Even Furball, who could not speak, could understand what Xia Fei was saying. The minds of exotic beasts and their masters had always been linked. You're saying that I couldn't sense the short-bite burst snake's soul because its rank was too low? Xia Fei asked curiously. Correct. Aren't you one of those legendary spiritualists? You have the unrestricted soul spirit mark. That kind of ancient soul mark has the ability to absorb souls. You currently have 8 soul marks, so a divine beast must be at least rank 8 for you to be able to sense it. Even if you have somewhat stronger senses, you need at least rank 7. You naturally can't sense a mere rank 2 divine beast. Yang Ji said in a very matter-of-fact tone. This person did not seem to have any ulterior motives, speaking very directly. Xia Fei was flabbergasted. He had only speculated that the unrestricted lineage had the ability to absorb souls, but Yang Ji seemed dead certain, as if he had a deep understanding of the history behind Xia Fei's soul marks. He inspected Yang Ji and found him to lack the aura of a warrior. This meant that there were only 2 possibilities. Yang Ji's level was too high for Xia Fei to comprehend his existence, or Yang Ji simply was not a warrior. Both possibilities left Xia Fei terrified. The vastness of the universe was filled with unknowns, but this encounter left him very weirded out. It seemed like this simple man across from him was not so simple at all. Do you know Chu Jingfeng? Yang Ji asked abruptly. Xia Fei replied. Senior Chu is the master who drafts the 1,000 soul ranking. I only know of his name, but have had no opportunity to meet him. Yang Ji nodded. So Chu Jingfeng is still alive? I'll be honest. My clan is friends with Chu Jingfeng. We don't have many friends, and he is considered a very good one. The entire clan likes him. Xia Fei asked, Does your clan live in the Annihilator? How else could you know Senior Chu? Yang Ji grimaced. Apparently, the people of the Annihilator don't like us that much. I certainly don't dare to go there. As for Chu Jingfeng, he's quite the strange person. Many years ago, he ran over to our clan and asked to fight with my dad. My dad ended up beating him pretty badly, and since then, he's lived in our clan and became friends with all of us. Yang Ji sighed. My dad said that if everyone is like Chu Jingfeng, we won't need to hide. You're pretty good. At least, Baby doesn't hate you. He said that you have an aura very similar to some of our clan's friends from many years ago. Xia Fei felt rather baffled. Yang Ji had a very poor grasp of conversation flow, and his random questions and digressions left one very confused. Friends? What sort of friends of your clan am I like? Xia Fei asked. Friends from many years ago. Apparently, they were on very good terms with our clan. Alas, something happened to them, and something also happened to our clan. From that day forward, we've gone our separate ways and have had no chances of meeting again. My dad always gets very sad whenever he talks about them. I feel like, if they're people that my father still thinks about so much, they shouldn't be bad people. Baby's grandfather met them before, so Baby took a liking to you the moment he saw you. This kid is very smart. He stole your exotic beast so that you would chase him on purpose and he could bring you here. Baby can't hide such things from me. You know, Yang Ji said smugly. Yang Ji suddenly reached out and rapped on Xia Fei's chest. Xia Fei was very nervous, but he did not stop him. Bang bang. The hard sky devil plate armor let out a clang. Yang Ji asked curiously, What's under your clothes? Xia Fei's mind rapidly worked, and finally, his intense curiosity overcame everything else. He pulled aside his clothes, revealing the sky devil armor, flying eagle plume. With delight in his eyes, Yang Ji said excitedly, This plate armor has an aura very similar to that of the friends my dad spoke of. Let me call Baby and have him confirm. Xia Fei's jaw dropped. Flying eagle plume was one of the legacies of the 4 great sky devils of the Fiend clan. Was the clan friend Yang Ji had spoken of the Fiend clan? Yang Ji flipped a hand over, and as if by magic, that shadow fox by the name of Baby returned. The white fox, who was clearly intelligent, still felt resentful over Xia Fei for telling on him, and he shot a glare at him. Furball felt unhappy about this and immediately growled in return. After spending so long with Xia Fei, Furball had developed a habit of avenging every wrong. No matter who it was, as long as they disrespected his master, Furball would have the impulse to kill them. Xia Fei hastily pushed Furball back and said, "My apologies. This little guy is somewhat unruly." Yang Ji was very understanding. It's normal. Exotic beasts aren't just loyal to their masters, but will also take up the personalities of their masters. Plus, Shatterstar and Shadow Foxes are both Tier 2 powerful creatures, so it's very normal for them to compete against each other. Xia Fei asked curiously, "Only Tier 2? Then what's on Tier 1? Yang Ji grimaced in fear, and he began to count with his fingers. Tier 1 naturally consists of those ancient wicked beasts, those that stand at the very top of the food chain. Forget about it. Talking about them is actually very inauspicious." Xia Fei nodded. It was easy to guess that Yang Ji was referring to the three great wicked beasts of ancient times, Stellar Dawn, Stellar Chrysalis, and the ancient Megadragon. In terms of combat power, the ancient Megadragon had once forced the elders of the various great sapient clans to use suicidal methods just to hold off its attacks. Putting aside the fact that all the experts of the known universe had died in that battle, the survivors had to divide it into 9 regions, which surrounded the Megadragon clan, preventing it from invading a second time. This was a clear indicator of how much the sapient life forms feared these mythological creatures. They were the only existences that could stand shoulder to shoulder with gods. Then what about Yggdragon? Xia Fei asked. How is their combat power? Yang Ji hastily raised his hands. Yggdragon aren't dragons. While they have dragon in their name, they have nothing to do with real dragons, and they aren't savage at all. It's just like how your holy beast Shatterstar shouldn't be put alongside other beasts. Does Furball have other friends besides you? Yang Ji asked. Xia Fei shook his head. Furball truly did not have any friends. He was black-hearted and ruthless, proud, and aloof. If Xia Fei was not around to control him, this guy would probably go to war against the entire universe. He simply did not know the meaning of fear. Yang Ji pursed his lips. That's exactly it. Holy beasts can't be categorized with the common beasts and are more like wandering warriors. Yggdragon are somewhat similar. Holy beasts represent the most special personalities among beasts, while Yggdragon represent the highest form of intelligence. They're like the cultivators of sapient races. Xia Fei frowned and said, I was just asking, why are you so tense about it? Yang Ji had an embarrassed look on his face as he whispered, You don't understand many things, so I naturally have to explain, or else you'll believe that Yggdragons are as wicked and savage as dragons. Xia Fei found Yang Ji to be very bizarre. He grew frantic whenever Yggdragon were brought up, as if people would have some misunderstanding about them. Purely in terms of combat power, Yggdragon are very formidable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be known for being second only to dragons. Still, Yggdragon normally don't fight with other people, and that's because they're closer to intelligent beings like humans and blue bloods, Yang Ji explained. Yang Ji brought baby closer to Xia Fei as he spoke. The white fox sniffed at Xia Fei, and then his face relaxed as if he had gotten intoxicated. After whispering something into Yang Ji's ear, the shadow fox disappeared. It really is. You really do have some great connection to my clan's lost friends. Yang Ji was as excited as a small child. Xia Fei was startled, asking, Why do you say that? Who exactly were your clan's friends? Yang Ji replied, Our friends are our friends. I've never met anyone from that clan before, nor has baby, but as the shadow foxes have a blood inheritance, he's able to understand a bit of what had happened back then through it. Baby said that you have a lot of things left behind by our friends on you, and you yourself have the odor of our friends. Xia Fei was rendered somewhat speechless. What equipment did he have the most? Naturally, the legacies of the Fiend clan. Setting aside the Fiend Scar, Fiend Tears, and Fiend Lock, he had the mystical plate armor of the Sky Devils. When he put 2 and 2 together, it appeared that Yang Ji's clan was really friends with the Fiend clan. He recalled Yang Ji's previous words. Something had happened to their friends and his clans. Clearly, the Yang clan had been dragged down by the Fiend clan's betrayal, causing them to go into hiding. It was only because Yang Ji had disobeyed his parents and run away from home that Xia Fei had gotten a chance to know him. Oh, the Fiend clan. I truly do have some connection to it. I was actually supposed to join the Devil Shadow Dragoons, but judging from the current situation, it'll be very difficult for me to become a Devil Shadow Dragoon, Xia Fei muttered. Xia Fei now knew that the Devil Shadow Dragoons had betrayed the Annihilators en masse, and this was their second time betraying the Annihilators. Although Xia Fei was not involved, as a Devil Shadow Dragoon neophyte, Xia Fei could not consider himself uninvolved. He was unsure what awaited him, so there was a heavy tone of self-derision in his voice. Yang Ji did not understand what Xia Fei was saying. Smiling, he said, "Friends are friends. It has nothing to do with species. My parents missed those friends terribly, so you should come and be a guest at our home. They'll definitely be overjoyed. If I have the chance, I'll pay a visit," Xia Fei replied casually. Yang Ji did not have much social experience, so he treated it as the truth and began to count the days with his fingers. Xia Fei said, "I'm talking about the future. I still have something very important to take care of." Yang Ji nodded. "In the future? So how about next month?" "Oh, next month is my father's birthday. You can come on his birthday and give him a wonderful surprise." "I'm a genius." Xia Fei was speechless. The future was next month? By whose rules? Without taking any opinions, Yang Ji decided on the day Xia Fei would visit his home. It would be on his father's birthday, which was next month. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, "Is your clan very familiar with the Fiend clan?" Yang Ji nodded. "Yes, they are very, very good friends." Xia Fei said, "If you can help me with something, I may be able to free up some time to visit your home and pay respect to your parents." Xia Fei stroked his spatial ring and took out the Fiend Tears. "This is a weapon passed down from the Fiend clan, but I've never been able to find out how to use it. Your clan is very familiar with the Fiends, so perhaps you've seen it before." Yang Ji took the Fiend Tears and inspected it. He smiled and said, "While I've never seen it before, my father has a similar piece of equipment. If my guess is right, the method to use it should be similar." Surprised, Xia Fei perked up his ears. "Take out a weapon," Yang Ji said. Xia Fei took out the white dragon screech from the spatial ring, but to his surprise, Yang Ji scowled upon seeing the sword, his nose twitching and a look of great sorrow on his face. "This one is no good. Hurry up and put it away. That sword was made from the bones of an Yggdragon, and Yggdragons died with immense sorrow. That's why it lets out a mournful screech whenever you take it out, making others uncomfortable." Yang Ji looked away as he explained this. With no other choice, Xia Fei put the white dragon screech away and took out the fiend chains. Yang Ji seemed to be extremely sensitive. He was even able to sense the sorrow a Yggdragon had experienced before death. Yang Ji seemed to have lost interest after seeing the white dragon screech. He pointed at the Fiend Tears and said, "This weapon has no offensive properties on its own. It's called a compound mystical armament. In other words, it can only be used when fused with another weapon." Xia Fei did as Yang Ji said and applied his spirit energy to Fiend Lock and Fiend Tears at the same time. A miracle occurred. These were two unrelated weapons, but when the same energy was applied to them, the Fiend Tears gained magnetic properties, tightly attaching to the Fiend Chain and refusing to be parted with it. It's really as I thought. The Fiend clan had many masters with unconventional ideas, and the Fiend Tears was a manifestation of their imagination. If you want these mystical armaments to be even more tightly bound, you must insert more energy. Relax. This energy won't go to waste. First, the energy will more tightly bind the two mystical armaments, making it so that they won't separate from intense impacts. This is similar to the principle of magnetism. The stronger the magnetic force, the more force that will be needed to separate them. Second, the more energy you insert into the Fiend Tears, the greater the amount of combat power added. In short, this weapon tests the user's energy reserves. If you want a lot of combat power, you must put in a lot of energy, and it will put the destructive power and lethality of this energy on full display, Yang Ji said indifferently. His experience with the white dragon screech had seemingly completely drained him of energy. Xia Fei nodded. He liked this sort of direct method. There was no trick. The Fiend Tears would express as much combat power as the energy he gave it. Energy was the source of everything, and Xia Fei had plenty of it. He currently had an unprecedented 220,000 units of spirit energy in his 7th brain region. Xia Fei crazily poured spirit energy into the fiend tears at once. Whoosh! The tear-shaped jewel let out a dazzling light. Yang Ji's jaw dropped in shock. After pouring in the energy, Xia Fei swung the weapon. The power of the fiend tears had caused a stunning change in the fiend lock. The flexible blade, which was thinner than a hair strand, became a ray of light. It was as if Xia Fei were not wielding a weapon but a flexible laser instead. Energy wrapped around the fiend lock through fiend tears, crazily traveling through it. As the fiend lock danced, it let out a shrill whistle. It was like a super electric saw, a bolt of thunder that sought to tear apart the universe. Rumble! An unbelievable sight took place. As Xia Fei casually waved the fiend lock, the space that Yang Ji had constructed was instantly sliced in two. The fiend lock sliced through it like a coconut, revealing the white pulp within. Above them was the darkness of space, those white clouds, white bridge, and white river, all destroyed. That's too dangerous. Just how much energy did you put into the fiend tears? Yang Ji jumped in fright, fear on his face. Xia Fei awkwardly raised a finger. 1,000 units. Yang Ji's eyes bulged. What did you put that much energy in for? You want to dismantle the universe. Shocked, Xia Fei whispered, it's not 1,000, it's 10,000. 10,000 units. Yang Ji was flabbergasted. You're crazy. Absolutely mad. Don't you understand what the spirit energy you use is? That's the purest form of energy in the universe. Putting 10,000 units of spirit energy into fiend tears is essentially instantly adding the combat power of 10,000 units of spirit energy to fiend lock. Xia Fei nodded. The fiend lock had been so absurdly powerful that even he was shocked by it. People had always believed that sabers and swords were the sharpest weapons, but it was actually energy that had the ability to cleave through the heavens. Simply put, lasers were energy, and they could easily destroy warships or planets. After some thought, Xia Fei asked, "Then what will happen if I attach fiend tears to a suit of armor?" Yang Ji replied, "It would boost your defense. That's why fiend tears is so powerful. Although it has no combat power on its own, it can boost any weapon or suit of armor. When attached to a weapon, it'll increase your attack. When attached to armor, it'll boost your defense. The level of the boost will depend on how much energy you put in." Xia Fei asked in surprise, "So what if I put in 100 million units of spirit energy?" Yang Ji laughed. "Then you can start slaughtering dragons." However, the moment Yang Ji said this, he found the words to be inappropriate and quickly shut his mouth. A warship rumbled over. Fiend Lock had created quite a stir when it destroyed Yang Ji's dimension, so Xia Guanghai had come by tracing the energy reaction. Jumping off the warship, Xia Guanghai asked sternly, "Xia Fei, are you okay?" Xia Fei replied, "I just made a new friend. Yang Ji, this is one of my big brothers, Xia Guanghai." Yang Ji and Xia Guanghai, who was still in shock from this severed dimension, greeted each other. "Who did this?" Xia Guanghai asked. Xia Fei scratched his head awkwardly. He had studied the law of space, so he knew that Yang Ji had probably needed quite some time to make that perfect dimension of whiteness. He could not help but feel apologetic over destroying it. Xia Guanghai knew at once what had happened from Xia Fei's expression. "You did this. You weren't even gone for an hour. Did you skip levels?" Xia Guanghai asked in shock. Xia Guanghai estimated that advancing one level was not enough for Xia Fei to deal so much damage. Based on how neatly this dimension had been cut, Xia Fei had clearly done this at one go. With one move, he had destroyed the entire dimension. Xia Fei chuckled. "Of course not, though I did get my hands on a lethal weapon that's even better than skipping levels." Something even better than skipping levels? Xia Fei was the newest member of the Skywings, but by now, he had left even Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing in the dust. The existence of the Skywings was in itself a miracle, and Xia Fei was a miracle among miracles. Xia Guanghai instantly felt defeated. He found an excuse to go back to the warship and wait for Xia Fei. Shrugging, Yang Ji said, "It seems like I'll have to find somewhere else to live. After all, we have a promise that you'll be coming to my father's birthday party next month." Xia Fei replied, "But I may not have time next month yet." Yang Ji very unhappily said, "That won't do. That won't do. We already agreed on it. In any case, I'll come and pick you up when the time comes. I've already remembered your scent, So even if you hide at the ends of the universe, I'll still find you. Scent. Xia Fei was baffled. Yang Ji found people through their scent? Was he born in the year of the dog? Offering Xia Fei several white fruits, Yang Ji said, I'm very happy to have run into an old friend of my clan here. Take this as a greeting gift. Xia Fei looked and saw that these were none other than the white fruit from the tree. Yang Ji had given them to Xia Fei before, but Xia Fei had cautiously chosen not to eat them. What use do these fruits have? Xia Fei asked. Yang Ji seemed to consider these fruits extremely valuable, but even though Xia Fei had studied the serpent-swallowing whale, he still could not tell what benefits these fruits provided. Yang Ji smiled. They're very useful. I guarantee that once you eat one, you won't forget it. Suddenly, Yang Ji raised his head, looking to the distance and muttering. It seems like someone over there has just captured a high-ranked divine beast. You want to devour the soul of one, right? This is your chance. Xia Fei was startled. Looking at the time, it was almost the return of the Grand Ancestors group. Had they caught a divine beast? Quickly contacting Radix, he found out that that really was the case. Xia Guqing's group had run into a divine beast on their way back, and it was very strong, so the Skywing Wolves were planning to kill it. Xia Fei quickly told Radix to leave it alive. High-ranking divine beasts could provide abundant energy to Xia Fei. If he could finish this absorption, he would be more confident in dealing with the dark spiritualists, so he could not miss out on this chance. I'm going now. Let's meet again in the coming days, Xia Fei said with a smile. The coming day? Tomorrow is no good. I'll go and find you next month, Yang Ji replied seriously. Xia Fei was rendered speechless once more. Yang Ji seemed to have a very different understanding of time compared to Xia Fei. Coming days clearly did not indicate any particular day, but Yang Ji interpreted it as being tomorrow. Take good care of your Yggdragons. The dark spiritualists used a Yggdragon's corpse as the primer to open up the 6 cycles. Your baby will be in trouble if they get their hands on him, Xia Fei said. Before leaving, Xia Fei decided to test Yang Ji and see if that shadow fox baby was a Yggdragon or not. To his surprise, Yang Ji went pale in shock. I see. So they used the bones of a Yggdragons as the primer. No wonder things are like this. Yang Ji muttered, lost in thought. Xia Fei did not understand what he was saying, but Xia Guqing and the others were still waiting for him, so he left together with Xia Guanghai. After Xia Fei was gone, Yang Ji remained in a daze for quite a while before finally muttering, No, I have to tell father. Using the bones of a Yggdragon as a primer is just too evil. No wonder they were able to open a passage. Yang Ji turned to leave, but at this moment, Baby crawled up to his ear and whispered something. Oh, so Xia Guanghai was also one of our clan's friends. Yang Ji turned in the direction of the long-gone warship and murmured. All of the Skywings were stunned by the sight of Xia Fei using the serpent-swallowing whale codex to absorb the soul of a divine beast. Isn't this too amazing? A divine beast can be eaten, Xia Geng remarked. Everyone turned to Furball in unison, who shivered and quickly hid behind Xia Fei. Everyone laughed. They were all used to teasing Furball. Furball bared his teeth and growled, demonstrating his might to the crowd. After having experienced the process once, Xia Fei had a much easier time absorbing the divine beast's soul this time. The key was not to be rushed, but rather to digest it bit by bit. Once the opponent became weak, they would be just like a lamb waiting for Xia Fei to be slaughtered. Xia Fei stood up and swung his arms around. His body felt very light, as if he had just had a gourmet meal. How much energy did you absorb this time? Xia Guanghai placed a hand on Xia Fei's shoulder and asked. Around 100,000, Xia Fei replied. Xia Guanghai did not think much of this number, for absorbing the Black Star Toad had given Xia Fei around 200,000 units. But the Skywing Wolves were very excited. After all, even Annihilator warriors would find 100,000 to be an incredible number. Everyone surrounded Xia Fei and started asking him questions, mostly about how he was able to absorb the soul of an exotic beast, and if they could do it, too. Once they realized that they needed to be spiritualists with the serpent-swallowing whale codex, the Skywings sighed in disappointment. Xia Guqing said loudly, We don't have much time left. Let's talk while on the way back. Set off. The warship lifted off, and the Skywing embarked on the journey home. Oro was still defending the cosmic gate, and he was a trustworthy man. But without the elite Skywings, The defenses of the Law Realm were clearly fragile. Thus, the Skywings needed to get back as quickly as possible so that they could lay down the defensive solar array. Even if they used the spatial arrays, it would take some time to get back to the Law Realm from the Red Pine Nebula. After all, the distance was far too great, spanning more than half the universe. Xia Fei locked himself in his room and inspected the white fruit Yang Ji had given him. There were 5 in total, colorless and odorless, and with a pleasant crystalline luster. Even you don't recognize these fruits? Radix asked. Xia Fei shook his head. I don't recognize these. Yang Ji gave them to me so solemnly, so there must be something special about these fruits. He even considered inviting someone else to eat these fruits a great honor. He also got very angry when I didn't eat one back in his dimension. Radix replied, What a mysterious fellow. What sort of person is he? Right? You have the serpent-swallowing whale. Isn't that codex said to be the most comprehensive catalog of food? It even taught you how to eat divine beasts. Xia Fei replied, That's exactly what's so weird about it. Could these white fruits not belong to this universe? Does the serpent-swallowing whale have any related records? Radix asked casually. Related? Xia Fei realized that this was a pretty good idea. If he could find something similar to these 5 fruits, he would be able to conjecture the fruit's origins and use. They might be some mutated form of another food. Xia Fei took out the serpent-swallowing whale codex and swiftly flipped through it. This one is a little similar, Xia Fei said. In the last few pages of the codex, Xia Fei found a similar-looking fruit, but this fruit was green. It really is. Practically identical in everything except color, and this fruit is also odorless, Radix said. Xia Fei read out the words on the page. Lasting Draconid Essence. Dragons, or Yggdragons, must go through 9 moltings in their lifetime. After each molting, one can extract 9 seeds from the area near the spine. Each seed can be planted and grown into a tree, which will bear 9 fruit. The color of the tree and fruit will change depending on the number of moltings. The color will be light at first and darken with each successive molting. Xia Fei and Radix were stunned. After a draconid molted, if one cut open the tough backskin, one would find seeds in the flesh. Planting these seeds would get 9 fruits. How bizarre was this? Were these white fruit lasting draconid essences? Fruits derived from a draconid? Was it these seeds being from a juvenile dragon that made the fruit white? Xia Fei was just about to read what a lasting draconid essence could be used for when the warship fiercely shuddered, tossing Xia Fei through his room. What's going on? Xia Fei quickly looked out the deck window. Outside was a pitch-black space, and for some reason, the warship had been thrown out of the spatial array they were in. What's going on here? Xia Fei stormed into the command deck and asked. Not too sure. The spatial array suddenly stopped working and threw us out of the track, Xia Guanghai, who was operating the warship, replied. Immediately check for damage and confirm out current location, Xia Fei ordered. The spatial arrays were like lines of high-speed railroads. Right now, it was akin to a train that had suddenly gotten derailed, throwing the Skywing warship into a completely unknown location. It was simply unimaginable for such an extremely refined track, like a spatial array, to have such a serious incident. It was already extraordinarily lucky that the Skywing warship hadn't been torn apart by the spatial pressure. Leaving the command deck, Xia Fei found a quiet place to take out the Jade Sunset Pearl and contact White Haze. After several days of not seeing each other, White Haze had gotten much older. Xia Fei explained the situation to White Haze, who was not all that surprised. I already know. All of the spatial arrays in the Alpha universe have stopped working. I reported this matter to my superiors, but I haven't received any reply yet. The spatial arrays were built according to the designs from Annihilators, and there hasn't been a single incident with them for eons, so this incident must be man-made. Luckily, Alpha's arrays have counter-protective measures. It's also very fortunate that none of you were injured. Man-made. Xia Fei was stunned, and then he urgently requested, I don't care what the reason is. Just tell me how I can reactivate the arrays. White Haze shook his head helplessly. This incident is unprecedented. I estimate that it will take several days for my superiors to investigate the matter thoroughly. Several days? Xia Fei's eyes erupted with flames. He had already taken the most elite Skywings with him, and the defense of the Law Realm relied entirely on Oro's men. Moreover, Xia Fei had not finished setting up his solar ray. If the dark spiritualists attacked at this time, the consequences would be unthinkable. Inform as soon as anything new comes up. Xia Fei shut off the screen and returned to the command deck. The Skywings saw his glum expression and knew that things were bad, so their faces turned grim, too. Report the situation, said Xia Fei sternly. The damage to the warship isn't serious. With basic engine power stable at 55%, Xia Guanghai replied. How far are we from base? Xia Fei asked. At our current speed, we will need 14 days to get back if we don't use any spatial arrays, Xia Guanghai replied. 14 days. Xia Fei went pale. If we really take 14 days to get back, Oro and the entire Law Realm will all be destroyed by then. The Skywing wolves were stunned. Xia Guqing frowned. Can we not use the spatial array? Xia Fei nodded. Don't count on it. Everyone inhaled. The current situation was extremely dire. After striking at the undercurrent, the dark spiritualists would move against the Law Realm. Xia Fei went up to the screen, his fingers flying across it. He pulled up the star map and pointed at a place called Alexandria Harbor on the screen. Set course for this place. Xia Guanghai asked in confusion. Why are we going there? We should just head straight home. Xia Fei replied. This warship only has 55% engine power left. By the time we get back, everything will be over. We have to dock here and switch to a faster ship. Alexandria is a relay spaceport, so there may not be warships for sale. Xia Guanghai looked at the info on the screen and said, if there's none for sale, we'll just steal one. Xia Fei said grimly. The warship prepared to anchor at Alexandria Harbor. Xia Fei returned to his room, exhaled, and then made a video call to Oro back at the base. Oro, in black armor, was standing in the command center at the top floor of the base. Oro, Xia Fei shouted. Is there a problem? Xia Fei replied. A matter came up, and we might arrive a bit late. Oro smiled and replied breezily. Understood. Xia Fei swallowed and said no more. He had worked with Oro for so long that the two of them had a mental connection. Xia Fei needed only to say one thing for Oro to understand immediately what he wanted. It was very quiet, suffocatingly quiet. Imitating Xia Fei, Oro lit a cigarette, but as he still was not used to the thick odor of tobacco, he scratched his throat. This bad habit of Xia Fei had infected many other people, with the earliest being Fuchin. Now, even Oro had picked up smoking. No need to be nervous. Oro pointed behind at two absurdly large golden lions. This is Sala, and next to him is Figaro. They're my brothers. Together, we are the three emperors of the Lionheart clan. Xia Fei nodded in greeting. Sala and Figaro were supposed to be protecting the main base of the Lionheart clan, but after receiving the mission to protect the Cosmic Gate, Oro had ordered them to the front line. The holographic camera swept through the command center, and Xia Fei found that almost every clan and species in the Law Realm that one could think of had a leader present in the command center. Outside the command center were presumably even more nameless warriors. The Law Realm had suffered devastating losses in the last war with the Inverse. This was its last reserve. No one said anything, and the command center was quiet. However, the eyes of every warrior shone with determination. The Law Realm can't always rely on you Skywings. It's time for us to share some of the burden. Relax. As long as we're around, the Law Realm will be around, Oro said in a joking tone. Stay safe, Xia Fei said sternly. Stay safe, Oro returned. When Xia Fei turned the screen off, his eyes were red. Radix took a deep breath. The difference in strength is too great. Oro is planning to use wave tactics, using lives to fill the gap. Whoosh! The Skywing warship docked at the Alexandria spaceport. There were no safety inspections or even a port official to report to. The Skywings disembarked from the warship and looked around. Alexandria Harbor, which was located at the edge of Alpha, was not exactly thriving. 20-some ships were docked at the vast platform, and they were all sparsely scattered, with most of them being shipping vessels. Planetary Shipyard's Sirius-class ship. That's the one. Xia Fei pointed. The Sirius-class was a cruiser yacht and had few weapons on board. From a distance, it appeared like a cicada. As it was a luxury yacht, it was equipped with 2 excellent warp engines and was quite agile. It was even faster than the Skywing clan's warship. After all, a warship was weighed down by its armor and weapons systems. While these systems were great in battle, they slowed down the ship. The Skywing wolves immediately surrounded the ship. Xia Fei ordered, "Empty the ship." At this moment, the people aboard this ship just so happened to open the cabin door, coming out to see what Xia Fei's group was up to. Whoosh! Xia Guanghai rushed up, grabbed that person, and threw them out. He shouted the usual slogan, "The Skywings are on business. Uninvolved people should stay away." Whoosh! The Skywing wolves rushed in, and in only a few seconds, the 10-some people on the ship had been thrown out. These people looked frightened and appeared to be dazed. The Skywings were vicious and armed, clearly not people to be messed with. The port guards, who saw that things were going bad, immediately hid themselves, watching from their hiding spots. "Are you robbing us?" A phoenix-eyed woman worked up the courage to shout. "Yes, it's a robbery," Xia Gung replied very tersely. He was these wolves' search specialist, and while he was normally quite docile, who could worry about such stuff at a time like this? Xia Fei glanced over at the ship. This ship was clearly a yacht used by rich people for their excursions, as it was decorated in the most ostentatious manner. "Xia Guanghai, take your people and remove all these useless things. The rest of you, come with me." The Skywings split into two groups, with one following Xia Guanghai in dismantling parts of the ship. The statues in the reception, the marble bathtub, and other such things were flung out as quickly as the Skywings could. Not even the carpet was left intact. The people, whose ship was being robbed, could only stare in shock. The speed of the Skywings was truly shocking. It had taken 1 year to outfit the yacht, but the Skywings had removed it all in 2 minutes. The sight of the valuable ornaments, the high-class sofas, and the ice cream machine shattering across the ground as they were thrown out had their hearts aching. Rumble! There was the sound of an explosion as Xia Fei used the fiend lock to slice apart 2 passenger ships, taking only their engines. "Is there time?" Xia Guqing understood that Xia Fei was planning to modify the yacht by adding 2 engines, making it a super-fast ship with 4 engines. "Grand Ancestor, don't forget that we Skywings became famous because of our speed," Xia Fei shouted. Yes, the Skywings were famous for their speed. Whoosh! The wolves moved about, zooming around like rays of light as they worked according to Xia Fei's orders. 4 days later, the Law Realm front line, the entrance to the Cosmic Gate. A vast sea of people, elites from all across the Law Realm, tightly surrounded the Cosmic Gate. Their number exceeded 1 million. Their leaders were the 3 emperors of the Lionheart clan, Oro, Sala, and Figaro. Of the 3, only Oro had been accidentally turned by Xia Fei into a human. The other 2 were enormous lions, standing nearly 10 meters tall, their golden manes dancing in the wind. However, of the 3 of them, it was the shortest and fairest Oro who was the most savage. His eyes exploded with light as he brazenly stood in the very center. In the distance, the beast flood surged. Xia Fei's calculations had been right on the mark. The dark spiritualists knew that the Cosmic Gate, unlike the other 2 gates, would be defended. Thus, they had brought over the beast flood. Rumble! Beast tamer Fengyu had been killed by Xia Fei, so this beast horde was in disarray. Nonetheless, the dark spiritualists and the remaining 12 dragoons used brute strength to control the beast flood, and the exotic beasts were too afraid of the dragoons to defy them. It was the most grandiose sight. 1 million Law Realm elites versus a horde of 1 million beasts. Alas, the dark spiritualists did not just have numerous elite warriors. They also had the 12 dragoons and Nanshatsi, making a total of 13 annihilators. Their strength was far above that of the Law Realm. At present, all the founder-tier experts of the Law Realm put together did not exceed 300, whereas the dark spiritualists had at least several thousand. Besides their own men, the dark spiritualists had vassals. Many warrior clans of the Alpha universe had thrown their lot in with the dark spiritualists when they saw the situation turning sour. The dark spiritualists had used small forces to assault the Undercurrent and Torrent, but this time, they had mobilized everything, bearing an immense hatred for the Skywings and Xia Fei. There are so many of them. They plan to overwhelm us, Figaro said as he glared. The gate from the Alpha universe to the Law Realm. 2 vast armies were locked in a standoff. The army led by the dragoons had approached, but it had not attacked. Countless exotic beasts let out great roars, and on the other side, the seemingly weak and puny Law Realm warriors held strong in their positions. The dark spiritualists had assembled their strongest force. By the looks of it, they planned to crush the Law Realm in one fell swoop. Oro stood at the very front, his arms folded in front of his chest, his eyes shining with determination. On the enemy's end, Shu Yuha walked out of the crowd and pointed at Oro. "Who are you? Where are Xia Fei and the Skywings? They're not hiding, are they?" Ha ha ha. The dark spiritualists erupted in laughter. To tell the truth, many people felt like this was making a mountain out of a molehill. What was the point in bringing so many people to deal with the puny Law Realm? Smiling, Oro said loudly, "I'm your ancestor." Such an unruly attitude. This really was Oro. At a time like this, he could still laugh brazenly. Boom. Laughter erupted from behind Shu Yuha. These warriors had not originally been allies. Some had been forced to join the dark spiritualists, and some of them had joined the rebellion in order to extract some profit. Many warriors did not dare to go against Shu Yuha's people, but they laughed quite happily when Oro insulted Shu Yuha. "All of you shut up." Shu Yuha's face turned cold as he turned around and roared at the warriors. He stared at Oro, his eyes spitting flames. "A low-class human from the insignificant wild glacier. You dared to boast so shamelessly. In a little while, I guarantee that you won't even have a place to cry. This time, I'll flatten your universe. Slaughter all of you." Shu Yuha spat viciously. However, Oro simply did not care. Together with Sala and Figaro, he laughed even harder. "Look at that. This guy said that I'm human." Oro pointed at Shu Yuha. "You're the human. All of you are human. Open your eyes and take a look. I'm a pure-blood Lionheart." The dark spiritualist's army was baffled. Oro was clearly human, but he would not admit to it. What was up with that? It must be said that Oro had truly learned the essence of Xia Fei's tactics, which was to make trouble constantly by insisting on something so unreasonable. The Law Realm was the weaker side here, making the warriors very worried. After all, the gap in strength was too obvious. Winning this battle would be excruciatingly difficult. However, Oro's troublemaking had made everyone realize that the other side was not as scary as the tales made them out to be. Shu Yuha had hollered in rage at Oro, indicating that these people clearly were not gods. They could also be angered and get frustrated. Nenshatsi frowned and waved his hand, ordering Shu Yuha to fall back. As one of his best disciples, Shu Yuha had an excellent cultivation, but he was too easily angered. Nenshatsi wickedly smiled. He looked at the Law Realm's force, utter contempt in his eyes. As the universe's #1 dark spiritualist, he was extremely intelligent, and he understood more keenly than Shu Yuha how to suppress the enemy. Oro was very unreasonable, but Nenshatsi simply ignored him. Waving his hand, Nenshatsi said indifferently, "Kill them all." In a flash, Nenshatsi annihilated what little vigor Oro's troublemaking had managed to get for the Law Realm. It turned out that the Law Realm was no more than an ant in his eyes. He had never planned to waste any words on these warriors of the Law Realm. Awo, driven onward by the dark spiritualists, the exotic beast hordes surged forward. The entire star system shuddered. The roars of millions of exotic beasts exploded like peals of thunder. Oro clenched his fists and looked over at his two brothers. "Remember, no matter what, we must buy Xia Fei enough time, or else the entire Law Realm will be finished. Brothers, charge with me. For the glory of the Lionheart clan. Fight to the last man." The 3 emperors of the Lionheart clan led the charge. Together with the last of the Lionheart elites, they faced off against the endless beast flood. This was what a commander-in-chief needed to do. Xia Fei had made Oro the leader of the Law Realm warriors precisely because of this nature of his. The 3 emperors of the Lionheart clan, along with the entirety of their species, were the most unruly in the Law Realm. Only this sort of personality could allow the weaker side to hold the line. The Beast Horde and the Law Realm warriors charged. From a distance, they appeared like 2 giant black clouds colliding against each other. What followed was the flashing of countless weapons, explosions of blood and flesh. When Oro started charging, a badly damaged warship emerged from dark space, tottering into the Cosmic Gates region. Xia Fei and company had gone all out to return as quickly as possible, by going back and forth between normal space and dark space. This luxury yacht had become a pile of scrap metal. Several dozen figures shot out of the ship. At the same time, a golden light blasted through the dark space barrier. After which, the Skywing Wolves charged into the cosmic gate. Oro has already started fighting with the dark spiritualists. We have assembled the soul array as quickly as possible. But remember, this soul array requires precision. There can't be a single mistake, or else all our efforts will be for naught. As Xia Fei spoke, he put on the mental transmission headband. Through this piece of equipment, he transmitted a coordinate to each Skywing. After which, the Skywing shot off to put down the soul weapons. Whoosh! They moved like bolts of lightning. Their ghostly figures could be soon shooting here and there across the insides of the cosmic gate. Arranging the soul weapons according to Xia Fei's orders was actually easier said than done. After all, each array core needed precision, and the difference of even a centimeter could have fatal effects. The Skywing Wolves suppressed their impulses and worked in a disciplined fashion. They could clearly hear the gruesome battle taking place outside. With every second, numerous people were dying, blood flowing in rivers. This situation was torture. All they needed was to rush out onto the battlefield and lend their brothers a hand. Alas, the Skywing Wolves could not go, for they had a more important mission. While the Skywings had a lot of pressure on them, the pressure on Xia Fei was even greater. He was the one controlling the movements of the 64 Skywings, and he could not make a single mistake with that. As each Skywing Wolf was extremely fast, Xia Fei's mind had to give 30-odd assignments a second. This required a terrifying number of calculations. Moreover, each array core required meticulous calculation, each one so difficult that even a supercomputer could not do it. Xia Fei brought his palms together and sat down, entering a state of nothingness. He ceased to hear what was going on around him, his breathing becoming extremely soft. A magical scene appeared in his mind, as if Xia Fei was drawing an enormous net. Xia Fei was like a focused painter, using his mental energy to expand the range of this net constantly. He began to work faster and faster, and the Skywing Wolves became somewhat unable to keep up. It was often the case that they had another assignment coming before they had even finished the previous one. Xia Fei's tempo accelerated, and the Skywings hastened to handle the assignments Xia Fei gave them. Gradually, they forgot about the battle taking place outside the cosmic gate, the numerous assignments leaving them barely any time to catch their breaths. 1 minute later, the soul array had reached the astonishing 200,000 array cores. 2 minutes later, it was 400,000. The Skywings almost went crazy from all the work. They did not even have the time to think about what in the world Xia Fei was doing. What soul array was this, for it to have required 400,000 array cores? The range continued to expand, the 64 Skywing experts getting farther and farther from one another. In fact, they were so far apart that they could not even see the shadow of one another. This soul array, be it the number of cores or the range, was the greatest of the greatest. The number of cores soon exceeded 500,000, yet it seemed like Xia Fei wanted to keep going. How many cores would it have when it was finally complete, and how vast would be the range it covered? No one could guess. This array would set a new universal record. In the blink of an eye, it had hit 600,000. Heavens! Radix swallowed. Is this soul array still not done? By now, the Skywing Wolves had disappeared into the horizon. Xia Fei was leading the Skywing Wolves in laying down a soul array of unprecedented size. Meanwhile, Oro led the Law Realm's last fighting force, which was barely holding on. Their mission was to keep the enemy out of the cosmic gate no matter what. An array was best if it was a complete surprise. If the enemy found out that Xia Fei was preparing an ambush inside the cosmic gate, they would not charge in, which would ruin everything. The pressure was immense. After all, the dark spiritualists had used all their strength. Tens of thousands of founder-tier warriors and millions of beasts. 13 annihilators. With each passing second, the Law Realm was incurring horrendous losses. This was the power of the dark spiritualists. They wanted to completely strip down the Law Realm of its combat power so that it would be nothing but fish in a bucket. Nanshatsi, who was the #1 dark spiritualist, had power, cunning, and an intense desire for vengeance. The Law Realm, led by Xia Fei, had obstructed the dark spiritualist plans again and again, making Nanshatsi hate Xia Fei and the Law Realm down to the bone. When dealing with Torrent and the undercurrent, Ninshatsi had not used such a powerful force. This was because the people of those universes had not really provoked his ire. However, the Law Realm was different. Xia Fei was like an unkillable cockroach, annoying Ninshatsi to no end. Thus, he had decided to crush the Law Realm, using the harshest way to exhibit his methods to all. Watch. This is what happens to people who offend me. The situation was very difficult. With Xia Fei's support, the Law Realm did not lack for soul weapons. Any warrior who could fight had a soul weapon to fight with, but the gap in strength still resulted in a one-sided battle. The battle had only been going on for a few minutes, but the Law Realm had already been pushed to the vicinity of the Cosmic Gate. If they were pushed back a bit more, Xia Fei would be exposed. Charge! Kill them! Shu Yuha howled. Just when it seemed like the Law Realm was about to be overwhelmed, Oro's Law Realm warriors exploded with extreme tenacity, and they desperately held onto the Cosmic Gate, presenting a formidable obstacle to the Dark Spiritualists. At this moment, the Law Realm lines began to collapse. Countless warriors began to retreat into the Cosmic Gate. Energized, Shu Yuha crazily urged the beast horde forward. Suddenly, there was a new development. Dazzling halos of light began to appear on the two sides of the Cosmic Gate. It was the powerful soul art of the Aurora clan, Aurora Horizon. Aurora Horizon. Aurora Horizon. Aurora Horizon. The entire system was filled with this high-ranking combat arts. It must be said that the Aurora clan's long-range attacks were very unreasonable. It seemed like they only knew this move, constantly firing it off as if they wanted to set the entire universe aflame. Xia Fei always had a backup plan, and this was only his first. At this moment, the Cosmic Gate soul array had already broken 800,000 cores, yet the number was still crazily rising. The appearance of the Aurora clan had thrown off the tempo of the Dark Spiritualists' offensive. As numerous Aurora Horizons howled out, the exotic beast horde was temporarily suppressed. The Law Realm warriors used this chance to retreat into the Cosmic Gate. Charge! They want to retreat into their universe. It won't be that easy. Exterminate them before they can retreat. Shu Yuha waved his arms and hollered. The Aurora clan had seemingly only come to buy a little time. Once the Law Realm withdrew into the Cosmic Gate, the Aurora clan rushed out of their hiding places and retreated toward the Cosmic Gate as well. They moved very quickly, but when Shu Yuha got a clearer look, he found that each Aurora clan warrior had a Skywing with them. While Xia Fei had brought the fastest of the Skywings with him, he had still left behind several hundred elites who could travel faster than 1 million meters per second. One Skywing to one Aurora warrior, they instantly vanished without a trace. It appeared that Xia Fei had planned all this out. Shu Yuha became livid, cursing Xia Fei for his cunning in bringing out the Aurora clan and its long-distance attacks to fool him. Ninshatsi said casually, "A passage between universes are broad and long. Since they didn't bring any warships with them, it'll take them at least 1 or 2 days to return to their universe. Even if the Skywings are a clan specializing in speed, they have 1 million people there. How many speedsters could be among them? No need to hurry. Just lead the army inside and chase them all the way back to the Wild Glacier. That way, we'll eliminate at least 90% of their power. We'll use this time to set up the cycle array, and once you're back, we'll activate it. I want the Wild Glacier to be totally annihilated." As the saying went, old ginger was spicier than young ginger. Shu Yuha had been enlightened by Ninshatsi's words. Though the Law Realm's warriors had retreated into the Cosmic Gate, they did not have any warships. 1 million warriors on foot would need 1 or 2 days to retreat to their universe. This was the perfect chance to chase them while they were down. "What about here?" Shu Yuha asked. Ninshatsi laughed, as did the 12 Devil Shadow Dragoons. Ninshatsi replied, "You're not needed here. Go." Shu Yuha nodded. He then led the beasts and warriors into the Cosmic Gate. Once the clamoring beast flood entered the Cosmic Gate, it became much quieter. The leader of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, Yabu, looked at the sea of stars and said sternly, "Let's get started. This place is too quiet today. It makes me uncomfortable." Rumble. The millions of beasts and warriors rushed out like water breaking through a dam, surging into the Cosmic Gate. In front of them, the Skywing warriors retreated with the old monsters of the Aurora clan. Speed combined with long-distance attacks truly made for a very annoying combo. The Skywing warriors hugged the Aurora warriors so that they would not need to worry about their retreating speed. With their free hands, they could release the supreme combat art of the Aurora clan. Aurora Horizon. Aurora Horizon. Aurora Horizon. One move for everything. This long-distance attack was just too powerful. Though all of them using the same technique seemed very monotonous, no one could deny that this one move was giving the Dark Spiritualists a huge amount of trouble. It was not that the Dark Spiritualists did not have speed-type experts of their own, but in front of this unreasonable long-distance light attack, they could not pick up speed. After all, their speed certainly could not match light. The moment they tried to accelerate, an enormous barrage of Aurora Horizons would smash into them. The Dark Spiritualists had made several tries, but they simply could not work up the speed. On the contrary, they were only getting farther and farther away. Charge, charge, charge. Shu Yuha shouted 3 times, and a few flying beasts finally had no choice but to flap their wings. Rumble. Another barrage of Aurora Horizons smashed into them. Half of the flying beasts were lost, and the remainder put their tails behind their legs and ran back. Shu Yuha was about to go crazy from rage, and he madly howled. At this moment, another peak Dark Spiritualist, Fanzhong, said, "This isn't right. Even if the Aurora clan has the support of the Skywings, who are faster than us, there are still those retreating warriors. 1 million people couldn't just disappear into thin air, could they?" Shu Yuha suddenly realized this oddity. Before, the Aurora clan and Oro's warriors had retreated into the Cosmic Gate, but there was currently no sign of them. Had they grown wings and flown off? The Law Realm force had prepared themselves to retreat, but they had not prepared the warships for the retreat. This did not make sense, unless Xia Fei had overlooked this key part of his plan. Who was Xia Fei? Was he the sort that would make such an amateurish mistake? This thought instantly made Shu Yuha start sweating. Everyone stop. With a great rumble, the beast flood and the Dark Spiritualists' warriors stopped. The inside of the Cosmic Gate fell silent. Deathly silence. There was nothing to be heard except the breathing of his men and the exotic beasts. However, at this point, there was a new and sudden development. Powerful energy enclosed the Dark Spiritualist army like a net. "Oh no, it's an ambush," Shu Yuha shouted. "It's a soul array, and we walked right into it," Fanzhong said darkly. As far as they could see, the Cosmic Gate had been covered by an enormous energy enclosure. If this was a soul array, it was far too terrifying. Xia Fei had managed to turn the entire Cosmic Gate into a soul array. How many cores did that require? How many soul weapons? How much energy? Only a ghost could know. Rumble. This was no ordinary soul array. At the start, it was only its scale that was shocking, but also its apparently immense combat power, which soon began to be exhibited. After several seconds, some of the more sharp-eyed people realized that the soul array was changing. It was like a tornado, only a few gusts of wind at first, but an unstoppable force at the end. It was as though an enormous conspiracy had been brewing. As the storm energy revolved faster and faster, some of the lower-ranking exotic beasts were blown away. This storm was only getting started and was still far from reaching its fiercest phase. Momentum. Xia Fei's unconventional soul array had abandoned the traditional functions of soul arrays. Capture, slaughter? It had none of those. All it had was momentum. All the cores existed to push the soul array's momentum to greater and greater heights. The Dark Spiritualists soon found themselves in immense pain. There was no end to this vast soul array, and the energy storm kept getting stronger and stronger. It was akin to someone getting caught up in a storm, which had come from the destruction of a planet. There was simply no escaping this one. Let's retreat. We can't retreat. Behind us is the starting point of the soul array, so the more we fall back, the stronger it will get. We have to use this opportunity while the soul array hasn't completely powered up yet to break through the front. That's right. This soul array is too scary. I've never seen such a huge soul array before. We can't stay for long here. The leaders of the Dark Spiritualists, Fanzhong and Shu Yuha, discussed among themselves for a bit, upon which they determined to break out from the front as quickly as possible. A soul array based purely on momentum had no stopping point. All the cores were like bellows, pumping and pumping until a hurricane had formed. The energy hurricane would spin faster and faster until it could tear everything apart. Perhaps the cosmic gate would even break under the pressure and explode. In the former situation, the dark spiritualists would be killed, and in the latter, they would be cast into void, never to emerge again. A frightening scheme. A frightening soul array. Xia Fei's move was just too vicious. Charge. Straight ahead. After understanding their situation, the dark spiritualists began to run for their lives, not caring about one another. They needed to get out of this endless soul array and survive first. The cosmic gate, the law realm side. Little Goldie was very busy, opening up dark space again and again to bring the law realm warriors here. I've put you through a lot, my comrades. Leave the rest to me. Xia Fei smiled as he spoke to each returning warrior. Upon seeing Xia Fei and the Skywing wolves behind him, the warriors immediately forgot about the horrifying beast flood and the powerful assault of the dark spiritualists. This was because Xia Fei was here. The Skywings were here. In these past few years, the Skywings and Xia Fei had never disappointed them, and the same would be true for this time. Rumble. There was a boom in the blackness of space, and a humongous warship warped into the region. A Titan, the largest supercapital in the history of the universe. One after another, each Titan was the size of a planet. Hundreds of Titans lined up in a row, presenting a grandiose sight. In these 2 years, the mech race had been working at full strength. Not even Xia Fei was sure how many Titans they had made. In brief, these enormous objects blotted out the stars, a dense mass, and their numbers were still climbing. Xia Fei loved trump cards. The Titans were the law realm's trump cards. If it was really no good, this supreme fleet could blast apart the cosmic gate. No need for seals at all. Compared to the super fleet of Titans, they were pitifully weak. In these 2 years, the mech race had made a supreme power for Xia Fei, one that could destroy the cosmic gate. Report. The dark spiritualists and their beast horde have been engulfed by the solar ray. They're running in our direction. Report. The solar ray's pressure is rising. The dark spiritualists continue to suffer devastating losses. Report. The solar ray is still getting stronger. It's already formed into a destructive power. The beast horde has been almost completely wiped out. Scouting warriors were constantly reporting the situation at the cosmic gate. The law realm warriors were elated. Such a vicious array. Without wasting a single soldier, it had wiped out the dark spiritualists and their millions of beasts in the cosmic gate. Oro's eyes flew open. Though he was someone skilled in arrays and was the one who had introduced them to Xia Fei, he could not help but be amazed by the vicious array Xia Fei had created. Xia Fei, what sort of fiendish array is this? How could it have so much offensive power? Oro asked in shock. Everyone else looked at him as they waited for his answer. Smiling, Xia Fei replied, "A fiendish array? Good name. I happen to lack a name for this kind of array, so I'll borrow yours. I'll call this fiend array. This fiend array you're looking at is a super soul array with 1 million cores." Shock. Everyone was stunned. Xia Fei unbelievably had a soul array with 1 million cores. This truly was a fiend array. There was nothing more fiendish than it. Waving his hand, Xia Fei said sternly, "I'll leave this place to you guys. I need to go and deal with those so-called dragoons." Little Goldie opened up a passage to dark space. The Skywing wolves, the Aurora elders, and Xia Fei were returning to the front line to battle with the Devil Shadow dragoons. "I'll leave this place to you guys. I'm guessing that a few of the higher rank ones will be able to get out. I'm sure that you know what to do with them." Xia Fei turned to the Law Realm warriors and said this. "Do you need to ask? Of course, we'll charge in there and rip them to shreds." Whoa! The Law Realm warriors let out frenzied howls. A human figure staggered out of the cosmic gate. He was Hu Lianheng, the dark spiritualist most skilled in stealthy movement arts, a level 8 dark spiritualist. Although Hu Lianheng had managed to make it out of Xia Fei's fiend array, it had come at a bitter price. He appeared weak and utterly exhausted. Xia Fei's fiend array possessed enormous momentum. The 1 million array cores had created a superstorm, which just kept getting faster and faster. Hu Lianheng was like a traveler who had just escaped from a sandstorm. He did not even dare to think about the terrifying scenes within the cosmic gate. Thump! His legs became weak, and he dropped to the ground. Hu Lianheng felt lucky to have escaped that bizarre solar ray. Suddenly, Countless red points of light illuminated his body. These were the targeting systems of the Titans. Thousands of their destructive weapons were all aiming at him. "Only one," exclaimed Oro fiendishly. Xia Fei said some of the higher-level dark spiritualists, or those with special abilities, might be able to escape the solar ray, but Oro and the others had been waiting for ages and only spotted one person coming out alive so far. Thousands of Titans and millions of Law Realm warriors. How could they split up a single enemy? Kill him. Taste our might. Rumble. Millions of warriors rushed up in a great flood. Hu Lianheng's eyes widened in fear, his entire body trembling. He had barely escaped from hell, only to find that something even more terrifying was awaiting him outside. Plush plush. It was often said that 2 fists found it hard to go up against 4 hands. What more if there were a million pairs of hands? With 1 stab per person, the level 8 dark spiritualist Hu Lianheng was sliced into paste. Dead as dead could be. Another one's coming out. Brothers, go. Oro was glaring when he spoke resentfully. Starting from here, we'll lay on the enemy while they're down. The part of the cosmic gate closer to the Law Realm was a hell within hell. At the same time, Xia Fei had brought the old monsters of Aurora and the strongest warriors of Skywing to a part of dark space closer to the other end of the cosmic gate. The Auroras and the Skywings were now tied at the hip. The moment they heard that the Skywings were in danger, they very smartly came to help. This was a mutual understanding. If the Aurora clan was the one in danger, the Skywing clan and the Law Realm would naturally send their best to come to their aid. Xia Fei waved his hand and gathered everyone together, saying sternly, "We've killed the dark spiritualist army in the Cosmic Gate, and Nenshatsi has to know this. We're currently facing 2 possibilities. The first is that they wager everything and try to activate their array as quickly as possible, so they're still in the middle of activating their array, allowing our sneak attack to succeed. The second is that they have laid down a trap and are waiting for our sneak attack. The former is favorable to us, while the latter means that we'll be in for a tough battle. Still, no matter what, we have to go. In a little while, the Skywings will be the vanguard and the Auroras will be the rear guard. This is how we're going to do things." Xia Fei's words were very simple, but in truth, he had already thoroughly analyzed the situation. This was Xia Fei. He had never fought an unprepared battle. Understood. Let's go. Rumble. Little Goldie charged, savagely bashing open the dark space barrier. The Skywing wolves rushed through the gap. While they moved quickly, they were not undisciplined. This was the style of the Skywings. Xia Fei and Xia Guqing, as the 2 lone wolves of the Wolfpack formation, took the lead. Once they were out, they immediately split up, the Wolfpack formation howling out from behind them. The 12 Devil Shadow Dragoons and Nenshatsi had formed a circle. Just like last time, they were preparing to activate the 500 Core 6 Cycles array. The Skywings split into 3 parties. Xia Fei and Xia Guqing, who both held the flanks, rushed at the Devil Shadow Dragoons array. Suddenly, the circular array of 13 annihilators turned into a crescent. If the Wolfpack formation charged, it would land right in the middle of that crescent. Sure enough, this was an ambush intended to entrap the Skywings. However, the Wolfpack formation simply did not stop, charging with all its might, right into the enemy trap. Instead, "You came at just the perfect time. Wipe them all out." Yabu raised his arms and shouted this order. The 13 annihilators erupted into laughter, mocking the Skywings for their idiocy. These people only knew how to charge, not to retreat. At this moment, the Skywing Wolfpack formation suddenly broke apart. Through the crack came a dazzling light, like numerous rainbows flying through space, imbued with a terrifying might. Aurora Horizon. It was none other than the long-distance attack of the Aurora clan's old monsters. Rumble. A moment later, the Skywing Wolfpack formation had busted through the Devil Shadow Dragoons' encirclement. The Devil Shadow Dragoons meant to surround the Skywings, but by doing so, it exposed their weak side. After all, at 13, they had much fewer numbers compared to the more than 100 men of the joint Aurora Skywing force. Several dozen peak experts firing Aurora Horizon in unison was something that not even an annihilator could defend against. Thus, the ones in the center of the array, Dallas, Tianku, and Di Hong, chose to fall back. By falling back, the 3 of them caused the tactic to fail and for the Skywing Wolves to be able to knock over the array. They were like sharp arrows, piercing straight through. Plush, plush, plush. The Skywing Wolves were far too fast. After breaking out of the encirclement, they seemed to be hacking away at something. The Skywing Wolves had instantly come together and killed one of their foes. The Devil Shadow Dragoons hastily took account and found that Dallas was missing. It turned out that Dallas had failed to dodge in time and had been knocked out of the array by the wolf pack. It did not matter that he was an annihilator. The moment he left the array, he was just one man against over 60 Skywing Wolves. The wolves had rushed in together, hacking to death the Devil Shadow Dragoon's deputy. Such vicious tactics. A long-range attack, combined with close combat, broke the array and killed a foe in a split second. The remaining 12 annihilators nervously came together. It had just been proven that anyone who was isolated, even an annihilator, would be unable to stop the wolfpack formation. Cunning. Truly cunning. Tinku howled in rage. Meanwhile, the others had managed to keep their composure. It's a good tactic. 2 people came in from the flanks, drawing our attention, while the main force used that chance to punch through the center, which seemed to be the strongest. Using the opportunity created by a long-range attack, they executed a lethal move, Yabu muttered. The tactical prowess Xia Fei had shown made his eyes shine. Xia Fei and Xia Guqing, who had not separated, attacked the flanks for no reason. On the contrary, they had drawn most of the attention to themselves. By attacking from all 3 sides and hiding a long-range attack in the center, they had succeeded in taking the enemy by surprise. Xia Fei had exhibited his profound might through his bizarre tactics. Even the deputy of the Devil Shadow Dragoons had fallen for it. Unfortunately, a tactic can only be used once. Yabu narrowed his eyes and said ruthlessly. At this moment, both sides were clearly divided. The Skywings held the front, while the Auroras were in the rear, and across from them, the 12 annihilators had assembled into a phalanx. Send them on their way, Yabu said viciously. The 11 remaining dragoons all made the same move, gathering immense energy in their hands, as if each one of them were holding up a crescent moon. That crescent moon resembled a blade. Xia Fei knew at once that this was a powerful offensive tactic the Devil Shadow Dragoons employed. Otherwise, there was no way each person would use the same move. There should have been 13 shining moons, but there are only 11 now. Yabu laughed wryly. Still, this is enough to send you all to hell. As he spoke, the Devil Shadow Dragoons gathered more energy, and the moon-like objects in their hands began to rise till they reached an absurd height of several hundred meters. They were truly just like real moons. The energy pulses were sending frightening energy storms into the sea of stars. The attack had not even been made yet, and it was already creating such turmoil. This was the real power of an annihilator. Suddenly, 2 black silhouettes attacked the dragoons from behind. There was no energy, for it did not require energy. The custodian slaves had always relied on their bodies. Nanshatsi immediately saw this and came forward to battle with the 2 custodian slaves. These slaves did not fear soul arts and engaged in close combat with Nanshatsi. It was not long before the number 1 dark spiritualist was on the back foot. However, the Devil Shadow Dragoons' array was not broken, and they still presented an immense threat to Xia Fei's side. Suddenly, Xia Fei smiled wickedly as he waved his hand. Whoosh! The wolf pack formation charged straight at the Devil Shadow Dragoons. You're seeking death, Yabu muttered mentally. Just when he was about to unleash the shining moon, which was the pride of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, he felt a chill behind his back, as if a blade was approaching. Another ambush. Yabu paled in shock. The custodian slaves had been unexpected, but it was understandable. After all, Xia Fei had moved over Spirit Mountain, so the custodian slaves had naturally been nearby. However, now that the Law Realm's greatest force was assembled before him, where had this other expert come from to ambush him? From the sound, the angle of the blade, and the speed, the ambusher was undoubtedly a master. He had chosen to attack after the custodian slaves had intervened and the Skywing Wolves had charged, the most ideal moment. This moment was when the mental state of the Devil Shadow Dragoon was at its most disorderly, when their defenses were at their weakest. Yabu had to stop with the shining moon, as did all the other dragoons. This sneak attack from behind was just that lethal. Rumble! Yabu turned and punched. His fist struck the edge of the blade, and blood instantly burst from Yabu's fist. If even the strongest of them all had been hurt, the other dragoons must be in an even worse state. This was not even the worst part. The worst part was that they were being attacked from the front and the back. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had just turned around to deal with the sneak attack when the frontal attack from the Skywing Wolves arrived. Rumble. Xia Fei's Fiend Lock was completely coated in energy, producing a dazzling sight, and had become a chain of death. In the past, the Fiend Lock was as thin as a hair strand and could easily take the enemy by surprise, but after Fiend Tears had been applied, it had become very violent. It would use energy to crush everything that stood in its path. Screw you. Xia Guqing swung his staff. The Skywings and their twin ring roars began to punch. Furball and Little Goldie charged at the bulliest one of the enemies, Tianku. In the distance, the Aurora clan prepared to use their only soul art, and the most freakish one at that. Aurora Horizon. There was no need to bring up the fiendish blade Nirvana and the immemorial mystical armaments. They were hiding somewhere and just waiting to strike. Yabu finally got a clear look at his ambushers. They were the Alpha Universe's two kings of darkness, Lone Peak Shun and Turbid Shadow Lin, and their assassination group. They had more than 100 men. Long-range attacks, close combat, frontal attacks, assassination, lone wolves, mystical armaments. What a powerful force indeed. Crazy. This was insane. Xia Fei had gathered up a heaven-defying army. Was he planning on crushing the dragoons? The Devil Shadow Dragoons were stunned. The Skywing Wolves, the Aurora clan monsters, and the Alpha Universe's finest assassination group, including the two custodian slaves who were immune to soul injuries, would be an extravagant force in any part of the universe. In truth, while Xia Fei's plan had included Lone Peak Turbid Shadow, he had not taken into account the two custodian slaves. Perhaps because they were on pretty good terms with Xia Fei, these two silent undead had unexpectedly entered the battle of their own volition. This made Xia Fei's battle much simpler. The two custodians did not fear soul injuries, which gave them a natural advantage against spiritualists. Those powerful soul techniques were completely useless against them, so one could only rely on martial arts. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had been divided into three groups. The two custodian slaves were battling with Nanshatsi, who seemed to be having a hard time. In terms of pure physical power, he was no match for the custodian slaves. He could only rely on his immense energy reserves to barely hold on. Lone Peak Shin and Turbid Shadow Lin's men were holding off for dragoons. The entire Lone Peak Turbid Shadow organization had the power to ascend to the Annihilator tier, and their combat power could not be underestimated. Alas, Lone Peak Shin and Turbid Shadow Lin had both poor luck. They did not belong to the powerful Holy Light Dragoons or Destiny Dragoon, but the Dark Moon Dragoons, which was an inferior force. Thus, they had been suppressed in the Alpha Universe for many years. Of course, even like this, they were still luckier than Xia Fei. Xia Fei was currently facing the force he had initially been supposed to join, the Devil Shadow Dragoons. Before Xia Fei even had a chance to enter the Annihilator, this force had imitated the master tacticians of the Fiend Clan, betraying the Annihilators and obliterating Xia Fei's future career. The Skywings combined with the Auroras, close combat paired with long-range attacks. This entire force was holding down the strongest group of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, 7 Annihilators in all. Annihilator experts were very powerful, but Xia Fei's force was also top tier with their specialties. The combination of close and long-distance attacks was perfect. Suffocating Aurora Horizons flew out from the distance, while the intimidating Wolfpack formation lunged at the enemies head-on. There was also Xia Fei and Xia Guqing, the two speedy lone wolves. Furball, Little Goldie, Peacock Blue, and the fiendish Blade Nirvana were waiting in the shadows. The Lone Peak Turbid Shadow assassins moved unfathomably and had bizarre moves. The 100-some assassination experts surrounded the 4 Annihilators, forcing them to stay on the defense. As for the custodian slaves, they hated Nanshatsi, so each one of their attacks was heavy. They fully exhibited the power of their physicality. Rumble. There were too many experts clashing, causing the entire universe to dim. As though a supernova was taking place, the sea of stars soon exploded with the light of energy collisions. Xia Fei's fiend lock flew through space like a white belt, slamming into the body of an annihilator. This person was instantly sent flying, streaking like a comet into space. Xia Fei's fiend lock was just too sharp. For this battle against the Devil Shadow Dragoons, Xia Fei was using everything. He had poured 200,000 units of spirit energy into the fiend tears. This crazy level of energy was something that not even a dragoon could hold out against. After all, this was a pure energy attack, without any sort of tricks. Taking a strike from the fiend lock was like being struck by a whip from the thunder god. Whoosh! The Skywing wolves rushed up and surrounded that dragoon, instantly tearing the dragoon to pieces. What weapon is this? The blue blood warrior, Tinghai, who had his back up against Yabu's, asked in shock. At that moment, he had clearly seen Dihong's armor being shattered. A single lash had blasted apart her flesh. It must be understood that the Devil Shadow Dragoons had the privilege of selecting weapons from the 3 great storehouses of the Fiend clan. Dihong was the only woman among them, and she had taken a peak annihilator suit of armor made for women. Its name was Snowy Plum. Xia Fei's fiend lock had needed only one strike to destroy this peak annihilator defense. Tinghai could not believe it. He did not know that Xia Fei's fiend lock not only had the equivalent of 200,000 units of spirit energy in offensive power, but also the reversal power of the law of primal chaos. Xia Fei's law of primal chaos, with the power to reverse heavens and earth, was at max level. Yabu did not directly reply. Instead, he frowned and said, "It's not suitable to keep battling today. Retreat." His judgment was very accurate. The Devil Shadow Dragoons, who had inherited the tactics of the Fiend clan, were master tacticians. Only when they were together were they strong. In this battle, Xia Fei had laid down an ambush for the 12 dragoons, which had split them into 2 groups, ruining their group defense and attack. He had also used the chaos to kill 2 of the dragoons. The Devil Shadow Dragoons were in a completely passive position. There was no point in continuing to hold on. All that would do was allow Xia Fei to crush them completely. After all, having gathered more than 200 experts, Xia Fei was clearly planning to use the advantage in numbers to bully them around. The most temperamental Tianku howled, for Xia Fei's earlier sneak attack had injured his arm. Clearly, he had initially been planning to purge the Law Realm. Now, they had fallen into Xia Fei's trap and were being savagely beaten by more than 200 experts. Tianku was about to go insane from rage. Yabu talking about retreat had Tianku so angry that he could not talk. He was so suffocated that he wanted to die. This was just too much. Secretly gathering elites for an overwhelming attack. The proud Devil Shadow Dragoons had been unable to ride any dragons and had, instead, been mounted by Xia Fei. Whoosh whoosh. Yabu let out a low howl, which was the signal for the Devil Shadow Dragoons to retreat. These combat elites were very disciplined, and they also had tactics for retreating. Yabu's sound just now told them what method they should use to retreat. The ice element user of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, Saichi, made a feint and then fell back. At the same time, the dragoons around him defended him. Putting his hands together, Saichi called, "Ice dragons, go! Burrow into earth!" Rumble. Several silver dragons flew out. Of course, these were not real dragons, but the cold energy drawn out from the surrounding planet. The cores of these planets had gone cold long ago, and there was nothing but freezing energy within them now. Saichi had summoned all the cold energy in these planets. Incredible. Ice element users could create cold, but drawing cold energy from planets required the power of nature. It was many times more powerful than what a single warrior could create. The silver dragons instantly arrive on the battlefield. Their freezing energy was formidable. It could even penetrate through high-ranking combat armor. Ice instantly began to form, slowing down everyone. Even the Skywings were getting slower and slower. "Throw away your armor," Yabu shouted. The remaining 10 dragoons blew off their armor. Hard armor had formidable defensive power, but it was too easily affected by the environment. By abandoning their hard armor, the Devil Shadow Dragoons could instantly boost their speed by several times. Moreover, their armor became shrapnel that blasted in every direction like bullets. The Devil Shadow Dragoons fully deserved their reputation. Their armor had the ability to self-destruct. At key moments, their armor could become weapons that could pepper their surroundings. Their opponents had not expected this move from the Devil Shadow Dragoons and raised their arms to block the shrapnel. Their armor did not have the ability to destroy itself, and they certainly did not have the time to take it off. The 10 Devil Shadow Dragoons jumped out, moving unison such that they avoided the shrapnel from their exploding suits of armor. It was clearly a well-trained maneuver. Anyone who jumped a little late would undoubtedly be injured by their suit of armor. After all, this shrapnel did not have eyes, and they were only wearing a thin layer of flexible lock mail under their armor, making them much more fragile. The Devil Shadow Dragoons intended to inherit the legacy of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, so they naturally possessed extraordinary tactics, but they had not calculated that 3 people would be completely unaffected by the ice. First were the 2 undeads of Unrestricted Pavilion. The 2 custodian slaves were physical experts, and they did not have any armor. The second was Xia Fei. He only had the Sky Devil's breastplate and Fiend Scar, which was a weightless soft suit of armor. The custodian slaves were unaffected by the ice, but Ninshatsi had been affected. He was not a dragoon and did not understand their tactics. The moment he slowed down, the 2 custodian slaves grabbed his head and leg respectively. They both clenched down. In a flash, the number 1 dark spiritualist had been torn into 2. Blood splattered everywhere. It was the most gruesome death. Trying to run? Not that easy. Xia Fei bellowed, the fiend lock lashing out like a thunder god's whip. The fiend lock was imbued with immense amounts of energy, and energy was unaffected by the environment. This lash from his weapon had enormous power. It engulfed all 10 of the Devil Shadow Dragoons. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had thrown away their hard armor, leaving their defenses very weak. If the fiend lock swept over them, they would suffer devastating results. Yabu, the leader of the Devil Shadow Dragoons, frowned slightly and then raised a foot, kicking at Tianku. Tianku, who was completely unprepared, was sent flying. Tianku crashed into Xia Fei's fiend lock, which was enough to alter the lock's trajectory. Vicious Yabu had sacrificed his comrade to save himself. Even in his final moments, Tianku could not believe that he would die to Xia Fei, and the cause was his most trusted captain. Rumble. Dragoon Tianku was sliced and diced. The air was extremely cold, and Tianku's blood turned into red shards that drifted about like snowflakes. When all the bloody ice dissipated, the Devil Shadow Dragoons were nowhere to be seen. I can't believe we let those dragoons escape. Xia Guanghai resentfully said this through gritted teeth. The fire ability users among Lone Peak Turbid Shadow released heat energy, allowing everyone to regain some of their agility. Saichi had used the power of nature to execute that ice-sealing tactic, and it had truly been quite powerful. At that level, one's body was immune to cold and heat. However, in the end, this temperature near absolute zero had frozen them so much their movement had slowed down, and they were now shivering. The situation was rather awkward. The Auroras and Skywings were not familiar with Lone Peak Turbid Shadow and did not know how to talk with them. As for Xia Fei, who had called over Lone Peak Shin and Turbid Shadow Lin, he was gone. Where's Xia Fei? Everyone asked in unison. Who are you? Not far from the battlefield. Xia Fei held the Bixia orb and asked. Xia Fei had used breath control so that no one could hear him saying or having this conversation. There was a figure on the Bixia orb, a person's back. This person had communicated with Xia Fei the moment the battle had ended and told him not to chase after the Devil Shadow Dragoons. Last time, it was him who told him that the spatial arrays would be shut down. Xia Fei had no idea where this enigmatic character had come from. He had tried to use the Bixia orb to trace him, but he had found nothing. It was as though this person did not exist. Who I am isn't important. What's important is who all of you are, this person said enigmatically. Us? Xia Fei asked. Was he talking about the Skywings? The man did not explain, saying mysteriously, clean up the battlefield first, and then find a secluded place. I have something very important to tell you. Xia Fei turned off the Bixia orb and returned to the group, still feeling confused. Lone Peak Shin and Turbid Shadow Lin saluted Xia Fei, saying seriously, if there's nothing else, we'll depart with our brothers now. Let's meet again in the future. Xia Fei smiled. The 2 of you assisted me, so I should at least treat you to a few cups of wine. Why don't you stay for a few days? Lone Peak Shin shook his head. We will accept your kind intentions, but as a major battle has just concluded, Now is the time to strike while the iron is hot. We naturally must drink, but it should be saved for the future. Since Lone Peak Shin and Turbid Shadow Lin insisted on leaving, Xia Fei let them be. The two of them actually joined in. If I didn't see it myself, I wouldn't really believe it, Radix muttered. Xia Fei did not have much of a relationship with those two. Even if they were all neophyte dragoons, they were not part of the same force. Radix was rather shocked that Xia Fei had actually managed to get the aid of the illustrious Lone Peak Turbid Shadow. Xia Fei said nonchalantly, "What's there to be so shocked about? I gave them conditions that they couldn't refuse. After being treated so coldly by the Annihilators for so many years, Lone Peak Shin and Turbid Shadow Lin are about to go crazy. They needed a chance to refresh their achievements and reputation, raising their status in the eyes of the upper echelons. What could boost their reputation more than taking down the Devil Shadow Dragoons? Besides, I didn't insist for them to join in. I only gave them a chance and let them choose." Radix nodded. Xia Fei had truly seen through the two Kings of Darkness. The Devil Shadow Dragoons had betrayed the Annihilators and become the #1 enemy. Lone Peak Shun and Turbid Shadow Lin had pursued an enemy of the Annihilators, and those above would undoubtedly be happy to hear it. Thus, they had long ago concealed themselves on the border zone of the Law Realm, observing the strength of Xia Fei's side. When Xia Fei had charged at the Dragoon array with the Skywings and Auroras, the two of them had chosen to strike while standing on the same starting line as him. With the battle done, the two were anxious to report the matter to their superiors, hoping to get an early promotion into the Annihilation universe. This was why they had been in such a rush to leave. Every neophyte dragoon had a direct superior. Xia Fei belonged to the Blue Blood Zayden clan, and the same was true for Lone Peak Shun and Turbid Shadow Lin. Without Lone Peak Turbid Shadow, Xia Fei might have still been able to win, but it would not have been in such an overwhelming fashion, which had the dragoons running for the hills. The Skywings were not numerous in number, nor were the Auroras, so if they had won through bitter losses, Xia Fei would have lost a lot of authority in the Alpha universe. Joining with Lone Peak Turbid Shadow to attain victory at the smallest price fit Xia Fei's requirement. Thankfully, the two had readily agreed to cooperate. The Law Realm warriors began to clean up the battlefield. Slaughtering thousands of Founder-tier experts had brought the Law Realm's equipment to a new level, and the millions of exotic beasts provided excellent raw materials for making weapons, armor, and medicine. Xia Fei was in no mood to worry about such things. Earlier, he had made an agreement with that mysterious figure who had helped him twice, so he was now anxious to know who that person was and what they wanted from him. "I'll send the two custodian slaves back. You guys continue, but remember not to let your guard down," Xia Fei ordered. Routing the dragoons and killing Ninshatsi had let everyone vent their emotions. Presently, they were all in a festive mood, and none of them had noticed the grim look on Xia Fei's face. The two custodian slaves were dazed. Ninshatsi was dead. This archvillain who had caused all of the unrestricted lineage to turn traitor and had led to countless disciples' deaths at the hands of the custodian slaves. The two undead felt a sense of liberation. Xia Fei could sense that something about them had changed, but as he had his own worries, he did not pay it much attention. Upon returning to the unrestricted pavilion, the two custodian slaves swiftly headed inside as if they needed to be somewhere. As for Xia Fei, he stayed at the entrance and took out the Bixia orb. This time, the mysterious person had finally turned to face Xia Fei, but to his surprise, this person had only half a face, the right side of which was covered in a metal shell, as if the man had sustained a severe injury well beyond any hope of recovery. "You did very well this time. By defeating the Devil Shadow Dragoons, but not completely wiping them out, you have created the most favorable situation for me." The mysterious man got straight to the point. Xia Fei frowned and chuckled bitterly. "It's never been my habit to let an enemy go. If I could choose, I would have preferred to keep them all on the battlefield." The mysterious man shook his head. "Being ruthless has its advantages, but you also have to look at the situation. What would those above think if the Devil Shadow Dragoons were wiped out in the battle with you? Years of effort put into re-establishing that fearsome Dragoon Legion of the Fiend clan, and when they betrayed the Annihilator universe, the Annihilator experts were unable to hold them down at all, yet you managed to kill them all. If those old scoundrels heard of this, they might even debate whether they should eliminate you or not." Xia Fei was stunned. These words were true. As the old saying went, the peasant committed no crime, but treasure hidden in his walls was a crime in itself. A powerful annihilator force had been slaughtered by Xia Fei from the lower 5 stars. Anyone would feel extremely envious and suspicious. This would be terrible. So you had me hold myself back, Xia Fei said. Correct. You dealt the Devil Shadow Dragoons a huge blow, so those above won't suspect you of siding with them. You have strength, but you don't threaten the Annihilator and won't betray them, too. This is the best situation you can get yourself in. Starting from here on, you must be inconspicuous, the mysterious man said sternly. Inconspicuous? Xia Fei loved being inconspicuous, but trouble always had a way of finding him. This was not something Xia Fei could control. Just who are you? Why are you telling me all this? Xia Fei questioned. I am your friend in the Annihilation universe, the only friend you have on that plane. The mysterious man said firmly. Xia Fei had long ago noticed that the Annihilator universe, which symbolized supreme strength, did not have any good people. The Blue Blood Zayden clan had initially treated him rather well, and he had their patronage, but what became of it? When Xiao Yi had fallen ill, Roderick sent Xia Fei to treat her, and when he succeeded, Roderick was the one who had taken the credit. If he had failed, Roderick would have pretended to not know him and let Xia Fei be a scapegoat. Xia Fei was disgusted by such tricks. Xia Fei shook his head and smiled. My apologies. I truly do have few friends, but you are not among them. The mysterious man somewhat said emotionally. You saved Yi and are the savior of my Xiao clan. Whether or not you consider me a friend will not influence my choices and judgment. You're Xiao Yi's father? Weren't you dead? Asked Xia Fei hastily. Xiao Qian had once said that Xiao Yi's father had died in the middle of a secret mission. Xiao Yi had been born during this mission and had been in grave condition throughout her life. This was just how dangerous that mission had been. Xia Fei found it incomprehensible that the dead man would be alive and had even helped him twice. Suddenly, Xia Fei remembered Roderick. It was truly strange how the patriarch of the Zayden clan had been so desperate to get on good terms with Xiao Qian and Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was a genius, born with an open 7th brain region. If not for the invasion of that evil spirit, she would have been a master among masters. This was proof that she possessed incredible genetics. Did Roderick want to get on the good side of the Xiao clan because of this reborn father of hers? In the eyes of others, I truly am dead, and many people hope for me to die, the mysterious man whispered. But I, Xiao Zetian, can't be killed so easily. The more they want me to die, the more I'll stubbornly live on. Xiao Zetian seemed enraged, his face twisting in savagery. Back then, my wife and I went to investigate an ancient battlefield, but we were assailed by a lethal attack, and the ambushers were my own people. I inadvertently came upon someone else's secret, and they wanted to kill me because of that. You know what happened afterward? We were stuck on the ancient battlefield for an entire year. My wife was pregnant, so she could only give birth to E on the battlefield. After that I was finally able to return, but E was gravely ill and my wife was dead. Still, I managed to live. Who framed and tried to kill me are questions I must find answers to in this life, or else I won't be able to die with my eyes closed. As he talked, Xiao Zetian's eyes almost burst out of their sockets. He evidently was seething with hatred. He was no longer a mysterious big shot, but a true man who had sworn to avenge his wife. It was as though a devil had possessed him. Xia Fei sighed. He could understand Xiao Zetian's feelings. He had also once gone crazy because he had mistakenly believed that Avril was dead. After pausing, Xiao Zetian resumed speaking. Fortunately, an elder in the Annihilator, who, just like me, had many questions about the past. He saved me and gave me the task of investigating from the shadows. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and said indifferently, If I were you, I wouldn't tell this to a stranger. Right now, I have evidence on you, and if my mouth is loose and news that you're not dead gets out, you may have to die again. He glanced at the steely gaze of Xiao Zetian's mute expression. I don't believe that you're some idiot who would casually hand your life over to someone else. That you've lived this long means you're not an idiot, but are actually extremely smart. This makes things strange. You're a smart man, but you've told an outsider your secrets. I don't believe you if you say that you claim to have no ulterior motives. Xiao Zetian was not too surprised. You're right. But what you don't realize is that I told you all this because you and your people are inextricably connected. Xia Fei was startled, for this was the second time Xiao Zetian had mentioned Xia Fei's people. It seemed like Xiao Zetian was paying particular attention to Xia Fei and the Skywing clan. What did Xiao Zetian mean when he said that Xia Fei was connected to all this? That was even weirder. How could chaos in the Annihilator have anything to do with him? You want to know the reason? Xiao Zetian asked. Xia Fei nodded. Very well. You're in a very solid position right now. In the Annihilation universe, you have me and that elder, and Alpha is the result of your own hard work. Right now, you need to be very inconspicuous and break through the founder tier. When the time comes, you will receive the transfer order and get permission to enter the Annihilator universe. After the betrayal, the Devil Shadow Dragoons will be brought out from under the Blue Blood Zayden clan's control. Your new commander will be me. Xiao Zetian's eyes were very resolved as he looked at Xia Fei. Xia Fei asked in confusion, "You're saying that the name of the Devil Shadow Dragoons will still exist?" "It must exist, even if you're the only one left in it," Xiao Zetian said solemnly. Xiao Zetian departed, leaving Xia Fei with an enormous question. According to Xiao Zetian, Xia Fei and the Skywing clan had an inextricable connection to the momentous shift that had taken place in the Annihilation universe. This was the most suspicious point. Xia Fei had never even been to the Annihilation universe, so how could the chaos there be related to him? Regardless, Xia Fei had obtained an important piece of information from Xiao Zetian. He would soon enter the Annihilation universe as the last Devil Shadow Dragoon, and if everything went as expected, he would come under Xiao Zetian's Covert Operation Division, Dark Soul. Just the name of this Covert Operation Division was hair-raising enough. All of the forces in the Annihilation universe responsible for executing secret missions were under Xiao Zetian's Dark Soul. Most bizarrely was that Xiao Zetian had not mentioned what the Dark Soul do, giving Xia Fei a lot of room for imagination. Radix frowned and asked Xia Fei, "Why do I feel like Xiao Zetian's Dark Soul is yet another source of trouble? You can tell from the name that it does only those unseemly and shady things." Xia Fei was speechless. Trouble, endless trouble, was always following him and had followed him for many years. Originally, Xia Fei had been quite looking forward to entering the Annihilation universe as a neophyte dragoon, but now that things were a fine mess. Before he had even gotten into Annihilator, the Devil Shadow Dragoons had turned traitor, and then this Xiao Zetian guy had come out of nowhere to pull Xia Fei into a Covert Operation Division. Sighing, Xia Fei said uncaringly, "Forget it. Whatever will come will come. Xiao Zetian is no fool. He must have his reasons for saying all that to me. I'm beginning to look forward to joining this Covert Operations Division. After all, this is the only way I can get closer to the truth." As Xia Fei talked, he walked into the unrestricted pavilion to search for the two custodian slaves. "You believe that Xiao Zetian is Xiao Yi's father?" Radix asked. "I do. When true emotions are revealed, a sorrowful aura will engulf a person. Xiao Zetian was telling the truth, and the sequence of events makes logical sense." Xia Fei nodded. The two custodian slaves were not just standing around in their usual spots, but were instead in a secret room, kneeling in front of the statue of their ancestor. Smiling, Xia Fei asked, "Why are you two here? Do you miss the venerable elder who founded the unrestricted sect?" Xia Fei had not been hoping for a response, for the two of them had never talked to him before. However, to his shock, he heard an immediate response. "Yes, we miss our master." Zing. Xia Fei went pale. He massaged his ears. These two undead could talk? Was he hearing things? The two of them waved, having Xia Fei sit down next to them so that all three of them were facing the statue of the ancestor. "My name is Spirit. My name is Star." The two custodian slaves spoke. Spirit had a pale complexion, while Star was somewhat darker. Together, their names made the Spirit Star. Xia Fei had been with them long enough to see many differences between the two, but others would find it very hard to tell both apart. After all, their faces were both stiff and emotionless. After a momentary daze, Xia Fei pointed at himself and said, "My name is Xia Fei." The two custodian slaves almost instantly made faint smiles simultaneously. Though they were rather ugly smiles, it was clear that they felt amused over Xia Fei's answer. "We know that your name is Xia Fei," said Spirit. Star said, "You and your clan, just like our ancestor, have treated us very well. The two of them spoke in a rather fragmented manner, speaking slowly that it often took 3 minutes to think about what they wanted to say and 3 more minutes to say it. Xia Fei felt very excited, not at all minding that they spoke very slowly, very patiently listening nonetheless. It seemed like the two custodian slaves wanted to express their gratitude to Xia Fei and the Skywings. When the ancestor had passed on his body technique to them, it had come at the price of them guarding the unrestricted pavilion until the end of the universe or the end of the unrestricted lineage. The old saying said it best. Developing the 4 limbs make one's head simple. Spirit and Star were once normal people, but as they continuously cultivated their body technique, their brains worked slower and slower, and their bodies became stiffer and stiffer. When others saw them moving agilely in battle, this was actually because they were using their body technique. When they were not using those techniques, their movements were very slow as if they were going in slow motion like in movies. Everything had its price. While that body technique, which did not fear soul injuries, were incredibly powerful, the price was that any practitioner's minds worked slower, and the more one used it, the stiffer their bodies became. Later, the custodian slaves ran into the weirdo that was Xia Fei, who spent every day chatting with them, causing their slow minds to think about his words. As time went on, the problem of their slow thought processes had been somewhat alleviated. The two custodian slaves had needed a long time to understand that the unrestricted lineage was actually gone, and as a corollary, they were no longer required to keep to the rules set by the ancestor. However, the moment they did, they allowed the Skywing wolves to walk freely through the pavilion. After another long period, they came to understand that, as they were no longer bound by these restraints, they were no longer custodian slaves and could do what they wanted. This was why the custodian slaves had left the mountain and helped Xia Fei defeat the dragoons, and also why they had chosen to start a conversation with him. Xia Fei smiled happily. Although it had required them a long time to understand that they were free, understanding was a good thing. Moreover, the constant pestering from the Skywings had made their minds become more nimble. As the old saying went, the more one uses the brain, the faster it works. The next day, the Skywings circled around Spirit and Star and listened to them talk about themselves. The Skywings nodded to every sentence, and at certain impressive parts, they even gasped in unison. Xia Guanghai cheekily put his arms around their shoulders and laughed. Your body techniques are so formidable that you should just teach them to us. In this way, you can also carry forward the legacy of your ancestor. After a long while, Spirit understood what Xia Guanghai had just said and told the other, good. Star shook his head. Not good. Spirit looked at Star for a while before asking, not good? What? After another while, Star replied, head. Not good. After 15 minutes, Spirit understood and said, right, body technique good, but head not good. As the Skywing wolves clamored around Spirit and Star, asking the two to teach them body technique, Xia Fei obtained a rare moment of peace. He brought Avril back to the forward base and spent every day either cultivating or with Avril. Xia Fei knew that his path in life was thorn-covered, and until he reached the end, all peace was temporary. Avril also knew that whenever Xia Fei spent time with her, a long parting was in the foreseeable future. Thus, she always cherished and enjoyed rare moments like this with him, and so did he. Their times went by very passionately. Of course, for Xia Fei, cultivation was still the most important. Only strength could protect himself and the people he loved. This world would always belong to the strong. In his cultivation room were 5 crystalline white fruits, the lasting draconid essences that Yang Ji had given to him. Lasting draconid essence was a mystical substance created when a draconid or a yggdragon molted. Even the person who had written the serpent-swallowing whale manual knew what the effects of eating it were. Acting cautiously, Xia Fei had not taken the lasting draconid essence yet, even using pharmacological analysis tools to dissect its composition. Alas, this mysterious byproduct of a dragon could not be probed by such tools. From how certain Yang Ji appeared, he obviously felt that eating the lasting draconid essence would be extremely useful to the body. It's worth trying. Xia Fei stroked his chin and muttered. Radix frowned. You can try it once. Still, isn't it strange that the pharmacological tools can't analyze its composition? Xia Fei replied nonchalantly. Since it's a byproduct of a dragon, it's quite normal for it to be resilient against any probing. Currently, I'm at two key junctures: the threshold to peak founder with the attainment of a ninth soul mark and my promotion to the annihilation universe. These two thresholds are far too difficult. If I don't have some assistance, it'll take me far too long to get across them. Xia Fei currently had 8 soul marks. The next step was the peak, and after the peak was the annihilator tier. Fuchen was so powerful, but he had still been stopped at peak founder, unable to advance to annihilator. It was clear from that this threshold was not easy to break through. After all, it was the difference of an entire plane. Without help, Xia Fei might spend decades without any success. Annihilator was the strongest level in the universe, the apex of the apex. Xia Fei must confess that becoming an annihilator was very tempting, particularly after Xiao Zetian had spoken those inexplicable words to him. Xia Fei sensed that some unfathomable object was waiting for him in the annihilation universe. Smiling, Xia Fei put a lasting draconid essence into his mouth. Better to try than to keep hesitating. Whatever mysteries these lasting draconid essences held, he would find out when he tried them for himself. Clack! His teeth bit through the skin of the lasting draconid essence as if he were biting through a pistachio. An intense fragrance instantly gushed out. This fragrance was very special, and it was suffocating. Not even the perfume made from 100 million flowers could compare to 1/10,000th of this scent. Xia Fei quickly shut his mouth. This fragrance, which was incredibly potent, might have some special use, so Xia Fei did not want to waste any bit of it. He quickly swallowed the entire lasting draconid essence. Strangely, Xia Fei felt his stomach swelling as if it had become bloated from overeating. All of his pores opened as his stomach began to release the fragrance of the lasting draconid essence. However, at this point, the intense aroma of the lasting draconid essence had now become odorless, as if it were nothing but air. The change in fragrance and its release seemed to take something out of his body, causing Xia Fei to feel light. Frowning, Xia Fei muttered, "It seems to be purifying my body, but there's not much of an effect." This left Xia Fei feeling puzzled. Yang Ji had talked up the lasting draconid essence so much. The lasting draconid essence even had such an intense aroma. It was also very bizarre for that aroma to become odorless in the end. How was it that all of these factors had amounted to so little? What was the reason? As he attempted to draw a soul mark, he found that, exactly as he expected, the benefits of eating the lasting draconid essence were pitiful. Even a batch of purifying medicine made by Xia Fei could achieve better results. Purification was the thing a warrior most needed after energy. Warriors needed large amounts of energy to grow, and in drawing in large amounts of external energy, they brought impurities into their bodies. Why was it that higher tier and higher purity origin crystals were more valuable? Why was spirit energy more formidable than soul power? These were all questions about purity. Spirit energy was better than soul energy because it was purer. Soul energy could not make soul weapons because it lacked purity. Warriors needed to constantly take in energy, and they needed to constantly purify it, expelling those impurities. The lasting draconid essence seemed to be a fruit that could help purify the body, but the level of purification did not make sense at all. Xia Fei was silently cursing Yang Ji for talking up this fruit so much. The man had clearly been exaggerating. After some thought, Xia Fei threw another lasting draconid essence into his mouth. He had learned his lesson this time and swallowed it whole without chewing. The lasting draconid essence's effect was not as strong as Xia Fei expected, so Xia Fei decided to eat all 5. Other than the first one, which he had crushed open, he swallowed the remaining 4 whole. He continued cultivating, constantly trying to draw his 9th soul mark, but he was incapable of doing so and could only ever manage simple lines. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. Xia Fei spent 12 hours a day holed up in the cultivation chamber, earnestly and diligently cultivating. He was expending quite a lot of spirit energy, about 1,000 units a day. Fortunately, in devouring divine beasts, Xia Fei had obtained 300,000 units of spirit energy. Together with his original stockpile of 26,000 units, he had a reserve of 326,000 units. Xia Fei had used up around 40,000 in his battle with the evil Shadow Dragoons, and after this stint of cultivation, he still had 280,000 units, enough to sustain him for a long time. Alas, Xia Fei was currently trying to reach peak founder. Purely trying to force the issue with energy did not have as obvious effects as before, and his cultivation progress had slowed significantly. Of course, this was only when it came to Xia Fei. To outsiders, his advancement was still miraculous. The afternoon of the fourth day, Xia Fei was eating lunch with Avril. Cucumber slices were a necessity when eating zhajiang noodles. Pod even made some oxtail braised in red wine, seafood soup, and steamed grouper fish to accompany it. This robot was becoming more and more like a housewife, even improving on his cooking. Xia Fei's taste buds were having a delightful time. Even the skywings would come over to his place to eat from time to time. His cultivation continued as per usual. There were no shortcuts in cultivation, only persistence. Though Xia Fei sometimes used medicines to aid him, the hard work backing it could not be underestimated. As dusk approached, Xia Fei suddenly felt a momentous shift within his body. The lasting draconid essences, which he ate 4 days ago, seemed to have a delayed effect, only activating today. A powerful stream of energy formed, traveling along Xia Fei's energy channels, rushing through his body like a tide. It was clear that this stream of energy was making its way out of his body. A strange wind stirred in the cultivation chamber, and Xia Fei was in the center of this storm. "Are you all right?" Radix asked in shock. "Fast. It's very fast." Xia Fei gritted his teeth. Radix quickly understood that Xia Fei was talking about the wind. A vicious gale had somehow kicked up in Xia Fei's body. The wind created by the lasting draconid essences were carrying the impurities out of his body. Clearing out impurities was very important to warriors, but this was not the only effect of the lasting draconid essences. The lasting draconid essences were like engines as they pushed Xia Fei closer to forming his 9th soul mark. Xia Fei finally understood why Yang Ji had put so much importance to the lasting draconid essences. It was precisely because of their bizarre ability to propel one's cultivation progress. Soul mark cultivation involved using spirit energy to draw complicated lines. Success would come when these lines solidified into a soul mark. This was like using spirit energy as a brush to paint. The process had many obstructions. This was akin to a person grabbing another's arm and preventing them from drawing. Right now, 2 streams of energy had seized Xia Fei's arm. The first was the power that obstructed the 9th soul mark's solidification, and the second was the lasting draconid essence's propelling force. No doubt that the lasting draconid essence's propelling power was presently playing a crucial role in his cultivation. Besides getting rid of the obstructing force, it allowed him to vigorously draw out the soul mark. It was extremely fast. The soul mark's image constantly shifted, as Xia Fei's spirit energy rapidly worked, pushed on by the lasting draconid essences. Charge! Charge again! Xia Fei did not know how long this mysterious energy could last, so he put all his focus on solidifying the 9th soul mark. Finally, under the effects of the lasting draconid essences, Xia Fei succeeded in drawing out the final soul mark of the founder level. Peak founder achieved. Boom! The cultivation chamber shuddered as 9 soul marks emerged from his body in a dazzling display. However, there was something different from before: the power of the lasting draconid essences. After propelling Xia Fei to finishing his last soul mark, the remaining energy began to pool in his 7th brain region. After flaunting their might for a moment, the 9 soul marks returned to his 7th brain region, too. As they revolved, they began to absorb the remnant energy of the lasting draconid essences, converting it into spirit energy that Xia Fei could use. Xia Fei's jaw dropped. The process had all been so mysterious that it hardly seemed to be under his control. Nonetheless, everything had proceeded very naturally, as though that was how things should be. The 9th soul mark. "Xia Fei, you finally stepped onto the apex of the founder level," Radix said the moment he saw Xia Fei open his eyes. Xia Fei nodded. This lasting draconid essences were truly something else. They single-handedly pushed me all the way to the peak of founder. Frowning, Xia Fei began to think things over, as was his habit. Normally, reaching peak founder should have been something to be very proud of, something worth celebrating, but Xia Fei had, instead, begun to ponder the process and sum up his experience. Placing a hand under his chin, Xia Fei muttered, A lasting draconid essence is very powerful and is extremely useful to a warrior's cultivation. Intelligent life forms are the ancient dragon's bitter foes. Is it because high-ranking warriors seek to get these things from the dragons? Startled, Radix asked in surprise, "What sort of mindset is that? To consider questions from a dragon's viewpoint? That's just bizarre. Don't forget that you're human, and dragons are mortal foes of all sapient life." Xia Fei lit a cigarette and asked coldly, "What's wrong with my mindset? I was just wondering why humans and dragons are mortal foes. Is it because dragons are too wicked or because humans are too greedy?" From Xia Fei's perspective, this sort of deductive reasoning was a habit. Furball was devotedly loyal to him, and the custodian slaves had started to talk again because of him, too. None of these was a coincidence, for Xia Fei treated all life equally. Even a human would be hunted down and killed if they offended him, and even an ugly exotic beast would be treated like a friend if it attempted to flatter Xia Fei. To him, even the unrestricted pavilion's undead were just like the Skywing wolves, his brothers. As for Furball and Little Goldie, there was no need to mention it. Even the weed Peacock Blue got along rather well with him. This was why Xia Fei had the most varied group in the entire universe: a human, a grass, a ball, a bug, a soul, and other strange friends. The lasting draconid essences had helped Xia Fei advance, and had subsequently deepened his understanding of the powerful dragons. If even the byproduct of their molting had such miraculous effects, the dragons themselves should be even more mysterious. They truly deserved their place at the top of the food chain. The Skywings did not know that Xia Fei had reached peak founder. He only told Avril. She naturally felt very euphoric. It was a common wish in the Panhuman Alliance for any family to have a daughter like Avril. This was because she was very lucky, having married a good man. Not only was he strong, he also treated her very well, causing countless young maidens to be green with envy. Alas, there was only one Xia Fei, and as long as he refused concubines, all those girls had no chances of getting close to him. Time went by very quickly. Peak Founder had never been Xia Fei's goal. After holding a small celebration with Avril, he went back to the cultivation chamber. His next goal was Annihilator. At the same time, the mischievous Xia Guanghai had finally succeeded in convincing the undead to pass on their body techniques to the Skywing wolves. There was nothing to be done about it. The Skywings had just treated Spirit and Star too well. If the undead could not agree even to something like this, the two would feel that they were too ungrateful. The body techniques Spirit and Star practiced were different from Xia Fei's Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley. Chilled Ligament Ghost Valley was reserved for spiritualists and needed pure spirit energy to be cultivated. As for the body techniques passed down to Spirit and Star by their ancestor, they were normal arts suitable for soul warriors. Such body techniques could not make the Skywing wolves faster, but they could still make their bodies tougher and more resistant to soul attacks. It would no longer be the case where a single soul technique could bring them down. The Skywings' studying of these body techniques proceeded in a frenzy, and there was no telling what sort of effects this would have on the wolf pack. After all, these body techniques were flawed, and one needed to be cautious when learning them. Xia Fei would receive reports from White Haze through the Bixia orb almost every day. Just like Xiao Zetian had said, the Annihilators had begun a merciless purge against both itself and the Alpha Universe. Xia Fei did not know how far the Annihilators was going to go with this purge, but entire clans were going missing almost every day in the Alpha Universe. The Annihilation Universe was ruthless, wiping out entire clans, not even sparing the children. It was often a case where a clan of 10 million people would disappear overnight, and even the planet they resided on would cease to be. Amid this storm, the Skywings, Auroras, Venus of Eternal Night, Lone Peak Turbid Shadow, these three clans and one organization that had stood by Xia Fei, were naturally unharmed. This was because they had fought against the rebels, making their stance crystal clear. The worse off were those clans that had tried to play both sides. The Annihilator only needed to be slightly suspicious of these clans to wipe them out. The entire universe was engulfed in the shadow of slaughter and blood. The Annihilators are truly quite vicious, Xia Fei muttered after listening to White Haze's report. This is why I said that there's no way those Annihilators couldn't pacify such a rebellion. They just wanted to use this rebellion to start a purge. Anyone disloyal to them, Even those clans that are only possibly disloyal will all be purged. Radix nodded. Whitehaze had only given general estimates, but this was already shocking enough. The number of people being purged every day was being calculated in the hundreds of millions. At this moment, Xia Fei's communication device sounded. He opened it up and saw that Xia Guanghai was calling. Xia Fei, that weirdo we ran into at the Red Pine Nebula has come. Do you want to see him? Xia Guanghai whispered. Yangji. Xia Fei was startled. He then wondered inwardly. Was he really born in the year of the dog and followed my scent all the way back to the Law Realm's forward base? After some thought, Xia Fei replied, I will. That guy is very strange, so send him straight to my home to see me. In the dark universe, a divine beast, an Aerophant, slowly trundled along, carrying Xia Fei and Yangji. The Aerophant was a rare docile divine beast, famous for its slowness and obedience. It was covered in pure white fur, and it had 3 long noses, each one a kilometer long. Like the arms of an octopus, they pushed aside any asteroids in its path. This Aerophant was, in fact, not at all like a terrestrial elephant. Rather, it was like a crane with its long nose, with a very thin figure. Only its long noses could be likened to that of an elephant's trunk. This guy is too slow. Where are you taking me? Xia Fei asked with a frown. The appointed day had not yet come, but Yang Ji had already dragged him out of the Law Realm's forward base. Xia Fei was spending less and less time with Avril as of late, so he had hoped to spend more time with his beloved. We're going to my home, of course. While Little Bao is slow, he's very efficient. In any case, isn't enjoying the scenery on the journey very pleasing? Yang Ji replied with a smile. Xia Fei pursed his lips. He could not deny that riding a divine beast more than 3 kilometers long and traveling through the stars was quite a pleasurable experience. Alas, Xia Fei was used to putting efficiency before everything else. From the first day he had unlocked his 7th brain region, he had been in a race against time, rarely stopping to give himself a vacation. The impatient Xia Fei and the easygoing Yang Ji were 2 extremes. The latter chattered on about how delicious the food on Earth was and how anxious he was to have the former visit his home and make Chinese food. Yang Ji had also taken a great liking to Avril, Xiao Yu, and even Pod. He felt like Xiao Yu and Avril were both Xia Fei's wives, so he babbled on about how Xia Fei had too few wives and that, once he was an adult himself, he would be taking 1 to 200 wives. Xia Fei had no opinion about this. How many wives Yang Ji married was entirely the man's business. Yang Ji could tell that Xia Fei was in no mood to enjoy the magnificent sights of space, so he urged the Aerophant to move faster. We're here, Yang Ji said, pointing ahead. So fast. Xia Fei was startled. As he had been thinking about other things this entire time, he did not notice at all that they had reached their destination. Looking back, he saw that they were now extremely far away from the Law Realm's forward base. It seemed like the Aerophant was a spatial divine beast, moving slowly but crossing spaces that could be measured in light years. In front of them was an asteroid belt arranged in the shape of an eye. Little Bao had stopped right in the middle of it. Is this your home? Xia Fei asked. No, but we'll be there once we pass through. Yang Ji smiled. Humph. Little Bao let out a low snort, and its 3 long noses suddenly grew, extending into the darkness of space. Strangely, the space in front of it rippled like water, Little Bao's noses actually penetrating into the darkness. The 3 noses pulled outward from 3 different angles, creating a triangle. Rumble. Space opened, revealing a vast sea of stars and a fantastical planet. Pure white. This planet was pure white as though it had been carved from a piece of mutton-fat jade and sparkled amid the black canopy of space. Xia Fei could clearly see sharp cliffs, the milk-like lakes and waterfalls, the white flowers and grass covering the fields. Xia Fei was stunned. He had never imagined that something so pure could exist anywhere in the universe. Those white clouds were like cotton candies, so tempting that he wanted to eat them up. While Xia Fei reeled in shock, Little Bao flapped its wings and approached the hallowed white planet. It flew right through the clouds and landed at the base of a white cliff. The white mountain was 20,000 kilometers tall. Atop the smooth cliffs was an absurdly large palace. Waterfalls spilled from the summit, the air moist and warm. White. Everything was in perpetual white. A stairway of unimaginable length, leading up to that mystical palace atop the mountain, was suspended in the air. "This is your home?" Xia Fei swallowed and asked. At this moment, he felt no more than a country bumpkin. Up till this day, Xia Fei had always believed that the Half-Moon Hill villa of Avril's family and the Skywing clan's Fiendwing villa were the most impressive sights in the universe. However, it was only today that he learned that Fiendwing villa was pathetic compared to Yang Ji's home. Grandeur. Yes, it was all about grandeur. Yang Ji's home was brimming with stunning holiness. This was no house. It was a sacred church, a god's paradise. Suddenly, a gale howled. Two pure white behemoths flew down from that sky-high palace, melodious sounds coming from their mouths. Their wings unfurled to a span of 800 kilometers. Necks like snakes, strong hind legs, slender forelegs, bat-like wings. Dragons. These could only be dragons. Xia Fei instantly became nervous, for that oppressive aura was just too powerful, and he could almost not stand. Little Bao prostrated himself swiftly, his head touching the ground as he dared not to even look up at those two mighty dragons in the sky. Furball cautiously observed the beings in the sky. As for Terror Genesis, Cloud Sea, and Southern Star, they clattered in unison. All of them were stunned by the sudden appearance of these huge dragons. Little Goldie was the only exception. This king of dark space cared little about the kings of normal space. All it displayed was curiosity. Yang Ji placed a hand on Xia Fei's shoulder and said awkwardly, "My mom and dad are really reckless. Please don't blame them." Xia Fei nodded stiffly, but deep down, he was feeling stunned to the extreme. It turned out that Yang Ji and his family were dragons. No wonder Xia Fei had felt a holy energy upon stepping onto this planet. It was because this was the territory of dragons. Whoosh! The two giant white dragons descended, and as they got close, they suddenly transformed into humans. They were a man and a woman, both dressed in white and seemingly in their middle age. "Welcome, my friend." The white-clothed man opened his arms and walked over with a smile, welcomingly embracing Xia Fei. The lady was much more reserved, only standing at the side and smiling from there. "This is my father, Yang Wang, and my mother, Han Xiao." Yang Ji introduced the two hastily. Yang Wang, Han Xiao 1. Quite the meaningful names. Xia Fei privately wondered how they, as descendants of dragons, had picked such gentle names. "My name is Xia Fei." He lit a cigarette and tried to keep himself composed. Yang Wang laughed and pointed at Xia Fei as he told his wife, "Little Ji was right. He really is one of our friends. Look, he didn't look surprised at all when he saw us, and he certainly doesn't hold any hostility toward us." It was definitely wrong to say that he did not feel surprised. However, Xia Fei's innocent and smiling face was truly deceptive, and he was also a good actor. This was why Yang Wang and Han Xiao did not think that he was that surprised, while Xia Fei's heart was on the verge of jumping out of his chest. Smiling, Xia Fei said to Yang Ji, "I did guess that you had some connection to the Draconids, but I didn't think that you'd actually be one." Yang Ji and Yang Wang both waved their hands, with Yang Wang hastily explaining, "We're called Yggdragons. We don't have anything to do with Draconids." Madame Han Xiao added, "Yes, Yggdragons definitely aren't Draconids. It's only a name. We're not even related." Yang Ji grumbled, "Mom, Dad, I told you not to show your true forms, but now look at what you've done. You've gone and scared Xia Fei." Yang Wang said helplessly, "This is what we promised our friends. I lost a wager, so I promised that whenever our friends or their descendants came to our house, I would not only welcome them with my true form, but would even let them ride me once. This was what we agreed on, so I don't feel any regret," Yang Wang said seriously. Riding a dragon? Xia Fei was stunned. This was something that was just too tempting. Dragoons had to ride dragons to be considered true dragoons. Was today really the day he got a chance to ride a dragon, to laugh proudly above the 9 heavens? Yang Ji nodded. "Oh, so it was a promise." Turning to Xia Fei, Yang Ji smiled and said, "Since you've got the opportunity, you should ride my father a little. Even I only got this chance when I was little. Now that I've grown older, father doesn't let me sit on his back anymore." Xia Fei waved his hands quickly. "No need for that. As a junior, Xia Fei should respect your dignity. In addition, what relation do I have with your friends? You must have made a mistake." Yang Wang was not taking this argument at all, erupting in laughter. Rumble. Yang Wang suddenly transformed and threw Xia Fei on his back. Flying into the sky, he said, "A promise is a promise. No regrets. If you have any problems with that, we can talk about once I finish taking you around this 8th universe." The white dragon rocketed into the sky, so fast that Xia Fei could barely open his eyes. Yang Wang had 2 horns on his head, so Xia Fei stood on his head and tightly held onto one of them. "The 8th universe. This is the 8th universe," Xia Fei shouted. "Correct. In that long-ago battle, the universe was divided into 9, and this is the 8th universe. The paradise for my Yggdragon clan and the exotic beasts." Yang Wang laughed as he explained. Whoosh whoosh, wings, which spanned for 800 kilometers, took him above the heavens. Yang Wang instantly brought Xia Fei into the sea of stars, freely wandering the vastness of space. Whoa! With every planet they passed, hundreds of millions of exotic and divine beasts would prostrate to the ground, paying respects to White Dragon Yang Wang. Boom! Yang Wang let out a low roar, so intimidating that it was difficult to describe in words. While the Yggdragon clan was very affectionate to Xia Fei, Yang Wang radiated the aura of a king of beasts when in front of these exotic and divine beasts. His every moment left hundreds of millions of beasts shaken, and his every breath made them shiver. Dragons were dragons, the apex of the food chain. Xia Fei would never forget this sight. Riding a dragon, traveling the stars, and receiving bows wherever he went. Even a god could not have greater power than this. After taking Xia Fei around the sea of stars, Yang Wang stopped in the void and began to suck in air. Xia Fei felt like Yang Wang's stomach was about to explode from the air pressure, but it seemed like the latter did not plan to stop. After taking in an unfathomable amount of air, Yang Wang let out the strongest sound in the universe. He opened his giant maw, and the stream of air fired out like a laser. This sound was broad, deep, and boundless. It passed through star systems, star regions, galaxies, reaching every corner of the universe. Perhaps this was not even a sound, but rather a god declaring, "Let there be light." Xia Fei was shocked. The entire galaxy was in shock. The Yggdragons lived up to their name, standing on top of the biological food chain, only second to the ancient Megadragon. Yangji brought Xia Fei to make an inspection of his territory and returned to that white 20,000-mile castle. Yangji and Hanxiao were already waiting by a wide platform. Whoosh! The white dragon swooped down, and Xia Fei leaped off from the dragon's back. Aside from the shock that he was feeling, there was exhilaration. Sometimes, life was just that unpredictable. Xia Fei had been searching for the traces of the dragons and came up empty-handed. Yet when he was least expecting it, he had bumped into and inadvertently become friends with the Yggdragons. A dragoon roaming the galaxy. Xia Fei had managed to experience an unparalleled pleasure of this world, and it was all thanks to the fiends. That clan of the legends, which was said to comprise all the greatest strategistical geniuses, had long gone extinct. As such, Xia Fei had no idea why the Yggdragons were so adamant on being friends with Xia Fei and the fiends. Xia Fei and the 3 royalty of the Yggdragons entered a large palace. The grand palace of the Yggdragons, of course, gave off an atmosphere both sacred and majestic. It was unknown just what sort of power it took to construct such an extremely white castle. After they took their seats, Yangji and his family smiled brightly at Xia Fei. As someone who had a habit of thinking, he was presently in deep thought. Meanwhile, Yangji and everyone seemed to really like seeing Xia Fei think, so they did not bother him. He's really alike. He's exactly the same as that person when he first arrived. I still remember it vividly. Yang Wang's spouse smiled as she whispered this to her husband. Madame Hanxiao was always smiling. Despite the fact that she was a Yggdragon, her smile was very pure and hid no other emotions or thoughts. Every action she made was with that faint smile. Yang Wang chuckled. I told you, there are some things that will be passed on. Xia Fei is most definitely a descendant of them. This was when Xia Fei lifted his head up and asked, curious, whose descendant am I? He could not help but light himself a cigarette again. Cigarettes had a very pungent smell to them, and Xia Fei would not normally smoke in front of others. But as he was struggling with some complex emotions right now, this was already his 3rd stick. Friends, the people that I'm most fond of, Yang Wang replied naturally. Those guys were the only ones who had never once treated us as aliens. They're nothing like those so-called powerhouses that look at us with strange gazes, even going as far as to say that people not of the same species don't share something. People not of the same species don't share the same minds. That's a very selfish saying. Actually, even people of the same species may not work together in commonality, but will more likely harbor resentment and fight among themselves instead. Yang Wang slapped the table. That's right. That's also what that person said back then. Xia Fei was speechless. It looked like these people were really treating him as a fiend, but he was clearly human. This had not changed from young till now. Am I very similar to the fiends? Xia Fei decided not to beat around the bush anymore and asked them this directly. Yang Wang burst into laughter. Not just similar. You're practically the fiendiest fiend. Xia Fei was shocked. This statement was thought-provoking. While he had been making use of the Fiend clan's laws and weapons, this was the first time someone directly identified him as a fiend. There was also the Skywing Wolf Pack. If Xia Fei was a fiend, what would that make the Skywings? Could the entire clan be descendants of the fiends as well? In the Annihilation universe, the place which represented the greatest concentration of strength across all the realms, the fiends were a tabooed race. If what Yang Wang said was true, then that would make Xia Fei an enemy to the entire Annihilation universe. Instantly, Xia Fei felt his blood boil. He had originally asked a simple question, but a strange sensation suddenly surged inside him, same as when he ate the lasting draconid essence fruit. Except this time, it was even more intense than before and was like a time bomb that had exploded within him. Swoosh. Before Xia Fei could even process his thoughts, every pore in his body abruptly opened, and his internal qi was released outward. The main source of energy from the lasting draconid essence fruit was qi flow, and if Xia Fei failed to expel it as soon as possible, he could very well explode and die. Lasting draconid essence. You've consumed lasting draconid essence. Yang Wang leaped to his feet and yelped in surprise. Yangji, who was standing at the side, asked blankly, I did indeed hand Xia Fei 5 lasting draconid essences the last time. He couldn't have possibly eaten all of those, could he have? Yang Wang glared at his son in spite before he went sprinting to Xia Fei. Such foolishness. Xia Fei has yet to reach the Annihilator tier. Just one lasting draconid essence alone could kill him. Yangji lowered his head as he tried to explain in a small voice. I thought he's about to make a breakthrough, so I gave him some. Yang Wang held Xia Fei and asked with much urgency. Tell me the truth. Just how many lasting draconid essences did you take, and how did you consume them? Xia Fei, who was panting heavily by now, rasped, 5. I chewed one up and swallowed the rest. Swallowed? You actually dared to swallow lasting draconid essences. The draconid qi they produce can tear you apart. Yang Wang yelled with widened eyes. Yangji was also speechless. How could he have known that Xia Fei would dare to swallow the lasting draconid essence? The secret contained within the fruit known as lasting draconid essence was the draconid qi. Draconid qi referred to the tyrannical qi that the draconids expel. It was all contained inside, and it would express itself like a storm. The trick to consuming lasting draconid essence lay in the user's physique, and this was to say that the amount of dragon qi one should take must be according to their level. Xia Fei was not exactly at a high level yet, so he could not ingest too much draconid qi. The correct consumption method ought to have been to chew lasting draconid essence, so as to release a portion of the dragon qi, and so that he would only be taking in about half of its energy. Alas, the situation right now was that, while Xia Fei had consumed the first lasting draconid essence with the right method, chewing before swallowing, and was naturally inconsequential, the powerful dragon qi helping purify his body, and in reaching the peak founder cultivation, Xia Fei had actually swallowed the rest. Those 4 lasting draconid essences had not been digested this whole time and had just been stored in Xia Fei's stomach. Gradually, their outer shells got dissolved by his stomach acids and split open, sending all that dragon qi to be absorbed by Xia Fei's body. Yang Wang sweated profusely as he muttered, for lasting draconid essences, and only one has been activated. If all 4 get activated, Xia Fei will most likely be finished. Is it possible for us to retrieve the other 3? Asked Yangji in a hushed tone. Yangji felt guilty seeing the critical urgency of Xia Fei's situation. After all, as he was still young. He had no idea that the lasting draconid essences were the pride of the dragons, and that humans would have a very hard time withstanding the powerful dragon chi. It's impossible. The exterior of the lasting draconid essences are already very fragile. Just the slightest touch will cause them to shatter. Right now, we can only pray that the remaining 3 will be able to hold on. Giving Xia Fei time to absorb this one first, Yang Wang spoke gravely. They got Xia Fei to lie down on the floorboards, making as little movement as possible while maintaining stable breathing. Yang Wang advised, Xia Fei, there are no better solutions right now, so do your best to use the energy the lasting draconid is giving off. Whether you divert it into cultivation or convert it into other forms of energy, it's fine as long as you don't keep any of it inside your body. Xia Fei did not answer. In fact, he was already doing what was advised. On one hand, he was expelling out even more dragon chi from his pores. On the other hand, he was consuming large amounts of the energy by focusing on cultivation. He was devoting every fiber of his being to madly cultivate. Unfortunately, the energy contained within the lasting draconid was too strong. In about half an hour later, the second lasting draconid burst as well. Xia Fei experienced a different type of breathing, as his irises turned violet. His soul mark, the soul mark in his 7th brain region, was rushing like crazy. Advancement? Xia Fei did not dare to think about it. Right now, he was solely concentrating on using up all the energy that he was provided. Safeguarding his life was far more important at the moment. This situation was extremely dire. This was when Yang Wang raised his head, turned to face the outside of the palace, and hissed, "Who was the blind fool that actually dared to barge in at this time?" Rumble. 2 wings, which spanned 800 miles, unfurled. Yang Wang leaped down from the Grand Palace, which was well over 10,000 miles wide, and revealed his true form as he went diving toward the base of the mountain. He was just like a predator that had pounced on its prey. "Old Dragon King, it's me again. Do you dare to fight another match with me?" This voice had come from the base of the mountain. Yang Wang was stunned. He could not dare to believe his ears. Was it actually him? As he got closer, he saw a middle-aged man standing on the ground. He was a lanky figure, with a head of white hair blowing in the wind and his hands behind his back. A slight smile was plastered on his face. Whoosh! Yang Wang landed right in front of the man and grabbed him by the shoulders before flying right up to the Grand Palace. "You came at just the right time. You've always bragged about how your medical skills are unparalleled. I happen to have someone who needs your saving right now. Save him, and I will bury the hatchet with you." Failed to save him, however, roared Dash. Yang Wang let out a powerful bellow, which had shocked this person so greatly that he covered his ears, and he went slightly pale. "Old Dragon King, just who could it be that worries you so?" the middle-aged man asked curiously. "A descendant of my friend." Yang Wang boomed. "Friend?" That man was surprised. Suspicion filled his eyes, but he said nothing. Soon, the old dragon Yang Wang brought the middle-aged man to his own grand palace without any consultation whatsoever. He pointed to Xia Fei and said, "That's him. You'd better act fast. If he dies, I'll really take your life this time." The middle-aged man recognized Xia Fei and was in for a shock once more. He mused in his disbelief. "Xia Fei? Is that Xia Fei? You recognize him?" Yang Wang asked, surprised. "Of course I do. I personally examined him twice in the past." This person said as he made his way to Xia Fei's side, wondering, how did Xia Fei get into this state? Yang Wang hurriedly related the situation of how Xia Fei had eaten lasting dragon essences on his own. The man immediately panicked upon hearing this, lamenting, "How reckless! He was practically toying with his life here." Swoosh! This person's palm flashed, pulling out a golden coconut from out of nowhere. It shone glittery gold, very extraordinary looking. Wasting no time to use tools, this person immediately poked out a hole on that coconut shell with his finger and then poured the milky white juice inside it to Xia Fei's mouth. "Quick, drink it," this person growled. Xia Fei was in absolute agony and could not care less about anything else, guzzling down the coconut juice as much as he was able to. Fact sure was stranger than fiction. The coconut juice was like a thick viscous glue, and it proceeded to seal up the dragon chi, which was running rampant inside Xia Fei's body. It even enveloped the other 2 lasting draconid essences that had yet to break. Could this be? Yang Wang was startled, pointing at the golden coconut as he gasped. The middle-aged man answered, "That's right. That was the coconut that had flowered from the coconut tree in God's Eden all those years back. It's the last one, too." Yang Wang nodded. "So it's a miracle fruit from God's Eden. With that, Xia Fei's life should be safe now, shouldn't it?" "That's hard to say. It will still depend on Xia Fei's ability to control energy and a smidgen of luck," the middle-aged man replied. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man turned to Furball. Seeing as Xia Fei was in trouble, Furball and little Goldie were of course very anxious. "There is another solution, but Xia Fei may not agree to it." The man eyed Furball unpleasantly. "There is another solution, but Xia Fei may not agree to it." The man eyed Furball unpleasantly. The Yggdragon Yang Wang was stunned, frowning. "You're not suggesting that Xia Fei eat his personal holy beast, are you? I knew you had ill intentions. To think you humans could come up with such a sinister method. If you dare to even do that, I won't be sparing you any time soon." That middle-aged man seemed to have found the accusation hilarious, waving his hand dismissively. "Old Dragon King, what are you saying? Even if I want Xia Fei to use such a method, he doesn't have the sufficient cultivation to devour a holy beast, which is beyond the 3 realms, right now." "Then what do you mean?" Yang Wang asked, curious. "Shatterstar is an energy-type beast, and only he is capable of drawing out the energy gathering inside Xia Fei's body," the middle-aged man said as he looked at Furball. Furball seemed to understand what had just been said. He let out a long sigh, for he had also thought that he was about to be eaten, and his liver twitched at that. After a pause, the middle-aged man's gaze sharpened as he said gravely, "However, the energy inside the lasting draconid essence is still dragon chi. Whether or not the holy beast Shatterstar can withstand this unique aura that the draconids give off is another issue altogether. Even if he succeeds, would harboring draconic power in him cause a mutation to the beast? I can't be sure of that." Yang Wang felt disappointed. As the king of Yggdragons, he naturally knew the dangers of dragon chi to exotic beasts. In this world, aside from the draconids, no other beast dared to challenge them. Even Furball, nurtured into the parallel existence by Xia Fei's hand, would still have to keep a low profile before the Yggdragons. This had nothing to do with fear. It was just that the holy beasts would not naturally be enemies with the draconids. If Yang Wang were a divine beast or a holy beast like Furball, the latter would already be showing his face by not paying any attention or attempting to kill it. Though holy beasts were considered beasts, they were very unique existences among them. They were the most incomprehensible existences. Even the draconids had companions. By comparison, there was only one Shatterstar in all of the universes. Like a lone swordsman, no one knew where he came from and what trump cards he had up his sleeves. If Furball were to swallow dragon chi, it was really hard to tell just what the outcome would be. A holy beast plus a dragon. It was reasonable for Furball to turn into some monster, not to mention the fact that Furball was already in existence that defied logic. "So that's what you're worried about?" Yang Wang nodded, understanding how frightening it would be if a holy beast consumed dragon chi. "Yes, at the end of the day, Furball is a holy beast. Not to be disrespectful, but you and I both only have about a 70% understanding of this strange existence known as holy beast, but I'm not the least bit sure of what would happen to a holy beast if he devoured dragon chi. Would he turn hostile against us? What major changes would take place? I really have no idea," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The Yggdragon King Yang Wang gnashed his teeth and coldly snorted. "This is my territory, the 8th universe. Do it. Let's save Xia Fei's life first and worry about everything else later." That man nodded. A holy beast transforming was no doubt frightening, not to mention this holy beast being the energy-type Furball, already known as Shatterstar even before his transformation. If he were to really mutate, he might truly shatter universes. Yggdragon King Yang Wang was no coward, and the Yggdragon couple should be able to contain the situation if anything were to go wrong. With this thought in mind, the middle-aged man squatted and told Furball in a low voice, "I know you understand what I'm saying. Right now, you're the only one who can save your master. The decision to do so rests entirely with you." "Oh, whoa." Sure enough, Furball flashed them a determined gaze and let out a powerful roar, almost as if to say, "Is there even a need to discuss this? Let's just do it quickly." An exotic beast had unwavering loyalty toward their master, and Furball had already risked his life for Xia Fei many times before. Even if there was a possibility for him to mutate as a result, turning into something that no longer recognized his kin, that would be a problem for the future. At present, Furball hated how he could not die in Xia Fei's place. Reaching out a hand, that middle-aged man said solemnly, "Hand over the lasting draconid essences. If you want the holy beast Shatterstar to alleviate Xia Fei's suffering, he will first need to consume the same amount of lasting draconid essences as Xia Fei." Yang Wang gulped. This was a truly insane act. Xia Fei had consumed 5 lasting draconid essence fruits, and that was already an extreme amount. Now, Furball needed to eat 5 too. By pushing through, both master and pet combined would have consumed enough energy to obliterate an entire galaxy. "Hand him some," Yang Wang ordered his son, Yangji. Taking the lasting draconid essence fruits in hand, the middle-aged man first got Furball to lie down and then pressed his hand on the holy beast's stomach, shoving all 5 of them down Furball's mouth as he instructed loudly, "Swallow them all, right now." Furball loved eating energy, and he was terrible at eating anything else. Usually, Avril would be chasing after him, eager to feed him treats, which was a torturous experience for him entirely. Furball shut his eyes and forced himself to eat the 5 lasting draconid essences, a serious look on his face. Immediately after, the mysterious middle-aged man pulled out 2 shriveled blueberries and carefully placed one each in Xia Fei and Furball's mouths respectively. Yggdragon King Yang Wang was taken aback once more. He was just about to open his mouth and ask when that middle-aged man said at once, "You don't have to ask." Yes, they were also miracle fruits from God's Eden, allowing Xia Fei and the Shatterstar to entwine their lives together. Yang Wang pouted, seemingly very envious of the fruits picked from God's Eden. The shriveled blueberries melted very quickly and went into Xia Fei's body, and Xia Fei could feel this strange sensation overwhelm him, which was akin to being sent into a fantastical universe and floating in space. Too much dragon chi had accumulated inside his body that Xia Fei had no time to pay attention to anything else. He was currently doing everything he could, working his soul mark, trying to absorb the astronomical energy. Xia Fei had always been proud of his energy control. From the very first day he became a warrior, Xia Fei had demonstrated a level of control that made others envious. However, today, Xia Fei could actually feel that his superb energy control was lacking. Too much energy, draconic power, had accumulated inside his body. It was well beyond the scope that he could handle. "Don't give up. Never give up," Xia Fei repeatedly told himself. The more critical the moment got, the more Xia Fei's willpower would show itself. No matter how much agonizing pain he was enduring, his steel-like willpower gave him the strength to persist. Xia Fei was not going to give up on his will to live until the very last second. Beyond, that mysterious middle-aged man placed one hand firmly on Xia Fei's body and the other on Furball. He seemed to be waiting at a critical juncture. With his 2 eyes shut tightly, a deathly silence pervaded that empty grand palace. Amid the silence, an earth-shattering shock was brewing. This was a battle, pitting Xia Fei and Furball against draconic power for the very first time. The moment that mysterious middle-aged man was done with his preparations, everyone saw him suddenly exerting force and sending 2 blasts of energy into Furball and Xia Fei's bodies at the same time. Yangji was stunned. Xia Fei was already being tortured from having too much energy, yet this man had actually sent even more energy into his body? Just what was the thought behind this? However, in the next second, an even more surprising scene unfolded before their very eyes. The 2 lasting draconid essences in Xia Fei's body, as well as the 5 in Furball's belly, all burst at the same time. The wind howled. The fatal dragon chi filled the entire grand palace. The technique, which this middle-aged man had just utilized, was strange and nimble. Both hands panned swiftly, and the palm he originally had on Furball's body was now on Xia Fei's, and vice versa. "Secret art, life concordancy," he yelled. Rumble. Everyone heard a loud explosion, and the entire palace rocked for quite some time. There was no longer Furball and Xia Fei. There were just 2 Xia Feis. Startled, the middle-aged man gushed in excitement. Turns out they have an existing death contract with each other. and they even know a doppelganger technique that can let them exchange energy seamlessly. That's very handy right now. A death contract, also known as a blood bond, was a pact that humans formed with exotic beasts to live and die together. This meant that if either Furball or Xia Fei were to die, the one remaining would not survive, either. Xia Fei initially had too low cultivation, and it was too hard for him to control Furball, which was why he had used such a crazy method. Now, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. With the two sharing an even tighter bond, it was even more suitable for Furball to absorb the energy that harmed Xia Fei. "Why aren't they moving?" Yangji exclaimed, tugging on the hem of his mother's clothes, extremely nervous. After that middle-aged man had used his secret art, Furball and Xia Fei had both become immobile, and even the immensely powerful dragon Qi was nowhere to be found. The middle-aged man got up and dusted his hands, appearing to be very exhausted. The highest form of energy is the spirit, mental strength. Right now, Furball and Xia Fei have already entered the pure spirit realm, and that is the domain of gods. All we can do at present is wait, see if their spirits are powerful enough, and if their mental strength is crazy enough. Yang Wang nodded and sat down in his chair. This series of thrills had left the Yggdragon king a little short of breath. Does this mean Xia Fei and Furball had left for the spirit realm? What about the dragon Qi from the lasting draconid essences then? Yangji asked, curious. They've all gone over, that mysterious man said in a low voice. The moment secret art life concordancy had taken effect, not only did Furball and Xia Fei become one, they were also sent to a sealed space. This was akin to the out-of-body experience spoken in urban legends. Anyone, even a commoner with no martial skills to speak of, had a spirit, and the same went for beasts. The moment warriors hit the limits of their physical strength, they would then begin to pursue mental strength, and spirit energy and soul power were the manifestation of this. The wind was howling. It was as though Xia Fei were standing atop a mountain range, against a powerful and chilling storm. But this time, he was not alone, for there was a white little ball with him. Like him, Furball was also standing up against that mighty dragon Qi. Furball's addition only increased the burden on Xia Fei when he was dealing with the draconic power by himself. After all, Furball had also brought along 5 more lasting draconid essences, equivalent to dealing with double the enemies. However, despite the overwhelming pressure, the addition of Furball had increased Xia Fei's tolerance. He was not an energy-type holy beast just for show. Xia Fei was a master at energy control, and Furball was the top energy-devouring monster out there. Who knew how much energy could Furball store in his stomach? Xia Fei could control energy, while Furball devoured energy. Both complemented each other and allowed them to just barely hold on. Roar. Dragon Qi was Dragon Qi. Though it had no form, it was still able to let loose an angry roar as though it were a living dragon. A harsh cry instantly penetrated the galaxy. 9 soul marks floated high in the sky. Xia Fei had activated his soul marks, which were now like 9 brilliant, burning suns, transforming the dragon Qi into an energy that he could control, spirit energy. Meanwhile, a white halo had enveloped Furball as he struggled to adjust the energy intensity. When the dragon Qi was too powerful, Furball would swallow it into his stomach, thereby weakening it. Furball would then proceed to unleash some before finally maintaining this spirit realm at the levels of dragon Qi that Xia Fei could manage. That middle-aged man was right. Xia Fei with Furball were indeed able to turn danger into safety. However, the true danger lay in Furball. He was attempting to devour draconic power as a holy beast. This was crazy. Xia Fei sped up his actions without saying a word. That was because the Furball beside him was turning more and more manic. Evidently, the draconic power was having an unpredictable effect on Furball. In fact, his 2 eyes, which were as big as green beans, had already turned bloodshot at this point. The 8th universe, the back garden of the palace in Yggdragon's territory. Xia Fei and Furball were in a precarious situation. The abundance of energy from the lasting draconid essences were beyond what Xia Fei could bear, and he had no choice but to borrow Furball's strength. Alas, Furball had become very frenzied after absorbing dragon Qi, and his 2 eyes were now bloodshot. In the spirit realm, Xia Fei and Furball's souls were intricately linked, but at this moment, The holy beast was actually behaving abnormally, not allowing his master to get near him. Furball, are you alright? Xia Fei asked telepathically, very concerned. Xia Fei got even more worried after seeing how frenzied Furball had become. Oh, whoa. Furball's answer to Xia Fei's inquiry was a rage-filled bellow. Xia Fei was stunned. Ever since he first tamed Furball, this was the first time Furball had thrown a tantrum at him. In the past, whenever Xia Fei abused Furball, the creature would at most duck to one side and ignore him. What had actually happened today? Furball was actually acting distant with Xia Fei. The conversion and accumulation of the dragon chi was almost over, but the tension between the owner and his pet had reached new heights. Clap. The final sliver of dragon chi entered Xia Fei's seventh brain region, and all was quiet in this mysterious space in the spirit realm. Though Xia Fei and Furball were only a few meters apart, it was no different from being an entire galaxy away. Right now, Xia Fei could completely not recognize the Furball in front of him. Furball momentarily looked into the distance, then flicked his eyes to Xia Fei. It was almost as if he were hesitating. His habit had always been to leap into Xia Fei's arms and fawn over him by acting all cute. Alas, this was not the case anymore. Furball had turned big and powerful. When the holy beast devoured the draconic power, it was unavoidable for there to be a temperamental change after. What were the Draconids? They were, of course, the apex existences that stood atop the food chain. Arrogant and aloof, unparalleled. Furball also had a prideful heart, and it was only because the stars had aligned that Xia Fei had managed to get him to enter a blood contract with him. Right now, it was even more impossible for a Draconid to accept a contract, which would have him showing subserviency toward a human. The more draconic power Furball absorbed, the more arrogant and tyrannical his desire to make the world surrender to his might became. However, old habits die hard. Furball, who had become used to Xia Fei's companionship after all these years, was somewhat unwilling to leave just like that. The situation right now was that of Furball struggling against the chaos inside him. It was as though there were two voices inside his head. One was from the great transformation he had undergone due to the draconic influence, hoping Furball would leave Xia Fei and become a dignified and imposing tyrant in the universe. The other was Furball's. He was fond of Xia Fei and even Avril. He liked Little Goldie and the Skywing Wolfpack, so he felt reluctant to leave. These two completely different powers were troubling Furball greatly, and he had no idea what he should do. In the spirit realm, Furball would let out uneasy cries from time to time, his voice evidently pained. Xia Fei saw all these, and he could not bear to see Furball suffering more. All of a sudden, completely unexpected, Xia Fei said something groundbreaking. The corner of his lips curled. Xia Fei broke out that genial smile and said softly, "You may leave." Zing! Furball was startled. His two small eyes stared blankly at Xia Fei. He could not believe that the latter had actually made the first move to release him. With a pause, Xia Fei sighed. "Having been with me for so many years, showing such fierce loyalty, you've never owed me anything. Instead, it is I who owe you. When we first entered the law realm, and I found myself surrounded from all sides, you sacrificed your life and used the singular Shatterstar strike. Ever since that day, I've already decided that if there ever comes a day when you wish to leave, I won't stop you, but will instead support you wholeheartedly, for you're the best friend I've ever had in my life. Everyone has the right to pursue their freedom and desire. I quite easily get into trouble, so there's no reason for me to let you deal with all such random nonsense. You deserve to have your freedom and your life back." Xia Fei swallowed his saliva. His eyes had become moist as his voice quivered. "Go. Come back and see me sometime if you miss me. Also, Avril's snacks are really quite disgusting, and I've had trouble telling her off. Every time Avril forced you to taste what she made, I could only bite the bullet and swallow, just like you did." The atmosphere was bittersweet and silent, and the only sounds that could be heard were just the owner and pet's heartbeats. Xia Fei was Xia Fei, all right. He treated his enemies with viciousness, while he showed incomparable tenderness and concern for his loved ones. When Furball wanted to leave, not only did he not stop him, Xia Fei even encouraged him to go about his life. In Xia Fei's mind, Furball had never been just some personal holy beast, but rather a friend, who had been with him through countless hardships. He was a close confidant. Furball's two beady eyes trembled, as his entire body shuddered vigorously. Clearly, he was getting even more emotional than Xia Fei. Holy beasts had no friends their entire lives, and they did not have anyone of the same kind. But Furball felt that he was different from the other holy beasts, as if he had something more. Suddenly, he saw Xia Fei make a swipe with his palm in the air, pulling out a complex string of rope-like things, which were tightly bound together. This was Xia Fei and Furball's blood contract. Without any hesitation, Xia Fei pressed one palm on it, and that complicated knotted rope was completely disintegrated. Xia Fei and Furball's blood contract had been dissolved. Yggdragon King's White Grand Palace. Yang Wang, Yangji, Hang Xiao, and that mysterious stranger were all staring at Xia Fei and Furball. Seconds passed, yet neither of the two moved at all. How are they? Yangji asked, curious. That mysterious middle-aged man heaved a long sigh and answered, I already told you. Xia Fei's strength, along with Furball's, can surely turn danger into safety. The only real danger now lies with the holy beast Shatterstar. There's no way to predict just what will happen when a holy beast absorbs dragon chi. There's a very high possibility that Furball will choose to leave Xia Fei, and if he rejects this, the two will engage in an intense battle inside the space, with Xia Fei possibly having to slay Furball. Yangji was shocked as he exclaimed, It's that serious? The middle-aged man laughed mirthlessly. That's not the worst outcome, either. The worst-case scenario will be Xia Fei dying to the holy beast Shatterstar's soul attack. The three Yggdragons sucked in breaths of cold air. It would be really tragic if Xia Fei died at the hands of the exclusive exotic beast, which he had reared all these years. Unfortunately, none of them understood Xia Fei, and they were even more clueless as to the fact that he had not only allowed Furball to leave, he had even encouraged the latter to do so. He was the one who tore the blood contract between them. There was a series of sighs, which echoed in that palace. This was especially true for Yangji. He was the one who gave Xia Fei those lasting draconid essences, yet it had actually caused such a disastrous outcome. Yangji felt very uneasy deep down, and his mother, Han Xiao, did her best to console him. All of a sudden, Yangji raised his head, stared outside the palace and hissed, What is it with today? To think another would dare to enter our lands. Just what's going on here? Just as his voice died down, a shrill whistle came from outside, which pierced through the clouds and echoed in the grand palace. Instantly, everyone inside arched their eyebrows, with the old dragon King Yangwang showing a startled expression. It's them, whoosh. Yangwang immediately rushed out of the palace. He did not reveal his true form and was, instead, glaring straight into the eyes of four individuals above the clouds. These four were wearing masks, which effectively concealed their true visages, completely disguising themselves from top to bottom. All that could be seen were their eyes, and those gazes held unreadable glints. You people aren't welcome here. Yangwang growled while still glaring fiercely. These four people thought nothing of his statement, alas, and one of them even quipped back. Actually, none of us wants to be here at all, but we can't find the metal tome that our master left behind, which is why we came over to ask the esteemed Yggdragon King if he's seen what our master left behind. Humph. Yangwang snorted and pointed at the one speaking. Are you Gale Sky Devil's spirit familiar? If I recall correctly, you're called Gale. That's right. That person nodded. Yangwang swept his gaze across the four present and said, How rare for the legendary Wing, Gale, Sea, and Calamity to all be present in my 8th universe. Just as he said this, a woman's voice could be heard from behind Yangwang. Since they are guests, why don't we invite them into our quarters to have seats? Yangwang snorted coldly. I do wish to do that, but I'm afraid they won't dare to join me. From the distance, it could be seen that Han Xiao and Yangji had also exited the palace. The four actually displayed very good behavior when they saw the two, even bowing to them. Lady Han Xiao, His Royal Highness the Little Prince. That mysterious stranger, who had exited the palace right after the rest, stood with Yangwang's group, though he remained silent. Oh, even the man from God's Eden is here. What a coincidence we're having today, to be able to meet so many old friends. The person of God's Eden has the last name Chu, so I believe that you're a descendant of the Chu family. There's this very lively individual from the Annihilation universe. and he goes by the name of Chu Jingfeng. The way he did things was also very similar to the elder Chu Xiaotian, keeping a low profile to hide his prolificacy, specializing in the research of strange things. The four mysterious individuals had started a discussion, but that middle-aged man merely puffed out his chest and remarked in a serious tone, "You're all correct. I am someone from the Chu family of God's Eden. Chu Xiaotian is my grandfather. Chu Jingfeng." To think that this middle-aged man was actually the one who had compiled the 1,000 soul rankings, the most powerful jack of all trades expert in the annihilation, Chu Jingfeng. He was also a God's Eden descendant. "Do you know who we are?" Chu Jingfeng smiled slightly. Before the four great sky devils departed, they left four treasures with the fiends: the broken-winged sky devil Paletitha's armor, flying eagle plume, a secret manual, which the Gale Sky Devil Medicinal Cauldron Prince recorded in a metal tome, and a pair of short swords called the Paired Comet, which twins Bitter Sea Sky Devil Forgotten Veil and Calamity Sky Devil Forgotten Trouble have left behind. Everyone alive knows about this, but what the commoners don't know is that, aside from those treasures, the Sky Devils also left behind four people. And they're of course you four, the Winged Gale Sea Calamity, spirit familiars of the four great Sky Devils. Clap, clap, clap. The Winged Gale Sea Calamity gave a round of applause. You truly live up to your reputation as someone from God's Eden, knowing all sorts of random knowledge. Indeed, we are Winged Gale Sea Calamity, each taking a word from the Lord Sky Devils. Today, we're here for one thing, and one thing only. We seek the legacy metal tome, which the Lord Medicinal Cauldron left behind. The Yggdragons have extremely close ties with the four lords, so we wonder if the tome was left here. The soul pets of the four great sky devils, Wing, Gale, Sea, and Calamity, spoke as though they were one, each taking turns to say something about their purpose. Yggdragon King Yangwang wore an unfriendly expression on his face as he growled, "I will only say this once. The legacy metal tome is not with me." Wing Gale Sea Calamity did not believe him. As they all murmured to one another, the old Dragon King couldn't be lying, could he? When faced with an existence like the metal tome, saying a lie or two isn't impossible, though. So what if it's not impossible? This here is the territory of the Yggdragons, and there's even someone from God's Eden. We may not be able to beat them. This situation looked very strange. The Winged Gale Sea Calamity kept discussing with one another as though there were no one else present. This was when something unexpected occurred. Above the white grand palace of the Yggdragons, thick black clouds had gathered, and lightning even flickered and struck. A phenomenon in the sky. Is someone about to cross the annihilator threshold? The four, Wind Gale Sea Calamity, were startled, all of them looking curiously in the direction of the palace. All of a sudden, an abnormal phenomenon occurred. Dark clouds began to gather above the Yggdragon's white grand palace, with violent flashes of lightning accompanying the oppressive accumulation. Above the Founder tier was the Annihilator tier. This was the tier known for causing widespread destruction with the flick of a finger. The situation happening right before their eyes was none other than someone making a breakthrough from the Founder tier, something that would only appear when somebody had successfully crossed the threshold to the Annihilator tier. Xia Fei. Both Yggdragon King Yangwang and Chu Jingfeng had the same thought, but they were currently having a standoff against four great Sky Devil spirit familiars, so not one of them made a motion. Alas, unlike them, the young Yangji could not keep his composure. "Old Dragon King, don't you have quite the guest here in your home today?" It was Wing of the four spirit familiars who looked up and asked this. "I've met that person before. He's the one who released me from the Sky Devil tomb, and also the one who took away Lord Paletooth's armor." Medicinal Cauldron Prince's spirit familiar, Gale, shrugged nonchalantly. "Flying Eagle Plume and Paired Comet are nothing to us. What we need now is the metal tome." With that said, the Winged Gale Sea Calamity looked in unison at Yggdragon King Yangwang. "We will believe Lord Old Dragon King's words this time, and will be taking our leave. Till we meet again," Gale said to Yangwang, and he gave a polite bow. Yggdragon King Yangwang said with a straight face, "Send them off." Rumble. 3 simple words, yet they had been said so imposingly. His voice rang clear. It was enough to shatter the hearts of the people around him. Just as Yangwang said those 3 words, A chorus of bestial roars and cries echoed from the cosmos around him, like a tsunami crashing in on them. Yang Wang was exhibiting his might to the four great devil's spirit familiars before him. They had entered the eighth universe, which was the Yggdragon's territory. The expression on the fours, winged gale sea calamities, faces remained unchanged, and they merely let out a sharp whistle. Yet this shrill sound was akin to a passerby whistling a pop tune, completely at odds with the angry roars of the beasts. However, it just so happened to cancel out all those cries. Just like that, the four departed. Chu Jingfeng sighed and turned to Yang Wang. Those four, winged gale sea calamity, sure are powerful, what with them being the Sky Devil Lord's true inheritors. Yang Wang snorted. They're surely up to no good with them seeking the metal tome. Let's go look and see how Xia Fei's doing first. We can talk about everything else after. At this moment, the black clouds, which had come to shroud the White Grand Palace, had reached their maximum density. This gigantic mountain, which reached well over 20,000 miles high, was completely covered in thick blackness and terrifying thunderbolts, almost as though the mountain was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Whoosh! 9 soul marks swiftly flew out and began surrounding the 20,000-mile-high mountain, becoming bigger and bigger as they circled around it. All of a moment, the soul marks shrank together to form a strange 9-faced entity, and then a 10th soul mark appeared. Compared to the 9 soul marks at the founder tier, the 10th soul mark representing the annihilator tier was far larger, and the lines between the mark were even more profound, spinning around madly. The soul mark disappeared sans a trace, and the black clouds had also parted. Even the thunderclaps ceased. A single ray of sunlight shot down, and it made the already magical white mountain even more mystical looking, leaving half in white and the other half in gray. Everyone rushed into the palace hall, only to find Xia Fei already awake with a lit cigarette. Meanwhile, Furball was gone. Xia Fei, you promoted. Yangji laughed. Xia Fei nodded. The situation was obvious. Dragon Qi had helped Xia Fei escape from the fetters of the founder tier, while Furball's temperament had undergone a major transformation as a result of absorbing the Dragon Qi and leaving his master's side. It's not such a terrible outcome. At the very least, Shatterstar didn't attack his master and only left, Chu Jingfeng thought inwardly. This was already the best outcome that he could have hoped for. Chu Jingfeng looked at Xia Fei, only to discover that he did not seem to be too disappointed. It was almost as though Furball's departure had been a consequence that Xia Fei already accepted. Yangji kept peppering Xia Fei with questions, but the answers the latter gave were all very simple. Everyone present knew that the crossing of the annihilator threshold was anything but simple. It would never be as easy as what Xia Fei had made it out to be. However, since Xia Fei did not wish to discuss this matter in detail, everyone could only keep quiet and not focus on it further. Come, let me introduce you to. This one is Chu Jingfeng, and he can be considered our friend, Yggdragon King Yang Wang said. Can be considered? Chu Jingfeng furrowed his brows. He had gotten in a fight with Yang Wang back in the day, and though they now got along better than before, it appeared that this old dragon was still harboring some disgruntlement over that affair. Xia Fei was stunned, gasping. So you're Grandmaster Chu Jingfeng? I've long been an admirer. Yang Wang harumphed coldly. How is he considered a Grandmaster? More like an idler if you ask me. Chu Jingfeng did not pay this side comment any heed, and continued smiling at Xia Fei. The Dragon Qi is something else. Now that you've managed to absorb as much of the energy from the lasting Draconid essences, and you've also transcended to become an annihilator, this is a matter truly worth celebrating. Still, you were far too reckless with your usage of the lasting Draconid essence. You nearly met with a catastrophic disaster. You clearly have the serpent-swallowing whale secret manual, so why didn't you follow what's written and administer it accordingly? Xia Fei shook his head. You know of the serpent-swallowing whale, too? But of course, it's me who wrote it. Chu Jingfeng chuckled. Xia Fei was startled. So that's why? Still, it doesn't seem like the serpent-swallowing whale had any records of the lasting Draconid essence. How's that possible? Let me take a look. Chu Jingfeng took Xia Fei's serpent-swallowing whale and flipped through it several times before laughing. My disciple was truly too careless. He only told me that he had given you the serpent-swallowing whale, but not that you didn't get the full version. With that said, Chu Jingfeng swiped a finger across his spatial ring and retrieved an even thicker book. He then proceeded to hand it over to Xia Fei, as he took that incomplete copy and stashed it away. Xia Fei curiously browsed the book in its entirety. Sure enough, the full version of the serpent-swallowing whale was jam-packed with content, which was unlike the one he had had before. There was a much lengthy description of the lasting draconid essence recorded on its pages compared to the incomplete version. Chu Jingfeng remarked, "Speaking of which, I have quite the fated relationship with the unrestricted spiritualist grandmaster. I even know that those old coots of the unrestricted sect, who are still alive, can be considered acquaintances of theirs. On top of that, the relationship between Fuchin and that good-for-nothing disciple of mine is quite good, too. Fuchin once got heavily injured, and it's Su Luanbu who helped him on his road to recovery. The earlier copy of the serpent-swallowing whale is something that I gave to my disciple long ago. I had yet to complete it back then. My disciple gave this to Fuchin, who then gifted it to you, which is why you ended up with that unfinished secret manual." Xia Fei nodded before asking, "I wonder if old man Fuchin is doing all right." Chu Jingfeng answered, "Fuchin has already left. From what my disciple told me, he transcended to the Annihilator tier a step before you did. It seems like he has gone off to find Sima and Mosen, the final two inheritors of the unrestricted sect in the Annihilation universe." Sighing, Chu Jingfeng said, "The unrestricteds can be seen as pillars of spiritualists, yet the only ones remaining are you, Fuchin, Sima, and Mosen. Who knew that there'd come a day when there are just a handful of you guys? Life is truly too unpredictable." Xia Fei already knew well that there were very few unrestricted sect members left out there, which was why he had not been too surprised by this news. Instead, he asked, "Who were those earlier then?" Everyone was shocked. Yang Wang asked in a grave tone, "You sense their presence?" Xia Fei answered, "Yes. I seem to have met one of them in the past, too." Chu Jingfeng laughed and did not deny anything. "I know about that. You ran off to the broken-winged Sky Devil's tomb some time ago and released a strange creature. That's among one of the four." Xia Fei was surprised and listened to Chu Jingfeng continue on, saying that their people isn't exactly accurate. "I can't grasp what kind of existence they are, either, but when the four great Sky Devils departed back then, they were worried that the fiends would remain stagnant. As such, they each left a weapon. The Gale Sky Devil Medicinal Cauldron Prince was a technical sort who's not good at fighting, so he left a legacy of his. That flying eagle plume you have on you is Broken Wing Sky Devil's war armor. You ought to know just how powerful it is." Chu Jingfeng truly lived up to his reputation as a miscellaneous expert and had quite the abundant knowledge when it came to a variety of things. Xia Fei nodded. The eagle feather was no doubt powerful, and with that armor, be it a soul or a physical attack, as long as it landed on the armor, either would be mitigated accordingly. Such a formidable existence was practically heaven-defying. Besides that, the Lord Sky Devils even created 4 spirit familiars, and they're none other than those 4 who barged into the 8th universe earlier: Wing, Gale, Sea, and Calamity. They each took a word out of the 4 great Sky Devils and made those their names, Chu Jingfeng said. "Spirit familiars? What's that?" Xia Fei asked, curious. Chu Jingfeng took a moment to think about what to say and explained, "Think of it as a kind of substantial spirit, nurtured from thin air. The use of the 4 great Sky Devils' power. That technique may require Gale Sky Devil to explain properly. There's no way I can explain it as well as he does. In any case, just think of them as spirits with their own bodies, like biological creatures cultivated in a laboratory." Spirit with physical bodies? Xia Fei had seen spirits before, and from the earliest encounter with Phantom and now with Radix. Neither had any physical form and was no more than a shadow following Xia Fei. What kind of spirit could have their own body? Furthermore, they were cultivated from scratch in a lab. The technology used was really incredible, worthy of the 4 great Sky Devils' methods. Chu Jingfeng paused for a bit before continuing. "Too bad that the 4 great Sky Devils' spirit familiars are neither human nor beast, and their personalities are quite strange, too. While they ought to be listening to the Fiend's racial leader, they're too powerful, and so there's no way for the Fiend's leader to control them." As time went by, the 4 great Sky Devils' spirit familiars became the greatest scourges of the Fiends, causing trouble everywhere. The Sky Devils left their familiars in order to help the fiends overcome any future difficulties. But that's top secret information that others can't know about. After all, a trump card should remain hidden till it's used to attack potential enemies when they least expect it. When the fiend's racial leader was left in a terrible fix by the spirit familiars and was truly helpless, he used the method of restraint that the lords had imparted, trapping the four into the tomb. It won't be too late to let them out when the need arises. Xia Fei was stunned and immediately asked a follow-up question. Was this because of that time when I broke my way into the broken-winged Sky Devil's tomb, unwittingly letting one of them out, that the four great Sky Devil's spirit familiars are back in the world again? Chu Jingfeng nodded. That's right, but you couldn't be blamed for it, since you lacked the inside information back then. Gazing out into the distance, Chu Jingfeng said meaningfully, actually, letting those four spirit familiars out to cause a little trouble is good, too. This universe is already in pandemonium. Everyone could hear a howling in the distance after hearing that, as though someone was approaching at high speeds. A white lightning streaked into the Yggdragon's palace, stopping right beside Xia Fei. Everyone was stunned, for this was no stranger. This was Furball. He was a lot bigger compared to the Furball of the past, and had a full body of white hair, which shimmered in light luster, looking very much like a firefly in the darkness. His two eyes did get many times bigger than before as he swept a crafty gaze around. There was a slight smirk on his lips, an uncanny mimicry of Xia Fei's. A peak holy beast. Yang Guang knitted his eyebrows and gasped. Chu Jingfeng also pointed at Furball, intrigued. He didn't leave you. How's that possible? Your contract's no longer in effect. Xia Fei thought nothing of it and reached out his arm for Furball to hop right up on, looking absolutely refreshed. Most likely because this little guy missed me. Xia Fei pursed his lips and said softly. If Xia Fei's promotion to an annihilator was the first surprise, learning that Furball had reached the peak of a holy beast cultivation would be the second. However, even if the exciting news of these two was added together, it would be nothing compared with the shocking scene everyone was now bearing witness to. Furball did not leave Xia Fei after absorbing the dragon chi. He had still chosen to follow Xia Fei. Chu Jingfeng was utterly speechless. He was a miscellaneous expert, having authored The Serpent-Swallowing Whale, compiled the 1,000 Soul Rankings, and it was as though nothing in the known universe could escape his eyes. This time, however, Chu Jingfeng had been proven so ridiculously wrong. Furball unexpectedly choosing to stay completely went against the understanding Chu Jingfeng had toward beasts. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a holy beast, which had absorbed dragon chi, remain by a human's side? There must be a problem somewhere. Chu Jingfeng muttered under his breath. Yang Guang and his family were also very shocked, but they very quickly accepted Furball's choice and even felt happy that Xia Fei still had such a powerful assistant. Furball looked very pleased with himself, seemingly communicating with little Goldie by his side. Since the holy beast had reached his peak form and had even ingested the ever-varying dragon chi, little Goldie was all the more determined to worship the former. Squatting, Chu Jingfeng curiously examined Furball, but did not expect that just getting near the beast would cause Furball to let out a tremendous roar, which had Chu Jingfeng taking several steps back. He has draconic prestige. Chu Jingfeng gasped. Draconic prestige was the awesome might that only draconids possessed. A single roar from Yggdragon King Yang Guang could make the beasts in all known stars and universes to get down on their knees. And it was all because he possessed the draconid's draconic prestige. No beast could resist it. Right now, Furball's voice also contained this draconic prestige, which the Yggdragons had, and this overwhelmed Chu Jingfeng greatly. Even more so, he was unable to comprehend just how a holy beast with draconic prestige could still be following Xia Fei. Yang Guang burst into raucous laughter and thought nothing of this. Furball does indeed have a bit of draconic prestige, but it isn't very strong. With this said, Yang Guang extended a hand to hug Furball. He wanted to see the changes that the creature had attained after his transformation to the peak form. Roar! Furball let out another roar at Yang Guang, displaying his extreme ferocity. Yang Guang was stunned and subsequently got angry, matching Furball's roar with one of his own. The Yggdragon's white palace was instantly whipped into a storm, with a holy beast that had ingested dragon qi on one side and Yggdragon Yangwang on the other side, both engaged in an intense battle. Neither was backing down from each other. Xia Fei's eyes widened. Chu Jingfeng's eyes shone. They had a hard time believing that Furball could actually challenge the Yggdragon king directly in this manner. Not only was the former not in the least bit afraid, he was also not any bit weaker, momentum-wise. Yangwang's eyes went completely red. Though he had verbally stated that they had no relations to the Megadragons, everyone knew that the Yggdragons were still Draconids. They were existences that stood at the apex of the food chain as well. Now that Lord Yangugang was being shown up by a little ball, he could not help but be extremely furious. Whoa! Furball and Yangwang's contest intensified. Suddenly, the latter spread his arms, seemingly about to reveal his true form. Well done, Furball, having actually driven the distinguished Yggdragon king into revealing his true form for the confrontation. This was when Lady Hanxiao stepped forward to grab Yangwang and laughed lightly. You must be getting confused with your age to actually get angry with this little creature here. Yangwang shook his head grumpily, looking at Furball and saying, Fine. I accept that you're fierce enough, little guy. Silence. Chu Jingfeng and Xia Fei were dumbfounded after witnessing this exchange, neither sure of what they should say. Xia Fei's eyebrows were knitted together as he tentatively reached a hand out. After seeing Furball compete against Yggdragon Yangwang, Xia Fei was uncertain to what degree Furball would listen to his commands. After all, this creature was no longer what he used to be, and was now a peak holy beast mixed with dragon qi. Swoosh. Furball leaped up to Xia Fei's shoulder without a second thought, and appeared to be no different from before. Only then did Xia Fei feel relieved. He did not care how terrible Furball's attitude was toward others, as long as he remained friendly toward him. You must tell me, just how did you do this? Chu Jingfeng asked Xia Fei, all serious-like. Being unable to make sense of why Furball still chose to follow Xia Fei was an unpleasant feeling for Chu Jingfeng. Really? Is that all? Because you let him go, the esteemed holy beast Shatterstar chose not to leave and, instead, decided to follow you even more loyally. Chu Jingfeng found it inconceivable even after hearing Xia Fei's account. Xia Fei nodded. Yes, just that. I thought that Furball would leave for sure at that time. After all, his transformation was scary following the absorption of the dragon qi. In all these years, I've never seen him like that. Lady Hanxiao let out a sigh and said softly, It seems simple, but it's anything but. This is most likely what it means to conquer the heart. You used your sincerity to subdue the heart of Shatterstar, and that's far more effective than any contract out there. With that said, Hanxiao gazed at her husband meaningfully. Yangwang instantly understood her intention and nodded. Indeed, while we Draconids are born prideful, that doesn't mean that we are indifferent to others. As long as someone can move us with their sincerity, we can reciprocate in kind. Unfortunately, few can do so, for humans are far too devious, and that clashes with our temperament. Chu Jingfeng ignored the discussion between Xia Fei and Yangwang, pulling out a notebook instead, and quickly jotting down some stuff on it. After a short chat, Yangwang mentioned in passing, It'll be my birthday in a few days' time, and it's sure to be very lively then. You've just crossed a critical threshold, so it's best if you spend the next few days cultivating without any intrusive thoughts. That way, you can make sense of your current state. Xiaofeng is fortunately here. While he dabbles in an assortment arts, he's still a fairly decent practitioner and can help you understand any problems you encounter as a newly promoted annihilator. Be at ease and stay here. Though the 8th universe isn't large, it has plenty of good scenery. A warrior mustn't only spend time cultivating, they must open their horizons, too. I'll have Yangji bring you on a tour around my territory tomorrow so that you can have a look yourself. Xia Fei was, of course, not about to reject this cordial invitation Yggdragon King Yangwang had extended to him. Besides, he indeed needed some guidance and to spend some time consolidating his foundation. After Fuchen's departure, Xia Fei had been blindly probing his advancement. He was definitely not about to miss a chance to get in touch with this miscellaneous expert, Chu Jingfeng. By nighttime, Xia Fei, along with Furball and Little Goldie, had already settled inside the palace. The place had this indescribably sense of sacredness, and perhaps because Xia Fei had been utterly exhausted after the day he had had, He actually had a very sound sleep that night. Yang Guang and Lady Hanxiao's bedroom was in the deepest part of the palace, hidden underground. The room was naturally very spacious because they had the habit of being in their true forms while asleep. With Yang Guang's wingspan being over 800 miles wide and Lady Hanxiao's being 600 miles, an average room would certainly not be enough to contain them both. Yang Guang and Hanxiao got settled while facing a sculpture. The two had formed a habit of speaking to this sculpture before they went to sleep. It was just that this was a very strange sculpture of three humans. One was a man in his 20s, holding a boy and girl. Each child had two small horns on their heads, while that young man had a completely human appearance. Yang Guang gazed at the sculpture as a rare moment of sadness crept into his face. Lady Hanxiao chuckled. "Are you missing father?" Yang Guang nodded his head slightly, but did not say anything else. "I miss him too. I wonder where he's gone off to," Hanxiao murmured softly, her head resting on Yang Guang's chest. The Annihilation Universe, some secret location in parts unknown. There was a simple pavilion made from bamboo in the middle of a forest. An elderly gentleman was seated under the shade reading an old-fashioned scroll book. The atmosphere was simple yet refined, looking like the elderly gentleman had quite the unusual taste. A light breeze kicked up sand, causing the elderly gentleman to lift his head and look in the direction of the cobblestone road. He saw a middle-aged man walking over. It was none other than Xiao, the man in command of the most secretive Black Ops organization in the Annihilation Universe, Dark Souls. Lord Autumn Erudite. Xiao did a fisted salute. The elderly Autumn Erudite smiled. "Come in and take a seat." Xiao entered the pavilion and sat with the elderly gentleman, who continued to calmly read his book. "It's finally settled. In order to hide Xia Fei and the entire Skywing clan's identity, I was forced to kill the perpetrator," Xiao said. Autumn Erudite did not raise his head and merely said softly, "No need to report to me your deeds. All that matters is that it's been done." Xiao was slightly taken aback, but followed up immediately with a nod. "Understood. Truly, I shouldn't have bothered your eminence with such distasteful matters. It's just that Dark Souls offended plenty of people this time, so I'm afraid that we'll be even more isolated in the future." Autumn Erudite said, "The Annihilation Universe has never been a place that has lacked for distastefulness. Just do whatever needs to be done. With me around, no one will dare have any designs on you. Speaking of which, have you found out which branch the Skywings are an offshoot of from the Fiends?" With how devastating the eradication was, for there to still be a line of fiend bloodline that could be concealed from the Annihilator's eyes and be preserved. They have done quite a marvelous trick of stealing the sky and putting up a sham sun. Xiao shook his head. "At present, all I know is that the Skywings are the final inheritors of the Fiend's bloodline. As for which branch they're from, I'm absolutely clueless on that front. Perhaps I'll be able to pick up some clues from the historical records after I take over the 3 libraries of the Fiends." Autumn Erudite let out a long sigh. "Well then, no need to think about it for now. Taking over the 3 libraries of the Fiends will be too conspicuous. We have to delay that move. We've already somewhat shown our hands with our recent actions, and that's not a good thing at all." After a pause, Autumn Erudite continued. "The Blue Blood Zaydens have taken a huge loss and are now left out in the cold, so we can try and recruit them. Also, we need to find an opportunity to test Chu Jingfeng's attitude toward us. The great change on his 1,000 soul rankings came from out of nowhere, which helped draw quite a lot of attention away from us, or else there'd have been no way to resolve the matter so easily." Xiao was startled, frowning. There are rumors saying that Chu Jingfeng also has connections to the Fiends. It's said that his ancestors were gardeners. Gardeners? Autumn Erudite laughed. He proceeded to put the book down and smiled. "You ended up getting encircled because you're investigating the ruins of the Fiend species all those years back. I know you're furious, but you must remember that we're ultimately not the Fiends, and all we want is to find out the truth behind their betrayal back then. An investigation is just that, and our stance needs to remain neutral." Xiao was surprised and quickly nodded his head vigorously. How was Xia Fei to know that, before he could even reach the Annihilation Universe, there was already one round after round of waves being made there, and the reason for all that was him? Several people, with Xiao taking the lead, wanted to investigate the reason behind the Fiend's betrayal back then, while some were doing everything they could to prevent this. During the Hero Alliance's war against the ancient Megadragon, the fiends had suddenly turned traitors for no reason whatsoever, or at least, that was what was recorded in the history books. However, not everyone trusted these records. The two conversed a bit more. Eventually, Xiao Zetian got up and said his farewell. Watching Xiao Zetian's back as he departed, Autumn Erudite chuckled and said to himself, while it's true that the Chu clan's ancestors were gardeners, they're the gardeners of God's Eden. Yggdragon territory, the White Palace. Yangji looked outside and told Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng, let's go. Today, I'll be taking you to the Blue Diamond Falls. It's really pretty there. These few days in the 8th universe, Xia Fei had received nothing but warm reception from Yangji and his family. Every day, Chu Jingfeng accompanied him in his cultivation, while Yinji was tasked with bringing him around to see the scenery. Instead, it was the old dragon King Yangwang and his wife, Lady Han Xiao, who had not shown their faces during this time. The views and vista of the 8th universe were naturally amazing. Alas, Xia Fei, who was preoccupied with his thoughts, was in no mood for leisurely enjoyment. How could he, along with the entire Skywing clan, be a descendant of the fiends? In his mind, this was a huge question hanging in doubt. After all, he was about to head over to the Annihilation universe, and that was somewhere fiends were hated. If Xia Fei's identity got exposed there, things could take a disastrous turn. What are you staring blankly at? Quick, let's go, urged Yangji happily. Draconids matured slowly, so this Yangji was still a child at heart. He felt very happy to have been accompanying Xia Fei these days. He had been feeling lonely growing up all alone, with hardly any companion at all, in the past. Whoosh! Yangji revealed his true form and carried Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng throughout the galaxy, ferrying the two to see the Blue Diamond Waterfall at his greatest speed. Chu Jingfeng, who was currently hugging himself, commented, there's still some disparity between the Yggdragons and the Megadragons. It's said that after the Megadragons mature, their wingspan can reach up to 3,000 miles, with their kings even reaching up to 10,000 miles. Xia Fei was stunned. Yangwang's full wingspan was 800 miles, and Han Xiao was 600. Their son was only 100 miles, but that was already enough to leave Xia Fei awestruck. As for a wingspan 10,000 miles wide, that would be a size even greater than a planet. It was simply unimaginable. Very soon, Yangji landed by a waterfall shimmering in blue. The size of this waterfall was massive, and it was as though the entire planet served as a platform, with the drop akin to a billowing blue ribbon. Truly a magnificent spectacle in this part of the universe. How is it? This place isn't half bad, yeah? I love having a bath here. The water is icy cold, and it feels great trickling on my body. After saying that, Yangji leaped from the top of the waterfall and dove into the deep pool below, sans a care of the surroundings whatsoever. His huge body set a huge wave off, and Yinji felt very pleased with the result. Xia Fei and Chu Jingfeng did not jump off like Yangji. Instead, they found a boulder to sit on. Xia Fei lit a cigarette and asked calmly, you said that there are likely people from above secretly helping me. What do you mean by that? Chu Jingfeng answered casually, you all have a very unique identity. You used to live in Desolate Glacier, which is what your people call the Law Realm. That place is considered the lowest out of all the 9 universes, so it's acceptable for the Annihilation universe to have not noticed your existence at all. However, when you all entered the Alpha universe, creating quite a commotion as you did, I refuse to believe that the Annihilators still won't be aware of the Skywings, especially you. You actually made it into the collapsed expanse of Founders. That's a selection system the Annihilation universe created. One must take a blood test before being accepted. The fact that no one discovered the presence of our fiend bloodline. Never mind me. Even the entire world wouldn't believe it. Xia Fei made a smoke ring as he arched his eyebrow. In the collapsed expanse of Founders, I very clearly remember there being a weird crash, and then those people from the Blue Blood Zayden clan brought me to the Devil Shadow Dragoon selection system. They were full of questions regarding my identity, but they had no way of determining it, either. Chu Jingfeng smiled. Well, that's just it, isn't it? The Zaydens are a powerful division of the Blue Bloods, but they're by no means the most elite force in the Annihilation. Someone must have secretly tampered with the collapsed expanse of Founder's system. So the people of Zayden found you to be rather weird and failed to uncover the mystery of your bloodline. Xia Fei looked at Chu Jingfeng and asked, "So if the Zayden clan wasn't able to tell, how were you able to?" Chu Jingfeng let out a weird laugh and replied softly, "Don't forget, my family ancestor was in charge of God's Eden, the mystical garden established by the 4 great sky devils. Countless fiends wished that they could be the caretakers of that garden, yet the sky devils chose my human grandfather, which in itself couldn't be any clearer." Xia Fei had already heard about God's Eden from Chu Jingfeng. The fiends were very stubborn and closed off. The Chu family was one of the few human clans that had gained the fiend species' trust and made headways in it. To have been bestowed the position of gardener to God's Eden by the 4 great sky devils was evidence enough of just how extraordinary the Chu family ancestor was. Unfortunately, after the 4 great sky devils departed, resulting in God's Eden becoming ownerless, the place had steadily declined to the point where plenty of biological life there had gone extinct. Having no other options, the Chu family packed up their bags and left the fiend's side. This move turned out to be for the best, as the Chu family did not get embroiled in that species' utter eradication. His grandfather, who had died in the war against the Megadragons, was hailed as a hero, so those forces seeking to erase any traces of the fiends in the universe let Chu Jingfeng's father off the hook, opting not to pursue his family over his past job as God's Eden caretaker. However, not pursuing his family did not mean that they had gotten away scot-free. Chu Jingfeng's father, who had inherited the Chu family's ultimate art and was immensely talented, led a mediocre life, all because the Annihilation universe still distrusted him. While Annihilation had ultimately not purged the Chu family, they had completely isolated them from the mainstream. Even Chu Jingfeng, whose research into miscellaneous fields was the best throughout the entire universe, still had no way of being accepted into the Annihilation's mainstream society and had to be low-key in collating the 1,000 soul rankings and other such stuff, whiling his time away with all that. However, because Chu Jingfeng's grandfather had once been the gardener of God's Eden, he, along with the Yggdragons, was one of the few individuals in the Annihilation who still admired the fiends. Yang Wang and his family had quite a decent relationship with the fiends and had also personally met the 4 great sky devils. When the Hero Alliance forced the sundering of the universe for the sake of keeping the universe safe, they had splintered this piece of space where the Yggdragons lived. It was not until Yang Wang and his family discovered a way to connect their plane with the Alpha universe that they received some news, and this had happened only in the recent years. When they learned that the fiends had all been wiped off from the face of the universe, Yang Wang had been despondent for a good long while. Later, the dark spiritualists used a secret method to connect to the 8 universe, and Yangji bumped into Xia Fei. Only then did Yang Wang learn that the fiends still had a surviving bloodline. Thus, he had Yangji bring Xia Fei to the 8th universe. Stubbing the cigarette out, Xia Fei furrowed his brows and sighed. "I originally thought that joining the Annihilation universe will give me the chance to get in touch with the greatest power across the universe. But who knew that it'd be at such great risk? If I am a fiend, won't that make me an enemy to all of the Annihilators?" Xia Fei could feel a headache coming on. He had not even taken a step into the Annihilation universe, yet he had already made enemies. How many members did the Skywing clan have? It would be impossible for them to take on the entire Annihilation universe. Chu Jingfeng said, "Since many generations have passed, the fiend bloodline that can be traced in you or anyone else in the Skywing clan should already be very diluted. Still, a fiend remains a fiend. I checked all the things you'd all done in the law realm. Very incisive, indeed." Xia Fei was momentarily left speechless. The Skywing, especially in the recent few years, had been an absolute aberration in the law realm. That place had completely been turned on its head by the Skywings. It had never once crossed Xia Fei's mind that the Skywing clan having such personality could be due to them holding a bit of the fiend bloodline, but thinking back on it now, he did find it somewhat strange. Grand Ancestor Xia Gucheng was not born from a rock, and from when he was alone at the start till he created a clan, which was coincidentally called the Demon-Sealing Fiendish Blade, the word fiend had been so vividly and sharply represented and lived up to. Thinking about it now, he could not help thinking of why the Skywings had been so fiendish. There was indeed a reason for it. Only, the reason behind it was simply too big. Chu Jingfeng gave the matter some thought and said, "Relax. Whether it's you or the entire Skywing clan, the fiend bloodline is so rare that anyone who hasn't met a fiend before can hardly tell your identity. And even if they did, as long as you can keep a low profile, you won't really draw much attention. Of course, Xia Guqing must never go near the Annihilation Universe. I've been secretly observing him, and while your identity needs a bit of scrutiny and testing, anyone can tell at a glance that he's a descendant of the fiends." Xia Fei nodded. "That I understand. It just so happens that the Grand Ancestor plans to retire. I'll chat about this with him when I get back, warning him not to reveal himself too much for the time being. By the way, you mentioned something about the Arhut fruit being able to mask fiend energy. How sure are you of its effectiveness?" Chu Jingfeng answered. "Aside from Xia Guqing, the rest of you can use that, for even if he were to consume an Arhut fruit in a timely fashion, there'd be no way for him to mask his aura. After all, he's a direct descendant of the fiends, while you're the second most prominent. You'll need to consume it exactly as I tell you, and to replenish yourself with it constantly." Xia Fei's aura had always been the most similar to Xia Guqing, with the both of them having a pair of fiend wings, and were also the only two who had those in the entire clan. Thinking a little more, Chu Jingfeng added, "I have no idea why Xiao Zetian knows that you're a descendant of the fiends, and for him to insist you join the Annihilation Universe. I am certain that this matter is by no means simple. Before anything had happened to him, he was widely regarded as a generational genius and was a man of high intelligence. Rumors later spread that he died with his wife, and later those rumors turned into just him. While Xiao Zetian is still alive and has caught the eye of a person who represents the pinnacle of strength in the Annihilation Universe, in charge of the most powerful assassination squad." Swallowing saliva, Chu Jingfeng's eyes sparkled. "Remember, hatred lingers in Xiao Zetian's heart. He might be in a hurry to bring you to annihilation because your identity as a fiend could help him solve some of his problems." Xia Fei smiled. Given how sinister a place the Annihilation Universe was, he had already long suspected that to be the case. "Well, we'll be mutually using each other. Xiao Zetian is using me, and I'm also using him," Xia Fei replied calmly. "I remember clearly that every time I ask my grand ancestor about his upbringing, he will always have a very pained expression. I'll be taking this chance to figure that out, uncover what truly happened to the Fiend clan all those years back. There's something that I can't make sense of yet, though. There were the 4 Dragoon Legions, Dark Moon, Holy Light, Destiny, and Devil Shadow. All those years back, since the Annihilation Universe determined that the Devil Shadow Dragoons were traitors, there's no way such a powerful army would just disappear over the course of one night after the betrayal, right? They were the strongest warriors of the Fiends, so where could they have gone?" Xia Fei wondered out loud. Chu Jingfeng shrugged, helpless. "That's an ancient mystery. No one has a clue where the Devil Shadow Dragoons went. In any case, all of them disappeared overnight, and the news of their betrayal soon spread throughout the Annihilation Universe. This forced the Hero Alliance to engage in a suicidal assault, essentially dying with the Mega Dragons. If the Devil Shadow Dragoons had really betrayed the cause, they should have appeared while the Hero Alliance was attacking the Mega Dragons. I once saw a corpse from the Triclopean Fiend clan, and there were scenes from the war that I saw in his memories. Throughout the assault against the Mega Dragons, there hasn't even been a single shadow of the Fiends anywhere," Xia Fei said. Chu Jingfeng shook his head again, unsure of what to make of it. In any case, any trouble Xia Fei faced in his life would always be very troublesome, and if the Skywings were the true descendants of the Fiends, then the entire Annihilation Universe would be their enemy. Yggdragon King Yangwang's birthday was a very lively affair. Whenever a dragon celebrated their natal, thousands of creatures would make a pilgrimage. The exotic beasts all formed herds from all over and swarmed to the White Palace, with some of them having spirits, able to prostrate themselves on the ground, much like humans, so that they could pay homage to their king. Of course, only a portion of the beasts in the 8th universe had the privilege to do so. Among these beasts was a group said to have tried helping the Mega Dragons assault all parts of the universe, and each one of them had been branded as a sinner eventually. Naturally, Yang Wang and his family had a very dim view of this group of beasts. Back then, Yang Wang had honored his agreement with the fiends and joined the assault team of the Devil Shadow Dragoons. However, several days before they were bound to set off, Yang Wang had learned that some of the exotic beasts under his command had entertained thoughts of rebelling. As such, Yang Wang and Lady Hanxiao hurried to suppress all these disloyal beasts, thereby missing out on the war between the Hero Alliance and the Megadragons. When the Dark Spiritualists opened the 6 cycles of reincarnation, the beast flood they had triggered was this group of sinners. Since Yang Wang disliked the mankind of now and also those sinners that had betrayed him, he decided not to intervene, allowing the calamity of millions of exotic beasts to be unleashed upon the Alpha universe. This was clearly Yang Wang's stance regarding the Hero Alliance. Regardless if the fiend had betrayed the Annihilation universe, he felt that the complete eradication of the race was going too far. In the end, he no longer wished to be associated with the Annihilators. The exotic beasts, which could visit Yggdragon King Yang Wang, were all divine beast grade. Xia Fei had never in his life seen such a congregation of so many different divine beasts. Some of them could even speak the human language and hold a conversation with him. On top of all that, there were the other Yggdragons, but it seemed like only Yang Wang and his family had the ability to assume human forms. All these other Yggdragons appeared to have low intellects, with some not even comparable to higher-level divine beasts. They acted no differently from feral beasts and were only concerned with feasting the moment they arrived at the palace. Chu Jingfeng explained that this was how the Yggdragons were originally, smaller in size than the Megadragons and far lacking in terms of intellectual capacity. Thus, the name Yggdragon. Yang Wang and Han Xiao, along with their son Yanji, were definitely deviants of the Yggdragons. While they were Yggdragons in form, their intelligence was even greater than the Megadragons. Yang Wang's high intellect and ability to assume a human form were the reasons why he ruled over the Yggdragons. Word on the grapevine was that Yang Wang was not a dragon native to the land. Rather, he was a foreigner. It was just that, over the many eons that had passed, and given that this was not something Yang Wang would talk about, there was no way to verify the veracity of this claim. The benefit of following Chu Jingfeng was that he knew a great deal of things. Be it Xia Fei's cultivation, pharmacology, or mechatronics, Chu Jingfeng had knowledge. In other words, he was a first-rate expert in a large variety of skills. If he had a flaw, it would be expert Chu Jingfeng's fondness of gossip, such as where those rare divine beasts originated or which divine beasts enjoyed inbreeding. Chu Jingfeng really enjoyed discussing such stuff. Xia Fei found this period of time he spent with Chu Jingfeng to be truly interesting. Every day, the latter would give pointers to the former regarding his cultivation and would even help him in his study of the serpent-swallowing whale. Before turning in for the night, he would even share anecdotes from all the other universes. Yang Wang's birthday banquet lasted for a full 3 days and 3 nights. The entire affair was very chaotic, especially with the presence of Yang Wang's fellow Yggdragons. They would drink alcohol with abandon the moment they laid eyes on it, their massive bodies falling all over the place. They would rush into the stars to fight with others after having a drink too much. It was said that alcohol was one of the things Yang Wang used to control the Yggdragons, and from time to time, he would send a large amount of it to his racial fellows, such that they could not bear to part with him anymore. Such a method demonstrated how much more intelligent he was compared to the others of his race. Yang Wang and his family were no doubt strange existences among the Yggdragons, just like the Skywings were in the Law Realm. It was really hard for them to keep a low profile. Xia Fei silently observed everything unfold. Aside from the intellects Yang Wang and family, the rest comprised the Yggdragons' fighting force, which numbered nearly 100. Though these Yggdragons were dumb, they had a trait that Xia Fei liked very much, and this was their one-track mind, not being afraid of death. Aside from those things, the procession of divine beasts and other exotic beasts was also quite a sight to behold. Beasts had a fertility rate that sapient life forms could not match. The lower their level was, the greater their ability to procreate was, and having millions of exotic beasts roaming the lands freely was a very prickly matter to anyone concerned. While the 8th universe was an independent ecosystem, the Annihilation universe was surely aware of its existence, but just chose not to do anything about it. This was all because they did not have the confidence that they could subdue all these beasts. The present situation was extremely dangerous, be it for the Skywing clan or Xia Fei. If the situation was to take a turn for the worse, the Skywings would be well protected by retreating to the 8th universe. Xia Fei bid farewell to Yang Guang and his family and journeyed back to the Law Realm's outpost. Before departing, he communicated his thoughts to Yang Guang, how it was imperative for him to go to the Annihilation universe, but the Skywing clan must not be left without a place to retreat. If such a scenario passed, he hoped that Yang Guang would bring the Skywings and Avril into his territory the first chance he got. This would be a giant load off Xia Fei's chest. When warriors put their lives on the line, misgivings were something that they feared the most. Right now, Xia Fei felt a lot more at ease with Yggdragon King Yang Guang watching his back. Yangji's Aerophant, Little Bao, sent Xia Fei back to the Law Realm's outpost. The moment Xia Fei landed, he received a call from Xiuzetian. The screen appeared, and Xiuzetian was perplexed. Xia Fei, where have you gone all this while? Xia Fei replied, patiently cultivating, keeping a low profile. Everything that you asked. Xiuzetian nodded. He did indeed ask Xia Fei to keep a low profile while cultivating. It was just that Xia Fei had run all the way to the 8th universe, and the Bixia orb had no way of contacting him there, which had caused Xiuzetian to find this somewhat strange. How did your cultivation go? Xiuzetian asked, somewhat expectantly. Still all right. I crossed the threshold and reached the Annihilator tier, Xia Fei answered calmly. What? Xiuzetian was absolutely floored. With his eyes shining, he asked, the last time I saw you was just 20 or so days ago, yet you're telling me now that you've broken through to the Annihilator tier? Xia Fei nodded. For some reason, it was Xiuzetian who felt even more excited. Show me, Xiuzetian asked, excited. Xia Fei furrowed his brows and showed the soul mark in his 7th brain region. They saw that the 9 soul marks at Founder tier had formed into a singular entity with 9 sides. Additionally, Xia Fei had an even more distinctly outlined soul mark, which was what proved that Xia Fei had reached the Annihilation tier in his cultivation. God help me. Now, I've truly seen everything. Xiuzetian gazed emotionally into the sky, complete excitement written all over his face. He looked very fierce, with his teeth gnashed together. Wait for me. I'll be right over to get you. Xiuzetian called loudly. Xia Fei shook his head. I still have some matters that need to be taken care of. We'll talk about this in 10 to 15 days' time. That won't do. 3 days is the most you'll get, or else you can forever forget about coming over the Annihilation universe. Xiuzetian turned stern, refusing to take no for an answer. Xia Fei was startled and then nodded meekly. Xiuzetian burst into laughter, looking at him meaningfully before turning the screen off. Sigh? Radix sucked in a mouth of cold air. It's really as you said. Xiuzetian seems to be in much of a rush to take you to the Annihilation universe. I'm afraid that he wishes to use your identity to do something he can't do in the past. Xia Fei gritted his teeth, got up, and made his way to the Law Realm's forward outpost, muttering, there are no good men in the Annihilation universe. The first thing Xia Fei did upon returning was call for an emergency clan meeting. He got Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing, the 2 executives Xia Ku and Xia Lianing, and Xia Guanghai to gather in the secret room. Hearing Xia Fei's words, everyone's eyes went wide. They stared fixedly at Xia Guqing. As someone who had no filter, Xia Guanghai pointed at the Grand Ancestor and guffawed. Huh, I knew you're nothing simple, old man. You're actually a fiend. Xia Fei frowned. All of us have traces of fiend blood. This is very bad for us, for the fiends are the enemies of the entire Annihilation universe. Humph, Xia Guanghai snorted, thinking nothing of it. In his eyes, they had never lacked enemies, and this was no more than taking on the Annihilation universe on top of everything. Xia Guqing said nothing, too. His eyes became somewhat dim, and he turned his head to the side. Xia Ku could see that something was bothering the Grand Ancestor, so he took the initiative to speak. Xia Fei, how do you plan on dealing with this? Xia Fei lit a cigarette and explained softly, bloodline isn't something that anyone can just change, and I don't really think that this is as bad as it seems. No matter what, the Skywing clan is the Skywing clan. That's the one thing we have to remember. The Skywing clan was the Skywing clan. Xia Fei's first statement had highlighted what truly mattered, and everyone felt enlightened upon hearing that. Their eyes burned, and even their Grand Ancestor could not help but turn his head around and look at Xia Fei. After a pause, Xia Fei continued speaking. First off, I must go to the Annihilation universe before our bloodline gets exposed. We must increase our understanding of the Annihilation so that we can deal with whatever comes our way when the time comes. Second, we should keep a low profile. I've already come to an accord with Yggdragon, King Yangguang in the 8th universe. When it is essential, he'll open his gate to us and accept us in his territory. From what I saw, Yangguang and his family are very strong, and calling them the second Annihilation isn't an exaggeration. Plus, the Yggdragons have simple nature and are worth trusting far more than any other sapient life forms. Our clan needs to come up with a path of retreat for the worst-case scenario. Xia Ku and Xia Lianing nodded in unison. You can rest easy on that. This isn't the first time us, the Sky Wings, have been put in danger. Besides, our clan is full of speedsters. As long as we don't desire to fight, there's no one out there that can stop us from leaving. Xia Fei nodded. The third point, which is also the last, the Grand Ancestor must retire. Xia Guqing was so stunned by this he was rendered speechless. Xia Fei pointed to himself with a self-mocking smile. Everyone here knows how much trouble I get into, and I don't see it stopping after I arrive in the Annihilation universe. Right now, none of us has gotten in touch with people from the Annihilation universe, so we're all perfectly fine. But if there comes a day where I end up provoking some major forces there, they'll definitely send men out here to investigate. By the time they send people over and find out that the Skywing clan's Grand Ancestor is a fiend, well, surely, some people out there will take that chance to strike us, especially while we're down. Xia Fei had said this rather humorously, which caused everyone to laugh, thereby reducing the tension in the air by quite a bit. Chu Jingfeng had told Xia Fei of a solution, and that was using the arhut fruit to mask the fiend aura, making it so that no one would suspect that the Skywings had fiend blood running through their veins just by observing them, unless they grabbed someone and thoroughly dissected them. However, this would not work on Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing. He was too much of a fiend, and the arhut fruit was not strong enough to mask the fiendish aura and energy he gave off. This was why Xia Guqing must step down and leave the clan, diving into the Alpha universe without drawing much attention. Schemes and inference had always been Xia Fei's strong suits. He had already thought of everything on his way back home. Everyone heard Xia Fei's intricate arrangements and nodded in agreement. At present, it seemed like he had already considered every possible variable and had set up everything so that the Skywing clan would be in the best position for whatever that may come their way. After the meeting ended, Xia Guanghai, Xia Ku, and the others went about to prepare everything necessary, leaving Xia Guqing and Xia Fei alone in the room. Once everyone was gone, Xia Guqing got up from his seat and told Xia Fei, "Come with me. I have something I want to give you." The cafeteria. Xia Fei waited for Pod and Avril to prepare him dinner, as he toyed with a black ring in his hand. Before Grand Ancestor Xia Guqing left the study, he had given Xia Fei this ring. He told him that this was the only item that could prove his identity. Sure enough, Xia Guqing did have a heart-wrenching history. When he was just a baby, Xia Guqing was found floating across space on an escape pod by a passing merchant ship. They rescued him, and he was subsequently raised by the captain. From a young age, Xia Guqing had demonstrated talent in combat. It was just a pity that his adoptive parents were just common merchants and had been unable to give him more help on that front. The man had to carve a path all by himself to get to where he was today. Xia Fei kept that ring away and lit a cigarette. He was not like the Grand Ancestor. Xia Fei grew up on Earth, and though he had a complex background, he was an earthling right down to his bones. He loved eating fried bean paste noodles and wanted shredded cucumber strips topped with green onions. The smell from the cigarettes he smoked was thick and acrid. Whenever Xia Fei missed home, he would find himself reminiscing about his life on Earth, while Xia Guqing's mind could only think of that empty escape pod, floating in the nothingness of space, with that ring as his only toy when young. When Xia Fei related to Xia Guqing the information he had recently acquired, the latter was once more reminded of how lonely he had been when was young. And while he told him to do his best on his journey to the Annihilation, Xia Fei could actually see the strong sense of doubt lingering in his eyes. The Grand Ancestor wished to learn about his past and his people, but did not want to burden Xia Fei with it. After all, Xia Fei, who was but one man, would be facing an entire universe that harbored deep animosity toward the fiends. Just as Xia Fei was lost in his thoughts, Avril arrived and served their dinner on the table. After eating some, Xia Fei set down his bowl and chopsticks. He asked, Avril, do you think that the Skywings are the kind to betray all other clans? Avril stuck out her tongue and answered softly. It's not as if the Skywings haven't done something as crazy as challenging the entire law realm. But the way I see it, though the Skywings are very arrogant, they're very reasonable over many things. Xia Fei nodded. He had his doubts, which was why he had sought Avril's opinion. Indeed, given the Skywing clan style, it was very normal for them to butt heads with others and to be capable of doing anything no matter how crazy things might be. In this vein, since the Fiends had also acted in such a style, betraying the Hero Alliance, Xia Fei believed that they must have had their reason. It was just that Xia Fei could not think of what reason that might be. Avril felt that this topic was too deep, so she giggled and said, Furball has changed a lot upon his return this time. I just gave him several biscuits, and he actually ate them all. In the past, I had to expend much effort just to get him to eat those. A bout of awkwardness washed over Xia Fei at once. Honestly speaking, the snacks that Avril made were absolutely horrendous. In fact, he had admitted this to Furball when they were in the spirit realm. Xia Fei ate Avril's snacks because he did not wish to hurt her feelings, and he reckoned that Furball must be doing the same, too. He had actually learned from Xia Fei, eating whatever she brought no matter how terrible they tasted. 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Bidding farewell to Avril and the Skywing Wolfpack, Xia Fei set off for the Annihilation Universe on his own. The Alpha Universe always had a cosmic gate that connected to Annihilation. The Annihilation Universe and the Dragon Universe had been known as the Gemini Stars since the beginning of the Sundering, and were considered to be the highest point of all the known universes at present. The guards there were very stern and required someone to take the lead. Otherwise, Xia Fei would have no way of using the cosmic gate. Xiao Zetian did not come personally, but sent a young man by the name of Shane to pick him up instead. The two boarded Shane's warship at the designated location and eventually arrived at the core of Alpha Universe. The channel linking Annihilation and Alpha was right in the bustling core region. Shane, who did not look past 30, was a talkative man with fairly decent looks. He was in charge of external affairs for Dark Soul, and that organization full of really strong experts who carried out missions while living in secrecy was not about to reveal itself. The ship parked at a civilian spaceport. Shane brought Xia Fei downtown, where cars were coming and going, all very lively. The commotion that the dark spiritualists had stirred was simmering down, and the entire universe was slowly returning to normal. Aren't we going to the cosmic gate? Xia Fei asked, curious. No matter how much he looked, they were now in a metropolitan city, and there was no trace of any cosmic gate around. Shane smiled. It would take us many days if we were to walk through the cosmic gate. Our leader is anxious to meet you, so we'll be taking this shortcut. We'll register straight away with the Furnace Citadel, so that we can make our way to the headquarters, which will save us 36 hours' time. Just like a scene from a novel, the bustling city actually hit a secret passageway, which was directly linked to the Annihilation, located below an inconspicuous financial company. This passageway let Xia Fei and Shane enter the Annihilation universe with the use of a spatial traversal array. There was an oasis in the middle of a vast desert, with several palm trees and a sizable pool in the middle. It gave this desolate desert the slightest breath of life. Furnace Citadel was built upon an oasis. Despite the sandy yellow fort being inconspicuous, it was actually an important first stop for neophyte dragoons of the 4 main legions. They needed to register here and accept the first test from the dragoons. Most people would even be requested to remain in the Furnace Citadel so that they could undergo intensive training and achieve the lowest requirement expected from neophyte dragoons. The high temperature caused Shane to wipe the sweat off his brow. He pointed at the yellow citadel in the distance and said, "That's the Furnace Citadel. Go in first and register as a neophyte dragoon. We'll leave this place once you get your registration. Sorry, I can't follow you in, as the sudden appearance of a Dark Soul member would make these people very uneasy." Xia Fei nodded and made his way to Furnace Citadel. It was almost as if the Dark Soul organization carried a lot of weight. Just then, Shane had only flashed his identification for the spatial traversal array's use, but was, otherwise, able to freely go wherever without registering. Furnace Citadel practically had no guards roaming about. Built in this vast and empty desert, anyone who could come here would be from the 4 major dragoon legions or their neophytes. And what sort of identity was a dragoon? Even a fool would not start any trouble here, unless they had no regard for their life. Xia Fei entered the premises unimpeded and found the registration counter as instructed by Shang. This was the only small courtyard in the Furnace Citadel, and there were just a handful of people standing around. It seemed that they were all like Xia Fei, waiting to register as a dragoon. There were only 3 windows in this courtyard, and they were respectively for the Holy Light Dragoons, Destiny Dragoons, and the Dark Moon Dragoons. Xia Fei simply could not find any trace of where he should go to register as a Devil Shadow Dragoon. The difference between the 3 registration counters was massive. The Holy Light Dragoons window was in the most prominent position. The Destiny Dragoons was second, while the Dark Moon Dragoons had it worst, for it was assigned to some corner, clearly unimportant. Their window was even smaller and dingier compared to the former 2. Such an arrangement highlighted the disparity between the positions of the dragoons. Humans represented the largest population in the universe, which was why the Holy Light Dragoons were the mightiest. The Blue Bloods came in second with their Destiny Dragoons. Finally, the assortment of minor races formed the Dark Moon Dragoons, a motley army that lacked status. Frowning, Xia Fei came to the waiting area beside the Holy Light Dragoons window, where there were 3 fairly young humans currently in line. The one at the very front had even brought out a chair and was now sitting on it with his leg crossed over the other. "Excuse me, where is the registration counter for the Devil Shadow Dragoons?" Xia Fei asked politely. Zing. The moment those words escaped his lips, countless shocked expressions gathered on Xia Fei. There were no more than 7 or 8 people in this courtyard, and every pair of eyes was now trained on him. "What did you say?" the young man, who was seated, blurted out. "I wish to register with the Devil Shadow Dragoon," Xia Fei answered unhurriedly. It was as though the words Devil Shadow Dragoon had some sort of magic effect, for everyone began to regard him with unfriendly eyes. But Xia Fei could not care less about their reactions. He swept his gaze around and asked in a deep voice, "What? Is everyone here unable to understand my question?" When he made that comment, the seated young man got up and pointed right at him. "You SSHL-. Are you crazy? How are the Devil Shadow Dragoons still in existence?" That person spoke with a bit of pomp, and his gorgeous clothes matched this extravagance. There was a domineering glint in his eyes. Xia Fei frowned. Just as he decided not to say anything more, that same young man resumed speaking. "The Devil Shadow Dragoons are the biggest traitors in all the universes. My clan's ancestors suffered a lot because of the Devil Shadow Dragoons' betrayal. Yet you twerp dared to say those words in front of me? Watch that yours truly doesn't break your leg." Well said. The Devil Shadow Dragoons are the most hated. Everyone around actually started cheering. It was evident that they all held a grudge that was too deep, and the Devil Shadow name was truly not well received in the Annihilation universe. That young man puffed out his chest, all pleased with himself, feeling as though he were in the limelight this time. Crunch. Squelch. Everyone was hardly able to make sense of what had happened. All they saw was that young man, who had shot off his mouth, getting sent flying. Speed was king. Xia Fei had broken that man's arm and sent him flying with a kick. Everything had happened in the span of a single second. Speedster. This man is a speed warrior. Everyone was in a state of panic. Someone hurriedly rushed over to pick up that young man, who had been thrown onto the ground, and the lines were very clearly drawn. Evidently, because Xia Fei was a Devil Shadow Dragoon, no one was willing to stand on his side. With a smile, Xia Fei seemed not to care how the others saw him, and said, "Looks like none of you know where the Devil Shadow Dragoons are supposed to register, so don't waste my time." Such an attitude was the epitome of arrogance. He swept a cold gaze around, and while he said no words, the look in his eyes made things apparent. It was as though, even if everyone present ganged up on him, Xia Fei would not be afraid of anything. "Xia Fei, you're drawing too much attention." Radix furtively relayed this to Xia Fei. Xia Fei did not agree to this. "Yours truly didn't come out here to be bullied. Besides, that's how I usually operate. Others would probably suspect me more if I stayed my sword the moment I made it to the Annihilation universe." That young man gritted his teeth as someone helped him up. The Devil Shadow Dragoon here is trying to revel. Let's all take him down together. There were few who rallied to his call. After all, Xia Fei had struck with such ferocity and was also a hard-to-deal-with speed warrior. Fear was still lingering in everyone's hearts after witnessing that display of strength. This was when Furball suddenly jumped out from Xia Fei's bosom. He let loose a roar at these neophyte dragoons, his attitude far more savage than Xia Fei's. Instantly, the color from everyone's faces drained, and they subconsciously retreated a good distance. Furball, at his peak rank and ingested dragon chi, was no pushover. He exuded a stalwart majesty that could be heard in that one roar. A holy beast. That's Shatterstar. A peak-level Shatterstar. The expressions on these young men's faces changed greatly, and no one dared to take a step forward. As for Furball, he did not give the slightest care as to what they did. He dove back into Xia Fei's bosom and acted as if nothing had happened. Just you wait. That young man who had had his arm broken by Xia Fei hissed before he went running to the front yard while holding his broken arm, as if he was off to find reinforcement. Xia Fei lit a cigarette. The first day he set foot in the Annihilation universe was going very poorly, and he could not help but feel a little worried. The name of the Devil Shadow Dragoon was extremely ominous, no different from a flag that heralded when one was looking for trouble. Suddenly, he saw a door beside the registration point open, and a chubby hand reached out, beckoning Xia Fei to enter. Xia Fei was somewhat taken aback. He walked over to the door beside the registration point and peered in, only to see a sloppily dressed old man who was currently stretching listlessly at the center of a narrow and dimly lit room. Xia Fei? The old man glanced up at him once and asked. Before Xia Fei could answer, that old man laughed and said, "Come to think of it, who else could it be but you? You have yet to arrive and are already causing trouble. That young man is Kane, the nephew of Furnace Citadel's head steward, Deng One." Xia Fei replied, "He's the one who picked a fight. Was there a need for you to be so heavy-handed with your retaliation?" The old man shot back. "At least I didn't deal a fatal blow." Xia Fei did not feel like he was in the wrong. The old man pouted and rummaged through the drawers for some time. He retrieved a grubby form, including a metal badge to be pinned on someone's chest, and handed it over to Xia Fei. "Someone already came in advance and made prior preparations for you. Since you were permitted to join the Devil Shadow Dragoons, it'd be in your best interest to keep a low profile from here on. After all, this is the Annihilation universe." The old man shut his eyes after dispensing this sagely advice. Xia Fei left the Furnace Citadel. He moved to meet up with Shane, but just as he took a step into the sands, he heard someone behind him shout his name. "Block him off for me. Don't let him get away." Whoosh. 3 men came cutting in on an oblique path, all of them dressed as the garrison guards of Furnace Citadel, intercepting Xia Fei's way forward. He turned around and saw that it was none other than young Kane. Now with a middle-aged, dark-skinned man at his side, Kane was glaring at him. A large crowd of neophyte dragoons had gathered and was now watching this confrontation, seemingly excitedly awaiting to witness a spectacle. "Who are you? Where did you come from, and where are you off to?" the dark-skinned man shouted as he pointed to Xia Fei from the distance. Xia Fei furrowed his brows slightly and answered, "I came here to register as a Devil Shadow Dragoon. The formalities have all just been completed." "Nonsense." That middle-aged man gave him a severe rebuke. How could there still be anyone registering to become a Devil Shadow Dragoons at this time? The entire legion has been disbanded. Young Kane, who was supporting his broken arm with his other hand, hissed viciously. No need to question him further. He must be a spy. Take him down for me. The tone Kane had used sounded as though he were Furnace Citadel's actual owner. The warriors in the vicinity exchanged looks with one another. What Xia Fei held in his hand was indeed a certified document any recognized dragoons would have, and that badge was unique to dragoons, too. Every one of them hesitated, uncertain on what they should do. The middle-aged man moved to approach Xia Fei as he stretched his hand and demanded, "Who registered you? Devil Shadow Dragoons? Who are you trying to fool?" Xia Fei calmly handed his registration paper to the middle-aged man, but the moment the latter opened it and glanced at the content, he became rooted to the spot. There was no faking this type of document. No doubt that the name displayed on it read Devil Shadow Dragoons. The approver, whose name could be seen stamped on the document, gave him even more fright. To think that it was actually Dark Soul. Whoosh. This middle-aged man's face instantly got drenched in sweat. There was, of course, no way for someone of his status to be aware of the Devil Shadow Dragoon's name being retained. Also, Dark Soul was the Covert Operations Division of the Annihilation Universe's new hero alliance. It was the uncompromising powerhouse of this universe. What did a Covert Operations Division do? Conduct clandestine operations and perform sleuthing. It had the prerogative to act first and ask questions later. On top of that, Dark Soul was the most secretive out of the entire operations division and was directly under 5 Ancient Apex. Uncle, what are you staring into space for? Just grab him already. Kane savagely pointed at Xia Fei with his one usable arm. Smack. Just as those words left his lips, a purple handprint appeared on his cheek. That middle-aged man had given him a swift backhand. This is the Furnace Citadel. Who do you think you are? When is it your turn to speak? The middle-aged man glared. But uncle, I am. Kane stood there all innocent, looking completely dazed. This was when Xia Fei extended his hand and asked, Can I have that document back now? The middle-aged man respectfully handed the document back to Xia Fei with a wide smile. As the hearts of those watching were left wondering just what sort of background Xia Fei had for Steward Deng, one to bow his head in such an obsequious manner. Smiling, Xia Fei suddenly remembered what Shane had told him, and so he pretended to pull out a notebook from his spatial ring and jotted down some random words on it. As he wrote, Xia Fei voiced, Your Furnace Citadel's Dangwon, right? 8 a.m. tomorrow. You're invited for a cup of tea at 29th place. Zing. The moment those words were uttered, Dangwon was dumbfounded. Dangwon's nephew shuddered. The 3 warriors, who had been blocking Xia Fei's path, felt chills run down their spines, and they swiftly stepped away to clear his path, as though they had just grown wings on their backs. Remember, 8 a.m., Xia Fei told Dangwon very casually before departing unhurriedly. 29th place? If my memory serves me right, 29th place is where the New Hero Alliance conducts their covert operations, isn't it? Not just their covert operations. The 29th place is that Dark Soul. Good heavens. Dark Soul? What are we still waiting for then? This isn't a spectacle we should be watching. Whoosh. The onlookers instantly dispersed in different directions sans a trace. It was almost as though the mere mention of 29th place had deadly deterrence, leaving just Dangwon and his unlucky nephew on the desolate outskirts of Furnace Citadel. Look at your incompetence. Your nosiness. Now I've gotten invited to have tea at 29th place. Dangwon vented his anger as he twisted Kane's ears hard several times. Shane came running from afar, shaking his head at Xia Fei as he mused aloud. No wonder the head wanted me to come and fetch you myself. You rascal sure are quite the fuel-efficient lamp. Just a registration and you already caused such a huge commotion. Xia Fei did not answer, but wondered out loud. Instead, I only invited Dangwon for a cup of tea, yet that old man got so scared his soul seemed to have fled his body. Makes me wonder just what kind of magic 29th place possesses to have elicited such a reaction. Shane smiled. I don't know about others, but a tea at 29th place isn't a welcome invitation. Here in the Annihilation universe, Dark Soul is in charge of internal investigations, so anyone who finds themselves being invited over for a cup of tea will likely leave with peeled skin if they don't die at all. Of course, it isn't unheard of for us to invite people over just for a simple tea. It's just that I didn't actually expect you to use our trump card after a casual mention from me of it. Xia Fei understood everything from Shane's explanation. He also became aware of Dark Soul's awesomeness. It was comparable to the disciplinary inspection team, where anyone in the Annihilation universe suspected of being a traitor would immediately be brought over for some tea, which was a euphemism for an interrogational torture. Annihilation was a dark place. People who often abused their authority had of course taken several lives. There was no way to extract information in this universe without using some shady methods. What those residing here feared the most was having the Covert Operation Division getting a hold on them and getting interrogated to death with it. This was especially true after Xiao Zetian had taken over Dark Soul several years ago. He had worked tirelessly for the Annihilation universe's sake for years, only to be betrayed and killed by his own people, causing him to be separated from his family and filling his heart with rage. Now, Xiao Zetian viewed anyone he encountered as similar to the ones who had ambushed him all those years back, a traitor of the Annihilation universe. This was why he was both vicious and fatalistic whenever he struck, like a rabid dog that randomly bit people, and this further amplified the notoriety of Dark Soul. Others would do everything in their power to avoid Dark Soul, yet Deng Wen had actually provoked one to be invited over to 29th place. This was no different from courting death, which was why his expression had been so ghastly just then. Whoosh! A black warship lifted off, with Xia Fei and Shane on board. Standing before the ship's two-way observation mirror, Xia Fei quietly lit a cigarette. Did you do all that on purpose earlier? Did you intentionally reveal your identity as a Devil Shadow Dragoon, including the fact that you're with Dark Soul, to others? What? Radix asked, curious. You could tell. Xia Fei asked back. Radix sighed. You're someone who sleeps with a hidden knife under your pillow. How could you just provoke that Kane person for no rhyme or reason, even going as far as to reveal your identity and to invite Deng Wen for a cup of tea? Besides, you've never been the type to break someone's arm. If you really wanted to take action, you'd bestow death upon him, nothing less. Radix understood Xia Fei all too well, so he could easily see through his trickery. But as for what Xia Fei had been actually thinking earlier with that brain of his, Radix was entirely clueless. Do you think that anyone whom God wishes to eradicate will first have to go mad? Xia Fei waxed philosophically. Radix got puzzled. Did what happened today have anything to do with the question you just asked? Xia Fei chuckled. It's obvious that Xiao Zetian's about to go crazy. Knowing clearly that I'm one of the fiends, he wanted to bring me into annihilation. In fact, I could go as far as to say that he's not in the least bit concerned about how much trouble I would bring him. Radix was startled and mulled over Xia Fei's words. Moments prior, Shane did not seem to care that Xia Fei had invited Deng Wen for tea, allowing Xia Fei to drop Dark Soul's name freely. Clearly, he had gotten instructions from Xiao Zetian, and even more apparently, 29th place had offended every possible person in the Annihilation universe at this point. Are you saying that the circumstances you find yourself in now are extremely dangerous? Radix asked after some thought. Xia Fei shook his head. The corners of his mouth curled into his strange smirk. With his eyes shining, he said, many times, danger is also an opportunity. Whoosh. The warship was parked on a landing pad by a crater with flowing lava. Just like its name, Dark Soul's location was somewhere perilous. They came across a scant few people on the way, but a whole suite of facilities were all around, places that provided meals and training. There was even a sauna room people could use. Everything anyone might need was available for all. Shane brought Xia Fei to a conference room and had the latter wait outside as he went in to make his report. Shane returned shortly after, opening the door as he gestured to Xia Fei to enter as well. He saw approximately 7 to 8 men seated inside this small conference room. There was a big and bald man, an elderly individual with a repulsive gaze, a young but charming lady. All in all, many of those people present are Dark Soul and look different from each other. Taking a seat at the base of the table, Xia Fei discovered that they were formulating tactical arrangements. Their screens had star maps, topographical maps, and even comprehensive energy analysis tables. Xia Fei was the one in charge of such tactical arrangements in Skywing, so he was of course very familiar with all these. From the present map, it looked like they were in the middle of preparing a search plan. Swallowing saliva, Xiao Zetian excitedly introduced Xia Fei to everyone. He did not hide the fact that Xia Fei had been registered as a Devil Shadow Dragoon. Everyone was a little astonished, but restrained themselves from showing it. Not one of them asked why Xia Fei registered with the Devil Shadow Dragoon. Since everyone's already here, we'll set off tomorrow. Those traitors Yabu is leading are the scourges of annihilation, and we members of Dark Soul must be the ones to take care of them, eliminating each one of the traitors. Xia Fei had experience tackling Yabu and his men in Alpha, so I received special concessions from above, allowing Xia Fei to join Dark Soul and go on this operation with us. Everyone gasped in surprise. No one had expected that the unassuming Xia Fei would have actually crossed swords with Yabu and his group of outlaws. Everyone nodded their heads, appearing to have approved of their leader's arrangement. Xia Fei was also a little surprised, but this could be explained easily enough. The reason why he had been arranged to join Dark Soul turned out to be a ploy of replacing men so as to deceive others. Xiao Zetian had apparently used the excuse that Xia Fei had previous experience dealing with the Devil Shadow Dragoons to pull him into annihilation right under people's noses. Xia Fei grew more and more curious the more he looked at the map displayed on the main screen. As a strategist for the Skywing clan, Xia Fei did not believe that someone would hide in such a strange location as shown on the map. From a structural point of view, the coordinates pointed toward a temporary fortress which had been left in disuse for a very long time. Furthermore, it was something built urgently along an army's march, with traces of slaughter found all around. As such, unless Yabu and his men were fools, who would choose to hide in such a conspicuous place? Cultivation chamber. Xia Fei was drenched in sweat. It had been a very long time since he last did such a hearty bout of speed training. As a warrior dabbling across many different fields, Xia Fei had adopted an assault-style approach toward his cultivation. He would first set himself a goal, and in the shortest amount of time possible, divert all his resources into making a breakthrough. From the various laws to his soul mark, which represented dark energy, only the law of speed, the most difficult and heaven-defying law power, had been put off by him for the longest time. The next step forward would mean peak law of speed, with a top speed of 60 million meters per second. Alas, the difficulty of this final step was truly insane, and Xia Fei had already forgotten how long he had been stalled at this threshold. Aside from the Grand Ancestor, Xia Guqing, Xia Fei had yet to meet a second individual who had achieved complete mastery of the law of speed, and this was enough evidence to see just how difficult the law of speed was. The Skywing clan had their unique training method, and this method, on top of Xia Fei's superhuman capability toward energy, took him all the way to level 8. It seemed that Xia Fei still required a bit of luck to make the breakthrough to the apex. Dark Souls facilities sure are amazing. Even taking a bath is extremely relaxing. Xia Fei soaked in the bathtub and shut his eyes, murmuring this to himself. This was no ordinary bathwater, but rather a green liquid that had an even distribution of spirit energy in it. Such high-quality liquid, which had precious medicinal ingredients and precious spirit energy mixed in, was actually not used for drinking but for bathing in, instead. Xia Fei could not help but sigh at how lavishly someone could live here in 29th place. It was about time. Xia Fei put his clothes on and carefully kept his Sky Devil armor concealed before making his way to the landing pad by the crater to rendezvous with the others. The price of enjoying first-rate facilities was heavy workload. Xia Fei would have to go on a mission on the second day, just after having arrived at 29th place. Xiao Zetian, who had set his heart on avenging his wife, made the 29th place seem like an arrow on a taut bowstring, with everyone in a heightened state of alert every day. Furthermore, Xia Fei discovered that Shane would always very coincidentally appear beside him. It looked like Xiao Zetian had taken precautions against him, and Shane was the mole he had planted to Xia Fei's side, observing each and every move of his. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Xia Fei counted in his heart. Including Xiao Zetian and him, the standing team of Dark Soul actually only comprised 10 people. They happened to be just the right size for a small squad, and most of those left in the base were support and reserved agents. As the famous Secret Service for the New Hero Alliance, there were really not a lot of people that belonged to 29th place. Whoosh. When it was time, everyone boarded the warship and departed. As for the exact coordinates of their destination, only Xiao Zetian knew himself. 30 hours of flight later, after passing through countless spatial arrays, the warship finally arrived at its destination. This was a huge rock, which was as sturdy as steel and as flat as a mirror. This rock had been hollowed out and built into a ring-shaped fortress. As though someone had placed a ring on top of an icy surface, it was even more remarkable than what Xia Fei had seen in pictures. To say that the remaining Devil Shadow Dragoons would hide in such a conspicuous place, Xia Fei refused to believe this. Furthermore, this temporary fortress's architecture was jagged and sharp, reminding Xia Fei of the fiend cities that he had seen in the past. According to the arrangement we've previously made, Howlin, you're in charge of keeping watch of the perimeter with 2 others. The rest will follow me, Xiao Zetian said with a wave of his hand. The elites of 29th place were well trained, and Howlin brought 2 of them to set up a defensive perimeter at once. while the rest entered the temporary fortress with Xiao Zetian taking the lead. Several minutes later, Xia Fei witnessed Xiao Zetian send each one of his men to search the place entirely, leaving just the two of them in the deepest recesses of the fortress. Xia Fei and Xiao Zetian went on an expressway, which looked like the slide firemen would use, and entered a semicircular room. This room was empty, as though it had been a very long time since anyone was last down here. Upon reaching this room, Xiao Zetian's footsteps came to a halt, and he turned to face Xia Fei. "Do you know what this place is?" "I think that it's a temporary barracks of the fiends," Xia Fei answered immediately. At that, Xiao Zetian looked at Xia Fei with a slight hint of surprise in his eyes and asked, "How were you able to tell?" Xia Fei looked around, took in his surroundings, and softly gave his answer. "The lines are sharp, completely in line with the design philosophy of the fiends. The construction is a little rough, an indication that it was makeshift and built at the last minute. It's rather large, able to contain an army, and after so many years, one can see the many scars the place has weathered. With the 4 points I just mentioned, I can be certain that this was once a temporary encampment of the fiends all those years back. Though you made tactical arrangements, all of that was just a cover-up. If you truly were to go up against those traitorous Devil Shadow Dragoons, you'd find yourself at a major loss. Plus, this isn't the first time you've been here, demonstrating a fair familiarity with the structure. You're brimming with confidence as you made your way here, so I'm even more certain that Yabu and his people aren't here. You have an ulterior motive for coming down here." Xia Fei's answer was of course very illuminating, easily deducing Xiao Zetian's true motives with just a few sentences. This was a plan of his. Xia Fei knew that 29th place was teeming with experts, so he needed to demonstrate the value of his existence for Xiao Zetian to understand that Xia Fei had never been some insignificant nobody at the very least. "That's right," Xiao Zetian admitted. This was indeed a temporary barracks the Devil Shadow Dragoons had constructed during their marches, and that's also a habit of the fiends when fighting. Even if they would only spend one night in a place, they still constructed a fortress that could defend against potential ambushes, according to their strict requirements. I won't keep it from you, but the Devil Shadow Dragoons set off from this very location all those years back, heading toward the previously agreed-on final battlefield with the other Dragoons. Alas, they didn't appear on the battlefield after they had set off from this place. Xia Fei nodded, saying in a grave voice, "It means that this place is indeed worth investigating, and you've personally done just that. Why am I here then?" Xiao Zetian strode toward a corner and pointed at the wall. "Yes, I did do my research, and not just once, but I couldn't find a way to access the Fiend's military strategy office." Boom. After Xiao Zetian had said that, he slammed a fist to the wall. That wall immediately parted to the sides from the middle, revealing another room. Xia Fei curiously made his way over to Xiao Zetian's side and peered in from the entrance. "See for yourself." Xiao Zetian reached his right hand deep into the passageway, and a crackling sound of cooking meat could be heard at once. Half of Xiao Zetian's hand had gotten slightly charred. An expert at his level would not mind such a superficial injury. Xiao Zetian shook his arm, took out an odious medical salve, and applied it on his hand. The fiends were masters of strategy, who could do simulations of their plans almost instantly. That's why there were rooms in the Devil Shadow Dragoon's temporary fortress meant for discussing confidential tactics and formations, and they're called military strategy offices. In order to prevent others from eavesdropping, they placed restrictions on it. I've tried so many times, yet I was unable to get in each time. Xiao Zetian sighed. Xia Fei smiled and muttered, "So you need me to get in?" "Indeed. You have their bloodline, so you'll be permitted entry into this place." Xiao Zetian replied. Xia Fei wrinkled his forehead. There were many kinds of restrictions in this world, and Xiao Zetian's thinking was arbitrary. Xia Fei might be unable to gain access to the room if it were not a bloodline restriction. This was on top of the fact that Xia Fei did not have a 100% pure fiend bloodline. Thinking about this, Xia Fei reached out a hand and probed it through the entrance just like what Xiao Zetian had done. Instantly, an unbearable burning sensation crept up Xia Fei's arm. Xia Fei's heart chilled. This was a clear indication that he was being restricted entry as well. He had no idea what sort of strange technology or method had been used here for this entryway to be capable of burning someone's body in thin air. There was hardly any energy movement at this entrance at all, So where could this burning sensation be coming from? Just as Xia Fei was about to pull his hand back, something strange occurred. Xia Fei had reached out for two rings. One was the extra-large spatial ring Peak Rainbow, and the other was that fiend birthright ring his grand ancestor had given him. It was this ring that had actually abated the burning pain he felt. It was as though someone had applied a generous layer of cooling salve over Xia Fei's arm, as that burning hot sensation disappeared just as swiftly as it appeared. Sure enough, I was right. It's a bloodline seal. Only fiends can gain entry. Xiao Zetian's eyes sparkled as he gushed in excitement. Xia Fei kept his cool. It was a good thing his grand ancestor had given him this strange black ring, or else if he had to force his way in, Xia Fei would highly likely find himself burned to a crisp. It's up to you now. Go in and take a look. Just what oddity did the Devil Shadow Dragoons discover in this temporary military strategy office? Xiao Zetian rasped with labored breath, almost as though he had long been waiting for this day to come. Xia Fei silently retracted his arm and thoughtfully stroked his chin. I suddenly thought of something. Xiao Zetian was startled but soon burst into laughter, saying, I'm no fool. Speak. Tell me your conditions. Xia Fei moved to negotiate conditions. This was what it meant to thread the needle when there was a seam. After all, it's not really so much a condition as that I have an elemental weapon, as you may know. There are, in total, 5 pieces. Right now, I only have 3 out of the 5. The other 2 still remain in alpha, and I have no clue who has either of them. 2. Xia Fei unhurriedly gave the preamble. Radix understood at once what Xia Fei was doing. He was intentionally probing Xiao Zetian to learn just how crazy he might be. Also, he could begin setting up his stratagem. If Xiao Zetian was mature and prudent, then Xia Fei would be able to gain plenty of benefits from being on his side. But if Xiao Zetian was the sort to refuse a compromise and doing others a favor, solely intent on avenging his wife, Xia Fei would just seize this opportunity to capitalize on it. Alpha Universe? No problem. While I can't guarantee things in Annihilation, Alpha is just a lower-tier universe. Who cares whether they live or die? I'll send men out to do a complete investigation for you once we return. I assure you that we'll locate whatever you're searching for. Are you satisfied with that? Xiao Zetian readily offered. Xia Fei did not press further, pretending to be very touched by Xiao Zetian's offer as he remarked, I'm eternally grateful. I won't hesitate even in the face of broken bones. Leader, Xia Fei shall now head in to see just what's in the world is on the other side. When Xia Fei first entered the Alpha universe with the immemorial mystical armaments, the various pieces had latched onto other hosts like parasites. Though Xia Fei had joined Annihilation, a higher-tier universe, the other 2 immemorial mystical armaments regrettably remained unaccounted for back in Alpha. Since they had found respective hosts, unless those hosts were killed, there would be no way for those armaments to move again. Finding people in the Alpha universe was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack, but Xia Fei was now in Annihilation. He had even joined the fearsome Dark Soul. He could definitely borrow their power to locate those people and snatch the immemorial mystical armament for himself. The 5 elemental divine weapons could finally merge as a whole. With that, Xia Fei walked through the entrance toward the military strategy office, even as Xiao Zetian's voice echoed from behind him. Be thorough. It's the place the Devil Shadow Dragoons started their betrayal. They must have uncovered some secret that they couldn't divulge in their last tactical assembly. Stepping into the corridor, Xia Fei followed it to the military tactical office. The entire fortress had been built for the interim, so the office was rather simple in design and build. However, Xia Fei still admired the kind of strict regimentation that the fiends followed. While it was a temporary encampment, they still planned for the worst-case scenario. It was a testament to just how great the execution strengths of these master strategists were. The room was adequately sized and arranged like what anyone would expect of a standard conference room. Despite the years that passed, the furniture inside was still solid, and there was even a provisional tactical board hung on the wall. Xia Fei looked around and said somewhat animatedly, To think all those years back, the commanders of the Devil Shadow Dragoons were all here playing out their stratagems, formulating the sequences of offense or defense. As the strategist for the Skywings, troops capable of executing excellent tactical maneuvers were held in high esteem by Xia Fei, and the Devil Shadow Dragoons were acknowledged to be the best among them, well worthy of praise. Radix tilted his head to the side and asked in puzzlement, I wonder what changed. After the Devil Shadow Dragoons left this place, they ended up not joining in on the united assault with the Hero Alliance. While this place here is simple and crude, it holds great commemorative significance. It was here that the fiends parted ways from the Alliance. Xia Fei nodded silently. History was always both mysterious and complicated. No one would have guessed that the all-important decisions that ultimately led to the complete eradication of the fiends had been made here in this small conference room. It was as the saying went, a single stumble can turn into a 1,000-year grudge. This one slip-up from the Fiend clan, who had been known as the greatest strategists throughout history, meant that they did not end up dominating the universe with the Draconids. Of course, the Pyrrhic victory that the Hero Alliance ended up obtaining was tragic. The Annihilation universe had yet to fully recover from that last battle. There was a microarray still active in the corner of the room, the sort of device that could produce an irresistible flame. Anyone who did not have a birthright of the fiends would not be able to enter this room. The fiends were not stupid. They would of course not leave any traces behind in their secret conference room, or they would not be worthy of the title as master strategists. Xia Fei examined the surroundings, but there was nothing worth noting. So, he squatted down and was prepared to break the microarray, so that Xiao Zetian could come in and take a look. Sometimes, ancient sayings made the most sense. Seeing was believing, and there was no way Xia Fei could convince Xiao Zetian that this was just an abandoned conference room with just words alone. Better to let him in and see that there was really nothing inside, so that he could definitely give up on the idea. In all fairness, Xia Fei was not really influenced by Xiao Zetian's fanaticism. At the end of the day, the one dead was Xiao Zetian's wife, and not Xia Fei's. Xia Fei was keenly aware of the opportunity to stand by Xiao Zetian's side, and was merely taking advantage of it while he could. The Skywings were the last remaining bloodline of the fiends. They would be in danger if that was revealed to the rest of the world. Xia Fei planned to get hold of the final two immemorial mystical armaments, plundering the Annihilation universe once over. Then pay a visit to the remaining two sect seniors from the Unrestricted to seek their understanding. Those were the tasks Xia Fei currently had in mind. The microarray was a kind of control array, which needed to be installed by an array master. It utilized rare metallic materials that allowed it to randomly set arrays. It could easily be placed wherever it was needed as long there was enough power injected into it, and was thus very flexible. This microarray was a very high-level item with the fiends. It was like a scale, with only 2 array cores, yet it could exert a powerful restriction that could prevent or even bar an Annihilator tier expert from entry. Xia Fei squatted on the ground and mulled over the issue for a good while before finally deciding to absorb the energy inside the microarray, naturally undoing the restriction. In terms of energy, Xia Fei was truly very confident with such things now. Xia Fei had improved by leaps and bounds ever since he took the lasting Draconid essences. The energy that he received from the Draconids had brought about tremendous changes to Xia Fei's constitution. It had also doubled the energy storage limit in his 7th brain region, 1.2 million standard units of spirit energy. Since this was energy derived from the Draconids, the purity of his energy was far higher than other spiritualists. With this powerful trump card, Xia Fei believed that as long as he was in the Annihilation universe, anyone who dared try and deal with him would first have to consider his frightening level of energy reserves. If Xia Fei went crazy and unleashed everything he had inside, he could definitely dish out an absolutely devastating attack. Whoosh! Xia Fei's eyes shone. The Triclopian Legacy I technique, Origin of Heaven, came into use, helping Xia Fei analyze the structure of the microarray's energy structure, finding the weakest point for him to tap into. Xia Fei was then able to slice into it, sapping out the energy in the device and causing it to collapse on itself. The device had a defensive system of its own, but by using the law of primal chaos, Xia Fei was able to first crack a small path through the protective layer and slide his fiendish blade Nirvana into it. Swoosh! Energy moved like an electrical current, traveling straight into Xia Fei's body through the fiendish blade, causing every cell in Xia Fei's body to tremble. Heavens! This small device actually contains so much energy. No wonder it's still working even after all these eons. Looks like the fiends spent a lot on all the equipment here. Radix exclaimed while staring at the energy count in Xia Fei's brain region. At the same time, Xia Fei was actually thinking about something else. Xia Fei was someone who was adept at contrarian thinking, and he could not figure out, given how powerful the equipment was, why the Fiend clan would just leave it behind. Was that not too much of a waste? Suddenly, as that microarray transferred its energy into Xia Fei's brain, two other peculiar incidents occurred. First, the black birthright ring that Xia Fei wore that seemed to be transforming along with the energy being absorbed. It appeared to be accepting some kind of signal, and the originally pitch-black ring alternated between glowing and dimming. Very soon, that mysterious ring was no longer flickering, but Xia Fei could very clearly sense that the ring had received some form of signal. Dark energy was also soul power, and a form of mental energy. From the moment a warrior crossed into the founder tier, their sensitivity to mental signals would heighten. Xia Fei had worn this ring on his finger for a long time, so he could clearly sense the changes to it. Whoosh! The situation changed. This birthright ring was actually helping Xia Fei extract energy now. It was as if everything he was doing had been planned a very long time ago, and the ring would have management capabilities over the device. A ring that can manage the internal affairs of the fiends? Xia Fei exclaimed to himself. Rumble! A sound abruptly rang out, but it was not from an explosion. Instead, it came from the fiendish blade Nirvana. The moment the energy from that microarray had been all but drained, Nirvana underwent an unexpected promotion. Xia Fei had killed plenty of people in recent times and had extracted quite a lot of energy from them as well. However, there had not seemed to be any activity with the fiendish blade. The fiendish blade had been anything but constant. Aside from needing to absorb energy, it also needed a bit of luck. Perhaps it was because the energy in the device came from the fiends, different from the energy that he usually came across, that Nirvana immediately transformed after taking in their energy. The 6 snowflake blades shone in the indescribable glow, almost as if the sword had been thrown into the cauldron of heaven and earth, being recast into something else entirely. In the midst of this glaring light, the appearance of Nirvana changed. Even more frightening was the fiendish aura it now exuded. Swoosh! The restriction had been removed, so Xiaozetian came rushing in when he sensed the changes. Xiaozetian looked at the glowing Nirvana and asked, "What happened?" "There was a microarray in this room, and I attempted to use Nirvana to break it. This was the result," Xia Fei explained. Having anyone else witness Nirvana promote was not a good thing. Xiaozetian had already been keeping his eye on Xia Fei and was already aware that he owned a fiendish blade that could drain others, but Xia Fei was still uneasy watching as Nirvana was promoted. Whoosh! The glow disappeared as fast as it came, and the fiendish aura dissipated along with it. Clank! Nirvana dropped to the ground. After its promotion, Nirvana had turned into a circular weapon, looking somewhat like the Dharma Chakra from the legends. Only, this weapon was too circular, looking more like a wave. The room also became very quiet at the same time, like nothing had happened. Xia Fei's back broke out in cold sweat as he stared fixedly at the black ring on his finger. Only he knew that there was a moment just now, when Xiaozetian came rushing in, that it was his ring that had absorbed the energy Nirvana gave off during its transformation. It was like this ring had a mind of its own and was intentionally hiding something. What a pity. I'm afraid that this sword of yours is now trash, Xiaozetian said after examining Nirvana. With that, he began to carefully inspect the room, leaving Xia Fei to pick up Nirvana from the ground. Was the fiendish blade Nirvana really turned into scrap? Definitely not. It was that strange black ring that had instantly sucked away Nirvana's power. It had forcibly restricted Nirvana. Right now, it was as clear as day that Nirvana was very weak, but all its energy was contained in the fiend's birthright ring. Swish swish. The sudden changes happening in the basement of the fortress had also alerted the other 29th place warriors who were searching the place above. Shane and others made a beeline over, but no traces could be found. There were no more energy fluctuations, and the room was absolutely normal. What happened just now? The big baldy Gansha asked in his deep rumbling voice. Xiaozetian did not want to let everyone know his purpose for coming here was to search for clues, rather than deal with traitors to the Annihilation universe. As such, he pointed toward the microarray on the ground and said, "There was a defensive array, most likely something Yabu, and his people set up while they were resting. Xia Fei did not realize what it was and broke it. Everyone nodded. Xia Fei was new, and everyone felt that this was very normal. How could any of them know that among all those present, probably no one knew arrays better than Xia Fei? This energy array that even Xiao Zetian could not break had actually been destroyed by Xia Fei's hands. Xia Fei was a good actor, nonetheless, and kicked that device, picking it up from the ground before anyone else in the room could intervene and exclaiming, "This thing gave me a fright. Leader, why don't you let me keep this as a souvenir, since this is my first operation with the 29th place?" Xiao Zetian cursed darkly at Xia Fei's craftiness. This was something of the Fiend clan, and he naturally had no desire for others to find that out. There was no way he could reject Xia Fei's offer of taking it, since Shane and the others would surely become suspicious if it ended up in their hands. "Fine. It's just a microenergy array. You can have it," Xiao Zetian said dismissively. Xia Fei brushed his palm over it and stored the device in his spatial ring. Xiao Zetian looked longingly in this empty room before he turned to his men and declared, "Looks like we've gotten wrong information. We were one step too late. Yaba and the others are no longer around. Let's head back to the ship." The men of the 29th place began to file back in an orderly formation. Xia Fei was at the back, frowning slightly. This had been a very weird day, and the Fiend's birthright ring that the Grand Ancestor had given him was most definitely a very strange ring. At that moment, that strange ring began to play a video in Xia Fei's mind. The images shown were none other than the final battle plan that those commanders that had gathered in the military tactic office had come up with. This was forgotten history being played in Xia Fei's mind, seeing the light of day once more. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.